Chapter 530. Demon God Phantom. Old man, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Windless directly roared and made a move in front of so many people. Whoosh! A golden sword chi swept towards Yi Xian. Its speed had already exceeded Yi Xian's reaction. Bang! Fortunately, this sword chi was blocked by Elder Song. Good, you actually violated the sect rules. Today, I'll kill you on the spot. Elder Song also had a violent temper, but this was understandable. After all, he was an elder. How could he tolerate being ignored by a disciple? In an instant, this Elder Song and Windless were exchanging blows. Although the former's realm was higher than Windless, the latter's strength was not weak either. The two did not immediately decide the victor. Heavens, how can senior brother Windless be so strong? He can actually exchange blows with Elder Song. Senior brother Windless went to comprehend the Demon God chapter some time ago. Could it be that he learned it? Impossible, how can it be so fast? It must be that senior brother Windless was hiding his strength. No, it must be that when he was comprehending the Demon God chapter, he suddenly had a breakthrough. A group of disciples' faces were filled with astonishment. The elders of the Thousand Demons sect had attribute conversion at least 25, and this Elder Song had even exceeded 30. However, Windless was actually able to exchange blows with him. This was enough to prove that Windless' aptitude was outstanding. Damn, so strong. I underestimated his strength. Yi Xian thought with lingering fear. If not for Elder Song just now, he would probably have died. How could he have thought that Windless was actually unrestrained to this extent? He actually ignored the elders and killed his own fellow disciples in the Thousand Demons sect. At this time, Yi Xian thought of another problem. The Thousand Demons sect's ancestor was in the Void God realm. He did not expect that after a few hundred years, he would actually decline to this extent. The elder's attribute conversion was only around 30. This was too bad. However, now was not the time to think about this problem. He was hesitating whether to retreat or not. Otherwise, if Elder Song could not block Windless, then he would be finished. Old man, get out of my way. Windless suddenly shouted loudly. His entire person's chi surged wildly. Black chi gushed out from his body, and then unexpectedly transformed into a black phantom. Demon God. Dao Heart Demon Seed Law, Demon God Chapter. Heavens, senior brother Windless actually succeeded. Demonic God Chapter. This is the Demonic God Chapter. Elder Song is doomed. Is there going to be a huge change in our Thousand Demon sect? Is senior brother Woofing going to kill Elder Song? Elder Song's face darkened when he saw the Demon God's shadow. However, he could tell that the Demon God's shadow was not complete. It was only half complete. Therefore, this Windless did not master the Demon God chapter. Windless, I'll let you experience what a true Demon God is. Elder Song narrowed his eyes as the demonic chi in his body surged out crazily, forming the shadow of a demon god. Furthermore, this fiend god phantom was even larger than Windless, and its aura was even stronger. Heavens, Elder Song actually knows the demonic god chapter. In our Thousand Demons sect, there seem to be no more than 10 people who have mastered the demon god chapter. I didn't expect Elder Song to be one of them. What 10? Actually, there are only 7. While the group of disciples were exclaiming, a figure was suddenly sent flying. It was actually Windless who used the demon god chapter. Bastard, how dare you ignore me? Courting death. Elder Song was furious and quickly rushed toward Windless, determined to kill him. However, at this moment, another wave of monstrous demonic chi began to spread. Song Yi, you dare to touch my disciple? A furious roar spread out like thunder, falling into everyone's ears. Some of the weaker disciples suddenly felt dizzy and fell from the sky. F***ck, not only them, even Yi Xian was the same. Fortunately, his willpower was still strong and reacted. When his vision recovered, he found that Elder Song had already started fighting with another person. This was a white-haired old man with a demon god's shadow standing behind him. From his words, one could know that this white-haired old man was Windless Master, which was also an elder of the Thousand Demon sect. Windless violated the sect rules and attacked his fellow disciples in the Thousand Demon sect. I have reason to kill him on the spot. Head Elder, could it be that you want to violate the sect rules too? Elder Song's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Who do you think you are? My disciple doesn't need you to discipline. Don't use the sect rules to pressure me. Get lost. Head Elder roared. Windless was the most talented disciple under his command and was about to master the Demon God chapter. How could he be killed by Elder Song like this? The two people's strength was very close, but Windless, who was sent flying by Elder Song, was now free. Stinking brat, go to hell. Windless crawled up from the ground and slashed at Yi Xian from afar. After using the Demon God chapter, his strength skyrocketed. Before Yi Xian could react, this golden sword chi had already swept in front of him. But at this critical moment, another figure suddenly flashed in the air. Bang! This golden sword chi was about to hit Yi Xian's body, but it was defeated by another golden sword chi. However, the impact of the collision between the two true chis directly sent Yi Xian flying. Crack! Yi Xian heard the sound of his sternum shattering, but the blood of the sacred tree of life instantly began to heal his injuries. He turned his head and saw a man in black standing in the air. It was the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect. All of you stop. The sect master of the Thousand Demon sect shouted angrily. His voice was very familiar to everyone, and it was impossible for the head elder to hear it wrongly. Immediately, the first elder and Elder Song stopped fighting and quickly separated. Greetings, sect master. Elder Song withdrew the demon god phantom and respectfully greeted. However, the head elder did not move at all because his position was not below the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect. However, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. After all, the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect was the strongest person in the sect, and he could not defeat him now. At this moment, Elder Song took a step forward and cupped his fists. Sect Master, Windless ignored the sect rules and attacked a fellow disciple. I have reason to kill him on the spot, but not only did the head elder not help, he even prepared to cover up. I understand. The sect master of the Thousand Demon sect narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Windless and the head elder. Windless, you disobeyed the sect rules and should have been killed on the spot. However, seeing that it was not easy for you to cultivate, I will punish you to go to the Thousand Demon Cliff and face the wall for half a year. After half a year, you can continue to comprehend the demon god statue. This. Windless' heart trembled. Half a year, how could he wait for half a year? He was originally about to learn the demon god chapter, but now he was punished to go to the Thousand Demon Cliff for half a year. How could he bear it? No. Not waiting for Windless to open his mouth, the great elder shouted loudly. Regarding the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, fire does not subdue metal. This is indeed Moonfall's negligence, and I apologize to everyone. Because it involves too many things, please do not link the 5 elements in this book with the 5 elements in reality. For the 5 elements in this book, she would follow the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and gold. This was because there would be readers who did not understand the 5 elements like Moonfall. Furthermore, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were easier to pronounce. She would just follow the 5 elements of mutual restraint. She did not need to think about it. Chapter 531. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 10,000 Demons Tower. What's wrong, Grand Elder? Do you have any objections? The sect leader's gaze landed on the Grand Elder. Wu is already at the critical moment of comprehending the demon god statue. You can't punish him by sending him to the myriad demons cliff. The Grand Elder hurriedly said. Since he's at the critical moment, he'll only turn into a demon if he continues to cultivate. Half a year, otherwise, he'll be disqualified. The sect leader said coldly. The Grand Elder was so angry that he blew his beard. His position was only the same as the sect leader's, but the sect leader was still the sect leader's leader, and he was only the Grand Elder. Most importantly, he couldn't defeat the sect leader. Hence, he could only endure this anger. Fine, half a year it is. Let's go. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and glared at Wu. Then, he grabbed his shoulder and left. He was thinking that in the future, when his strength surpassed that of the 1,000 Demon sect leader, he would definitely take revenge. At that time, he would be the sect leader. Looking at the Grand Elder's back, the sect leader coldly snorted. This time, he wanted to use this opportunity to reorganize the sect leader. He wanted to let others know that he was the sect leader. Phew, that scared me to death. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he smelled the scent of death again. Fortunately, the sect leader arrived in time. Otherwise, he would be dead. In fact, the sect leader had been here for a long time. He just didn't appear. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he just wanted to observe Yi Xian's aptitude. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's aptitude was very good. It might even surpass Wu Feng's. Yi Xian, you can go to the Myriad Demons Tower now, the sect leader suddenly said. What? Everyone present suspected that they had heard wrongly. Myriad Demons Tower. What? Myriad Demons Tower. Didn't they say that only disciples with more than 10% attribute conversion can enter? How young is he? He hasn't even converted 5% of his attributes. He needs at least 10% to enter the Myriad Demons Tower. But his strength isn't weak. He should be able to stand on the second floor. It doesn't matter. Everyone around them knew what the Tower of 10,000 Demons was, but Yi Xian did not. What kind of place is the 10,000 Demons Pagoda? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The 1,000 Demon sect leader didn't reply. The 10,000 Demon Tower is filled with demonic creatures, and there are a total of 9 floors. The demonic creatures here are all transformed from our 10,000 Demon sect's disciples. Originally, only those who have achieved 10% of their attribute conversion can enter. Moreover, not everyone can enter, only a genius like you can. Elder Song explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Demons. Previously, the demon master in the demon's den was just one person. After a few decades, he had spawned millions of demons. Since the 10,000 Devil Pagoda was filled with the disciples of the 10,000 Devil sect, wouldn't the number of devils that were spawned reach 10 million? Don't demonized demons retain their rationality? Yi Xian asked with a frown. That's right. However, disciples who have learned the bedevilment technique will lose their rationality once their cultivation goes awry. Therefore, they are forcibly turned into demons and locked in the 10,000 Devil Pagoda. This way, they can continuously produce demon orbs for us to cultivate. Elder Song nodded. So that's how it is, Yi Xian understood. Simply put, those demons were different from the demon master. They were all creatures without consciousness. In other words, they were equivalent to the demon commanders, demon generals, and demon soldiers from before. However, his interest was piqued. Demon orbs, he could break through by devouring demon orbs. If he was allowed to enter the 10,000 Devil Pagoda, he would definitely be able to break through quickly. Just now, he had already sworn in his heart that he would definitely kill that windless guy. This token allows you to enter the 10,000 Devil Pagoda. The 1,000 Demon sect leader took out a token and threw it to Yi Xian. Thank you, sect leader. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. This token was the key to his breakthrough. After that, the 1,000-demon sect leader left. Elder Song also instructed a disciple to bring Yi Xian to the 10,000 Devil Pagoda. After that disciple brought Yi Xian to the entrance of the 10,000 Devil Pagoda, he immediately left. The 10,000 Devil Pagoda. Although there was a pagoda in its name, the 10,000 Devil Pagoda was actually underground. This was not surprising. After all, there was no pagoda that could withstand tens of millions of demons. Yi Xian stood at the entrance of the 10,000 Devil Pagoda and sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no one guarding the 10,000 Devil Pagoda. This was because there was a protective array around the pagoda. Only those with a token could enter. Yi Xian held on to the token and walked in. Woo-woo, he walked down the path. Along the way, he could hear the cries and howls of the demons. He was somewhat excited. Demons, there were only demons down there. To him, demons were all experience points. However, he did not dare to be careless. This was because he heard from the disciple that brought him here that the 10,000 Devil Pagoda was filled with demons that were comparable to the spirit stage. Soon, he arrived at the first floor of the 10,000 Devil Pagoda. Huff! Huff! As soon as he stepped into the array, a few ignorant demons rushed over. You're courting death. Earth-splitting sword. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slashed out a few times. Although he had to use a martial art like the Prime Clarity Sword technique to deal with demons, the Prime Clarity Sword technique was only a high-rank heaven-rank martial art. On the other hand, the Earth-splitting sword was a peak-rank heaven-rank martial art. Furthermore, it was enhanced by the Earth attribute. Thus, it was relatively easy to deal with demons. Bang! 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 The 3 earth-shattering swords exploded and the 3 demonic creatures were instantly killed and turned into 3 demonic orbs. Yi Xian walked over and picked up the 3 demonic orbs before devouring them. Haha, awesome! These 3 demonic orbs gave a lot of experience. Although it could not be compared to an interspatial ring, this was the 10,000 Devil Pagoda. There were tens of millions of demons here. If all of these monsters were killed by him, then his attribute conversion could increase to 20%, 30%, or even 40%. This 10,000 Devil Pagoda was simply a place for him to level up. Kill! Yi Xian did not hesitate and began his massacre. At this moment, he was only on the first floor of the 10,000 Devil Pagoda. The demons here were relatively weak. Therefore, Yi Xian directly went to find the entrance to the second floor. Although the demons on the second floor were strong, he could still deal with them based on the strength of the demons on the first floor. During the process of searching, Yi Xian saw some of the 10,000 devil sects disciples that had turned into demons. These demons could still speak, but they had already lost their rationality. They only knew how to kill and possess. The disciple who led the way just now told Yi Xian that if Yi Xian encountered these 10,000 devil sects disciples, he should try his best to be merciful. This was because as long as they were alive, there would be an endless supply of demons. As long as they did not threaten his life, Yi Xian would still choose to let them go. Soon, he found the entrance to the second floor of the 10,000 Devil Pagoda and continued to go deeper. Chapter 532. Chapter 532, Chapter 532 Demon God Location. Originally, only those who had at least 10% attribute conversion could enter the 1,000 Demons sect, so the first 2 floors were not a threat to them. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian first stayed on the second floor for a day, killing thousands of demons at an extremely fast speed. After increasing his attribute conversion to 5%, he went to the third floor. 5% attribute conversion, which was 5%, would increase the strength of the earth attribute true energy, and it would be safer. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the third floor. From now on, we can't be careless. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The demons on the third floor were not weak, at least comparable to experts with 5% attribute conversion. They were not a threat to Yi Xian alone, but if 7 or 8 of them came at once, Yi Xian would have to be cautious. After all, the War Dragon's 9 steps was useless against demons. Moreover, Elder Song also reminded him that it was best to stay on the first 2 floors and increase his strength first. Junior brother. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head in shock and found a disciple of the Thousand Demons sect running towards him. Yi Xian's heart trembled, because demons could possess people. He could not guarantee that this disciple of the Thousand Demons sect was not possessed. Moreover, although this was the Thousand Demons sect, Yi Xian had specifically asked that he could kill in the Thousand Demons pagoda. Senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian turned to look at him. Those who could enter this place had at least 10% attribute conversion, which was 10%. However, Yi Xian had also broken through to 5%. If the other party only had 10%, it would be fine. If it exceeded 10%, then he would take out the Bahuang sword. Junior brother, I see that you look quite new. Did you recently join the Thousand Demons sect? The disciple said. That's right. Senior brother, what's the matter? Yi Xian nodded and asked. The Thousand Demons sect disciple smiled and said, It's like this, my weapon is broken. Junior brother, do you have any extra? The weapon is broken. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Then why don't you go out, senior brother? From the third floor to the outside, it shouldn't take more than 2 hours, right? The disciples of the Thousand Demons sect were stunned. Yi Xian already understood that this disciple of the Thousand Devils sect had been possessed by a devil. Every floor of the Thousand Devil Pagoda had a special array. As long as one was possessed, they would not be able to leave. The Thousand Demons sect's disciple pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly took out his weapon and shouted, Since junior brother isn't willing to lend it to me, then die. I knew it. Yi Xian took out his Bahuang sword and stepped forward. Battle Dragon's 9 steps. Earth-splitting sword. This Thousand Demon sect disciple's attribute transformation had just reached 10%. He had just entered a few days ago, but he had accidentally been possessed by a demon. Now, he was finally free. Hiss. The head of this Thousand Demon sect disciple fell to the ground. His entire head was petrified. Yi Xian kept his Bahuang sword and looked left and right. When he did not find anyone suspicious, he walked over and kept the Qian Kuan ring. Ding! Host's attribute transformation has increased. The current attribute is 6 points, 6 points. That was 6%. Just 4 more points and he would reach 10%. There were a few earth spirit fruits in this Qian Kuan ring, but all of them were swallowed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the interface by chance and discovered that there was an additional attribute on his interface, affinity. Only now did he realize that his earth attribute affinity was at the upper epic level. He only needed to upgrade it once to reach the legendary level. Not bad. No wonder the earth-splitting sword is so powerful. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He was already very satisfied with the upper epic level earth attribute affinity. Even among the thousands of disciples of the Thousand Demon sect, there were only a few who had reached the upper epic level. That Windless was one of them. After this episode, Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. As long as he encountered someone, regardless of whether they were possessed or not, he would directly attack. On every floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda, there was a safety point. There was a formation here, so demons and people possessed by demons could not enter. It was a place specially for the disciples of the Thousand Demons sect to recover and heal. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so he did not need to rest at all. There were many demons on the third floor, nearly 10 million of them. Yi Xian killed from the east to the west, then from the west to the north. In just 3 days, his attribute conversion had increased by 1 point, reaching 6%. During this time, he did not encounter any other disciples of the Thousand Demons sect, so he could only rely on demons to level up. 6% attribute transformation could only increase his strength by a little, so he continued to kill and break through. 7 days later, his earth attribute transformation had increased again. The number of demons that died at his hands had exceeded 100,000. His killing speed was definitely the fastest among those of the same level and even those of a higher level. With his current level, it should not be a problem for him to go to the next floor. Therefore, he continued to go to the 4th floor. However, when he entered the 4th floor, he felt a monstrous demonic aura coming from his left. What a powerful demonic aura! Could it be that an elder is here? Yi Xian frowned. The demons on the 4th floor were very strong, comparable to a martial artist with 10 points of attribute transformation. However, this level of cultivation was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the elders of the Thousand Demons sect. Therefore, it was impossible for the elders to be possessed by demons. Out of curiosity, he decided to go and take a look. To be safe, he used a supreme-grade celestial weapon. Soon, he arrived at the safety zone of the 4th floor. There were already dozens of disciples of the Thousand Demons sect here. Since they were in the safety zone, he could be sure that they were not possessed by demons. More than one elder. Yi Xian was a little surprised. He saw 3 people wearing elder robes sitting in front of a statue. This statue was exactly the same as the people in the murals that Yi Xian saw in the Thousand Demon Cliff. However, this statue was divided into 2 colors. The arms of the statue were bronze, while the rest of the body was gray. What are they doing? Yi Xian walked into the safety zone. Kid, you're new, right? Have you learned the bedevilment chapter? A white-haired elder opened his eyes and asked. Yes. Yi Xian did not understand why he asked this question. He just nodded silently and answered. This is a replica of the demon god statue. You can sit down and study it, the white-haired elder said slowly. Demon god statue. After hearing this name, Yi Xian suddenly recalled that the Thousand Demons sect leader had also mentioned this term. Wufeng had been studying the demon god statue before. From this, it could be inferred that the demon god chapter was recorded on a demon god statue. I see. Chapter 533. Wang Haotian Ding. Discovered Dao Heart Demon Seed Technique, Demon God Chapter. Do you wish to copy it? Yes. Copy successful. Current completion rate is 10%. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian frowned again. Completion rate. However, he immediately understood that only the hands of the demon god were replicas. The rest of the body parts were made up. Elder, why is there only a pair of arms? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The white-haired elder replied, from the 4th floor to the 8th floor, there are parts of the demon god statue on every floor. Only after you fully comprehend these replicas can you proceed to the 9th floor to comprehend the complete statue. Otherwise, you will suffer from qi deviation with a single glance. I see. Yi Xian immediately understood. From the 4th floor to the 8th floor, there were parts of the demon god statue. If he could copy all of them, the completion rate of the demon god chapter should reach 50%. Only then would he be able to comprehend the complete demonic god statue. Then Windless should have finished comprehending all of these, Yi Xian thought to himself. It turned out that the demon god chapter was recorded in the 10,000 Demons Tower, and the complete demon god statue was on the 9th floor. Therefore, if one wanted to learn the demon god chapter, then one had to break through to the 9th floor alone and comprehend every part of every floor. Yi Xian glanced at the replicas of the demon god's arms and shook his head helplessly. He wasn't interested in this kind of thing. Fortunately, he had the devouring system to help him comprehend it. If I can learn the Demon God chapter, my strength will greatly increase. However, before that, I need to be strong. Otherwise, I won't be able to reach the 9th floor. Thinking of this, Yi Xian left the safe zone and began to level up crazily. The demons on the 4th floor were very strong, but Yi Xian's speed was very fast. He could still move freely as long as he wasn't surrounded by a large number of demons. This time, he still spent a week to convert the earth attribute to 80%. Now, he had the guts to go to the 5th floor. After spending some time, Yi Xian arrived at the 5th floor safe zone. There were only a dozen people in the 5th level safe zone, including an elder. These people could not be bothered with Yi Xian. The demon god statue in this safe zone was a pair of demon god shoulders. After Yi Xian copied it into the devouring system, the completion rate of the demon god chapter reached 20%. Yi Xian killed for a few more days in the 5th level and raised his cultivation level. Then, he went down to the 6th level. At this point, Yi Xian's attribute conversion had reached 9 points. He was just 1 point away from reaching 10%. The demons on the 6th floor had already reached around 15 points in strength. Even the disciples of the 1,000 Demons sect would have to form a team to come down here. However, Yi Xian's attributes had not even reached 10% before he was sent down. As soon as Yi Xian stepped onto the 6th floor, he bumped into a demonic creature. He immediately used the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Bedevilment. Yi Xian's aura surged. During this period of time, he had been in the bedevilment state. This was because his true qi recovery speed was fast enough. The true qi consumed by the bedevilment state could be recovered within a short period of time. With the bedevilment state, Yi Xian's strength skyrocketed. It was enough for him to rampage on the 6th floor. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Yi Xian slashed a few times and killed the demonic creature. However, at this moment, ding! The proficiency of the Sword of the Earth Shattering has increased. It is currently at 100%. Its attack power has doubled. This notification sound made Yi Xian extremely happy. He had been in the 1,000 Demon Pagoda for almost a month. Now, he had finally reached the peak of the Sword of the Earth Shattering. The Sword of the Earth Shattering's power had doubled. This caused his strength to skyrocket. This dangerous 6th floor of the 1,000 Demon Pagoda was like his own home to him. Soon, he arrived at the safe zone of the 6th floor. In this safe zone, there was only 1,000 demon sect disciple in white robes. There were no elders. Yi Xian walked over and copied the demon god statue into the devouring system. However, at this moment, scram! The youth in white robes who was sitting cross-legged shouted without opening his eyes. What? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He turned his head and found that he was the only one in this safe zone. It was obvious that these words were directed at him. I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? The youth in white robes was still sitting cross-legged in front of the demon god statue. Yi Xian was also confused. What was wrong with this guy? Why did he ask him to scram for no reason? Senior brother, is there something wrong with your brain? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in a mocking tone. What did you say? When the youth in white robes heard this, he immediately jumped up from the ground and turned to look at Yi Xian. His expression was very strange, as if he had seen a ghost. In the 1,000 Demon sect, there were not many who dared to speak to him like this. He was Wang Haotian, who came in with Windless to comprehend the Demon God chapter. He was also the lover of the dead senior sister Liang Junqi. He had entered together with Windless, but Windless had finished comprehending early on and then went to the 7th floor. He was stuck on the 6th floor, so his temper was very irritable. The disciples who had entered before were all driven out by him. However, those disciples from before recognized him, but Yi Xian did not. Of course, if Yi Xian recognized him, he would continue to talk back. Compared to Windless, what was this Wang Haoyan? At this time, Yi Xian's brain suddenly understood and said, "You are Wang Haoyan, senior brother Wang. Since you know, why aren't you scramming?" Wang Haoyan said coldly. "So it's you. I thought you had already gone to the 9th floor. I didn't expect you to still be on the 6th floor. Compared to Windless, you are too weak." Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. "Why don't you mention that name again?" Wang Haoyan's true qi gushed out, and an invisible pressure fell on Yi Xian. Sure enough, as Yi Xian guessed, this Wang Haoyan's strength was far inferior to Windless. His attribute conversion was estimated to be only around 18. Are you talking about Windless? Previously, he went out and made a big scene. He was punished by the sect master to go to the Thousand Demons Cliff and face the wall for half a year. Yi Xian said casually. What? Wang Haoyan was shocked. Face the wall for half a year. This meant that he had half a year to catch up to Windless. Senior brother Wang, you have been here for a long time. No one is talking to you. Are you lonely? Why don't you exchange a few moves with junior brother? Yi Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Wang Haoyan was also shocked. Since Yi Xian recognized him, he actually dared to challenge him. This was really courting death. You are courting your own death. Wang Haoyan still used a cold tone to reply. The Thousand Demons Pagoda allowed disciples to fight and kill each other. Each floor's safe area was only to isolate demons. You could also fight in the safe area. Chapter 534. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Level 9-inch. Come on. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he took out the Bahuang sword. There was only him and Wang Haoyan here. Either he or Wang Haoyan would die. There was no need to fear anything. Wang Haoyan's eyes narrowed when he saw the Bahuang sword, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He just thought that the Bahuang sword was a better quality celestial artifact. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. Wang Haoyan shouted as he took out his weapon and launched an attack. Metal attribute again. See if I don't kill you. After seeing Wang Haoyan's attributes, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Immediately, his aura skyrocketed as he used the Dao Heart Seed Demon Technique's bewitching chapter. His true qi didn't cost money anyway, so there was no problem for him to be bewitched. Moreover, during this period, he also found that the 30% completion rate of the Demon God chapter also increased the enhancement of bewitching by about 30%. Therefore, his current strength was even stronger than Wang Haoyan's. Earth-splitting sword. Yi Xian directly slashed out with the earth-splitting sword at full power. Under the situation where earth countered metal, Wang Haoyan's metal attribute attack was directly dispersed. It's actually so strong. Wang Haoyan was very puzzled because there were only a few geniuses in the Thousand Demons sect. The only one he was afraid of was Windless. However, there was now one more Yi Xian. Who are you? Wang Haoyan couldn't help but ask. A dead person doesn't need to know my name. Yi Xian calmly replied as he attacked crazily. However, he didn't use the Battle Dragon Stomp's shock effect because Wang Haoyan didn't know about this move. When the time was right, he would suddenly use it and catch his opponent off guard. Facing this insidious earth-splitting sword, Wang Haoyan's face became more and more gloomy. He didn't know why, but he began to feel nervous as if he smelled the scent of death. He's stronger than me. This thought suddenly flashed in Wang Haoyan's mind, but he immediately rejected it. Other than Windless, he wasn't afraid of anyone. At this time, Wang Haoyan roared at the sky. Then, a strong demonic qi gushed out from his body. He was possessed by the devil. The Tao heart demonization art consumed a lot of energy, and it would increase as one's cultivation level increased. Most people could only use it twice in a row, so Wang Haotian had consumed more than half of his Jin Qi. But this time, Yi Xian did not intend to engage in a war of attrition. Taking advantage of Wang Haotian's demonic state, he stomped his right foot forward. Battle Dragon's 9 steps. Boom! A burst of energy instantly exploded from Wang Haotian's feet. Wang Haotian was shocked. He wanted to fly up, but he was one step too slow. This surge of energy went straight through Wang Haotian's body and into his brain. You're dead. This time, Yi Xian did not use the Earth-Splitter sword anymore. Instead, he quickly rushed over, and a supreme-grade celestial artifact appeared in his hand. By the time Wang Haotian reacted, Yi Xian had already slashed out. Bang! The Earth-Splitter sword was defeated by Wang Haotian. However, Wang Haotian did not notice that Yi Xian's 8 desolate sword had already shattered. 8 desolate wind formation. Pft. 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 8 sharp blades imbued with earth attribute Jin Qi pierced Wang Haotian's legs, instantly petrifying them. You're still not dead this time. Yi Xian's eyes widened. With a sweep of his sword, Wang Haotian's head flew off. The second genius of the Thousand Demons sect, Wang Haotian, was dead. His death was unjust, but it was also reasonable. After all, Yi Xian's moves were too sinister. The Earth-Splitter sword, Battle Dragon Stomp, and 8 desolate wind formation could all create unexpected effects. After Wang Haotian died, Yi Xian put away the 8 desolate sword and took off Wang Haotian's interspatial ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 11 points. The attribute conversion had finally exceeded 10%. As expected of the second genius of the Thousand Demons sect. You're really rich. It seems that I can directly go to the 7th floor. Yi Xian smiled with satisfaction. Originally, he did not want to kill Wang Haotian. Who told him to have such a big mouth? After keeping Wang Haotian's corpse, Yi Xian disguised the area. After all, the traces of the Earth-Splitter sword were too obvious. He could not let others see any clues. Then, he went to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was not a place where ordinary people could go. Even Wang Haotian had to be prepared to enter demonization at any time. However, to Yi Xian, this place was like his own home. Ding! Tao Heart Demon Seed Law, Demon God Chapter, copy successful. Current completion rate is 40%. There was no one in the 7th floor safe zone. After copying, Yi Xian left directly. He spent 10 days to increase his attribute conversion by 1 point and went to the 8th floor. The demons on the 8th floor were stronger than Wang Haotian. Previously, Wu Feng was only able to reach the 8th floor safe zone with the help of the Grand Elder. Ding! Tao Heart Demon Seed Law, Demon God Chapter, copy successful. Current completion rate is 50%. After a month and a half of hard work, Yi Xian finally reached the 8th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda. At this time, he wanted to find the entrance to the 9th floor. The complete demon god statue was on the 9th floor. With his current situation, he would be fine if he saw the complete demon god statue. However, this thing would definitely be guarded. He wondered what kind of expression the guard would have when he saw him. He began to search the 8th floor. After half a day, he finally found the entrance along the stone wall. There was indeed someone guarding the entrance to the 9th floor. It was an old man who was at least 100 years old. This old man had long noticed Yi Xian. His pair of old eyes fell on Yi Xian. He slowly said, "How did you come up?" Replying to Senior, "Of course I killed my way up." Yi Xian replied respectfully. "Oh. A genius like you actually appeared in the sect recently. To be able to kill your way up to the 8th floor, not bad, not bad. The old man praised. The 7th and 8th floor were usually guarded by the elders. Therefore, there were usually no disciples who were possessed by demons. The old man had guarded the 9th floor for many years. This was the first time he saw someone kill their way up alone. He couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Senior, may I ask if the demon god statue is on the 9th floor? Yi Xian asked. The reason he stayed here for so long was to find a complete demon god statue. As long as he got permission, he could learn the demon god chapter. That's right. It's on the 9th floor behind me. However, you didn't get permission from the sect master, so I won't let you in. The old man nodded. Chapter 535. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans in Crisis, I can see that your demonic aura is very strong. Among all the disciples in the sect, other than Wu Feng, you're the one with the greatest increase in demonic aura. However, I can't let you in without the sect leader's permission. The old man still refused. All right. Yi Xian sighed. It seemed that he had to go out and get the sect leader's permission first. However, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed in the 10,000 Demons Pagoda. What's going on? Yi Xian looked up in confusion and found that the sound came from above. Was it from the 7th floor? Or the 6th floor? Rumble. Normal battles wouldn't cause such a loud sound. Who was fighting so wildly? Wasn't he afraid of attracting a large number of demons? The old man was also very surprised. He listened carefully and found that the sound didn't come from the 7th or 6th floor. It came from the ground. In the 10,000 Demons sect, except for the Battle Demon stage and the 10,000 Demons Pagoda, fighting was not allowed anywhere else. However, someone was fighting at the entrance of the 10,000 Demons Pagoda. Something must have happened. The old man frowned and listened for a while. The rumble continued. After a while, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. Not good, the 10,000 Demons sect is under attack. What? Yi Xian was shocked. The 10,000 Demons sect was under attack. He wasn't strong enough to hear like the old man and determined that the sound came from the ground. However, he could make a guess. The scale of this battle was definitely not small. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so loud and wouldn't have lasted for so long. It seemed that the 10,000 Demons sect was indeed under attack, and the target of the attack was most likely one of those righteous sections. They must be after the Dao Heart Demon Seed technique and the Demon God statue. The old man muttered and pointed in a direction. Kid, there's a hidden passage that leads to the ground. Hurry up and leave. Then, Senior, you. Yi Xian was stunned. Hurry up and leave. I'm going to seal the array. If you don't leave, stay with me. The old man said solemnly. Then I'd better go. Yi Xian shrunk his neck and hurriedly ran in the direction the old man pointed. Just now, the old man also said that those righteous sects were here for the Dao Heart Seed Devil technique and the Demon God statue, so their target was definitely the 10,000 Devil Tower. If he stayed here and was seen by those people, he would definitely be dismembered. It was better to leave first. Very quickly, Yi Xian found the path that led to the ground and drilled his head in. In the next moment, he saw that the formation was closed. He could no longer enter, and he could not see what was inside. Forget it, it's better to leave first. After some thought, Yi Xian decided to leave as soon as possible. Those righteous Dao forces would definitely join forces to attack the 1,000 Demon sect. Whether or not the 1,000 Demon sect could withstand them was still a question. However, regrettably, he did not see the demonic god chapter, which made him feel very helpless. As long as he took a look, he would be able to copy the demonic god chapter into the devouring system. At that time, his strength would be greatly increased. However, who would have thought that such a thing would happen? If he had a little more time, he would be able to run back and forth. Soon, Yi Xian rushed out of the hidden passage. When he saw his surroundings clearly, he realized that he was actually at the Thousand Demon Cliff. Another formation that only allows one to leave but not enter. Yi Xian realized that he could no longer turn back. However, that was not important. What was important was the current situation of the Thousand Demon sect. Violent roars kept coming from the horizon. From these sounds, one could tell that the battle was very intense. At this moment, Yi Xian was hesitating whether he should go and take a look. However, just as he was hesitating, a few figures suddenly appeared in the sky. The disciples of the Thousand Demon sect are being hunted down. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He saw that behind the 3 disciples of the Thousand Demon sect, there were 5 disciples of other forces in white clothes. Their strength is not strong. He judged the strength of the 5 people at a glance. Although these people were from the righteous sects, he had now joined the Thousand Demon sect, so he naturally had to serve the sect. Most importantly, in this world where the strong were respected, the strong were justice. Senior brother, save us. The 3 disciples of the Thousand Demon sect hurriedly shouted. Their attribute conversion was only around 10 points, but the ones chasing after them were 12 or 13 points. They also had the advantage in numbers, so they had no choice but to use it. Kill! Yi Xian instantly charged out. Even in the air, he could easily kill these 5 people. Just by calling him senior brother, he had a reason to help. Although it was said that he was in the air, his war dragon's 9 steps had already been raised to 90%. Even Wang Haotian had died in his hands, so what were these people? In less than 3 rounds, the 5 martial artists who were chasing after the disciples of the Thousand Demon sect fell from the sky, their heads separated from their bodies. Yi Xian took their universe rings and said, "What's the situation now?" The elites of the 3 great sects, Sacred Fire Peak, Yin and Yang Mansion, and Flame Dragon sect, have joined forces to kill our Thousand Demon sect. We are no match for them at all. A disciple of the Thousand Demon sect explained. The 3 great sects. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. These 3 great sects seemed to be the top forces of the Green Cliff region. With the 3 of them joining forces, it was normal for the Thousand Demon sect to not be able to defeat them. Senior brother, let's go quickly. The Thousand Demon sect is finished. They will soon kill their way to the Thousand Demon Cliff. The disciple reminded. You guys go first. Yi Xian slowly replied. In the cave of the Thousand Demon Cliff, there was the enchanted chapter of the Dao Heart Devil Seed technique. This was the prerequisite for learning the Demon God chapter. The 3 great sects definitely wanted the Demon God chapter, so they had to obtain this enchanted chapter as well. Senior brother, you be careful. After the 3 disciples finished speaking, they left without looking back. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the cave in the distance. There were still many disciples in the cave, and there were also elders guarding it. They should have known that the Thousand Demon sect was attacked at the first moment. However, as long as someone entered the Thousand Demon cave and took down the murals, the Dao Heart Devil Seed technique would be leaked out. I'll stay here. If there is a chaotic battle, I can increase my strength a little. Yi Xian thought in his heart and decided not to leave. Although he hadn't learned the Demon God chapter, his enchanted chapter was stronger than ordinary people. Coupled with the 8 desolate sword technique, he could challenge those 10 levels higher than him, which meant that he could challenge those with more than 20% attribute conversion. At the same time, his strength would constantly increase. He felt that he could lead this sect extermination battle. He immediately flew to the sky above the Thousand Demon cave. At this time, there were disciples and elders rushing out of the cave. Chapter 536. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Pulse of the Earth. There are 3 elders and hundreds of disciples who don't know the bedevilment chapter. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. They're here. At this moment, one of the elders shouted. Yi Xian turned around and saw a large group of people flying towards the myriad demons cliff. He quickly glanced at them and did some calculations. There were about 300 disciples of the 3 major sects flying towards the myriad demons cliff. However, they were all elites of the 3 major sects and were led by 3 elders. If they were at the same level, the elders of the myriad demons sect would definitely be stronger than the elders of the 3 major sects with the bedevilment chapter. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was still uncertain. Looking at the people in the distance, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The opportunity to level up had come. Kill! The elders of the myriad demons sect shouted. In an instant, hundreds of disciples flew into the air and clashed with the disciples of the 3 major sections. At the same time, Yi Xian also entered the bedevilment state. Demonic qi spread out from his body as he joined the battle. This battle was in the air, which was not very advantageous for an earth attribute martial artist like him. Fortunately, most of the disciples from the 3 great sects that had killed their way to the myriad demons cliff were of the metal attribute, so Yi Xian had specifically looked for trouble with them. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds continued in the air as people fell from the sky at every moment. Almost all of them were dead people. Yi Xian held a supreme-grade heaven artifact in his hand as he charged into the crowd and started a massacre. Killing people was indeed faster than killing demons. Yi Xian killed 1 person, which was equivalent to killing thousands of demons. After a while, his attribute conversion reached 12 points, and his strength increased by another step. Die, brat! Suddenly, a disciple of the 3 major sects with an attribute conversion of 18 points stared at Yi Xian. His strength was actually on the same level as Wang Haotian. If they were on the ground, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid of him at all. However, they were in the air and his opponent was of the fire attribute, which countered his earth attribute. Therefore, he could only use the Bahuang sword. Earth-splitting sword. In an instant, Yi Xian slashed out more than 10 times. Although he didn't have the advantage in terms of realm and attributes, he had the sword Saint bloodline, Bahuang sword, and the fully matured earth-shattering sword. In this situation, he still had a huge advantage. Die for me! Yi Xian widened his eyes and slashed with all his might. Bang! This disciple was no match for Li Qiye. After his attack was defeated, Li Qiye's sword brushed past his head. His left eye was instantly petrified. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian charged over and killed him. His interspatial ring also fell into Yi Xian's hands. Disciple, the eyes of one of the 3 major sects elders turned red. The person that Yi Xian had just killed was his personal disciple. He really wanted to charge in front of Yi Xian and tear Yi Xian into pieces. However, there were also 3 elders on the 1,000 demon sect side, so he couldn't leave. Good Lord, is he the genius who learned the bedevilment technique in 3 days? The eyes of the 3 elders of the 1,000 demon sect lit up as they thought in unison. At this moment, they seemed to have seen hope. Yi Xian alone was very likely to lead this battle. After that disciple died, Yi Xian began to kill crazily. Even in the air, his speed was second only to the 6 elders, so no one could pose a threat to him. With the Bahuang sword in hand, he wantonly reaped the lives of the 3 major sects martial artists. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of martial artists had died. Kid, die for me! The elder who lost his disciple roared and slashed a flaming sword qi at Yi Xian. At this moment, ding! The host's affinity with the earth attribute has increased. It is currently at 13 points. His realm just happened to increase at this moment. However, right after the system announcement was made, a voice rang out. Ding! The proficiency of the Battle Dragon Stomp has increased. It is currently at 100% proficiency. Its power has doubled. Ding! The host has comprehended the profound meaning of Earth's throbbing pulse. What? Yi Xian was stunned. What the hell was Earth's throbbing pulse? He frowned, then slashed an earth-shattering sword at the flaming sword Qi. An earth-shattering sword that contained the Earth's throbbing pulse. This sword easily dispersed the Elder's flaming sword Qi. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He saw his earth-shattering sword vibrate rapidly when it collided with the flaming sword Qi. Earth's throbbing pulse. Vibrate. He thought of the Battle Dragon Stomp. Now that he was using the Battle Dragon's 10 steps, its power was twice as strong as before. If it was combined with the profound meaning of Earth, its power might be even stronger. Profound meaning, this kid actually comprehended the profound meaning. That's impossible. The elder of the three major sects exclaimed. Profound meaning. Everyone was stunned. Then, they focused their attention on Yi Xian. Profound, this was profound. Of all the people present, including the 6 elders, not a single one of them had managed to comprehend profound. As for Yi Xian, he comprehended it. Hearing this, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel and saw that there was an additional attribute. Profound meaning of Earth's throbbing pulse 1 layer. This profound meaning of Earth did not require anything to use, not even true Qi. Therefore, Yi Xian could use it without any restraint. Ha ha ha, you're all finished. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. From now on, every attack of his would contain the Earth's throbbing pulse. Die! Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. The power of the earth-shattering sword was already terrifying. Now that it was combined with the Earth's throbbing pulse, no one present could stop him except for the elders. The number of people in the air decreased rapidly. Those who died were mostly disciples of the 3 major sections. Not good, retreat. An elder of the 3 major sects immediately shouted. He realized that the number of people on his side had fallen below 100. If this continued, even the 3 of them would be in danger. However, this group of disciples was not as fast as Yi Xian. When Yi Xian's attribute conversion increased again, this group of disciples was almost completely wiped out. Nearly 15% of the attribute conversion caused Yi Xian's strength to soar once again. At this time, he was already rushing toward the 3 elders of the 3 major sections. Run! The 3 of them were shocked. They immediately landed on the ground and prepared to escape back to the Thousand Demons sect to seek reinforcements. However, what they did not expect was that their actions were extremely stupid. Landed, you actually dared to land. You're courting death. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. He also landed on the ground and quickly took a step. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. This step contained the Earth's throbbing pulse. Whether it was the power or the speed, it was far greater than before. Bang! Crack. Chapter 537. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Jean Woofingwat. The other 2 elders were shocked. Then, they heard a crisp sound. Kacha! The elder who fell to the ground was actually stomped to death by Yi Xian. How was this possible? One had to know that the elder's attribute conversion had reached 26 points. How could he be so weak? Profound meaning, was it really so powerful? You too, don't even think about running. Yi Xian used the surrounding Yuan Qi and stomped a few more times. Bang! 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 One of the elders was too slow to dodge and fell to the ground. Then, he was stomped to death by Yi Xian. Now, only one of the 3 was left. The 3 elders of the myriad demon sect were all stunned. Yi Xian actually relied on his profound meaning to stomp 2 elders of the 3 great sects to death. He was simply a monster. The 3rd elder had already flown away. Yi Xian would probably not be able to catch up, so the 3 elders from the 1,000 demon sect took his place. As for Yi Xian, he went to pick up the 2 yin and yang rings. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 16 points. These 2 elders' yin and yang rings allowed Yi Xian to break through twice. It was already very good. As for the 3rd elder from the Righteous Path Alliance, his strength was still considered strong. His attribute conversion had probably reached 30%. The 3 elders from the 1,000 demon sect couldn't catch up to him even if they were demonized. As such, they still needed Yi Xian to make a move. At that moment, Yi Xian rushed out again. His battle dragon stomp at full power allowed him to surpass the 4 elders in speed. Unfortunately, even if the Earth Pulse was merged with the battle dragon stomp, it couldn't increase his speed. It could only increase his power. The 4 elders flew in the air while Yi Xian ran on the ground alone. In less than 2 seconds, Yi Xian overtook the elder from the Righteous Path Alliance. Sword of the Earth splitting. Yi Xian stood on the ground and attacked the air crazily. The elder's escape route was blocked, so he could only go around. However, he was caught up by the 3 elders from the 1,000 demon sect. No! The elder roared into the sky. He had already seen despair. Yi Xian alone could trample 2 elders of the Righteous Tao Alliance to death. His strength could only be described as monstrous. Now that these 3 elders of the myriad demon sect joined in, he would definitely die. Sure enough, in less than 3 rounds, this elder was struck by Yi Xian's sword and turned to stone. Bang! The profound meaning of earth took effect when he was petrified, shattering the petrified parts. This elder's chest exploded. Blood sprayed out from the sky. He died. Naturally, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of his things. The 3,000 demon sect elders didn't have any intention of fighting with Yi Xian either. They just watched as Yi Xian took off the ring. Quick, go back and support them. The 3 elders of the 1,000 demon sect didn't say anything and continued on their way. After Yi Xian swallowed everything in the last ring, he also rushed back to the 1,000 demon sect. At this time, his attribute conversion had increased to 17 points. Just now, he was able to kill 3 elders of the Righteous Tao Alliance with the throbbing pulse of the earth. One of them even had a conversion of 30%. If he went back and joined the battle now, he might be able to turn the situation around. Of course, this wasn't a guaranteed success. However, this was a chance to level up, so he definitely wouldn't miss it. His speed was very fast, far surpassing the 3 elders of the 1,000 demon sect. He was the first to return to the 1,000 demon sect. The 1,000 demon sect was already in a mess. There were many Righteous Tao Alliance members killing the disciples of the 1,000 demon sect in the sky. Yi Xian felt it for a moment and discovered several powerful auras. Immediately, he charged out again. Bedevilment. Yi Xian had a strong recovery ability. When he returned to the 1,000 demon sect, his true qi had already recovered to its peak. Coincidentally, the bedevilment state had passed, so he used it again. However, right at this moment, another powerful demonic qi suddenly appeared, causing his mind to tremble. He turned around and saw a disciple of the 1,000 demon sect flying towards him. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that this 1,000 demon sect disciple was actually Windless, who had almost killed him previously. No wonder I didn't see you at the 1,000 demon cliff. You've already returned. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha, go to hell, brat. Windless didn't care about the current situation at all and directly attacked Yi Xian. A golden sword qi slashed towards Yi Xian. He estimated that this slash could cut Yi Xian in half. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. This golden sword qi was no longer a threat to him. Sword of the earth splitting. Throbbing pulse of the earth. A sword of the earth splitting that contained the throbbing pulse of the earth broke through the air and collided with the golden sword qi in the blink of an eye. What made Windless flabbergasted was that his attack was actually defeated by Yi Xian's attack. Not only that, the sword of the earth splitting actually still had leftover energy to blast towards him. So strong, how is this possible? Windless' eyes widened. He suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. At once, he released a monstrous demonic qi and condensed it into a demon god's phantom. Tao Heart Seed Demon Great Law, Demon God Chapter. Windless attribute conversion had 23 points. Although it was forcefully increased recently, his martial arts attainments were very high. After entering the demon god state, he was still evenly matched with Elder Song. After using the demon god chapter, he also forced Elder Song to use the demon god chapter. Therefore, his strength was even stronger than the third righteous Tao Alliance elder that Yi Xian had just killed. However, Yi Xian didn't take him seriously at all. You're just a dabbler. So what if you have the demon god chapter? Yi Xian roared and attacked. Windless demon god chapter was only just learned and could be used, so the gap between him and Elder Song was huge. Bang! 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 The loud sounds in the air didn't stop. Yi Xian and Windless began to fight fiercely. One was the demon god chapter, the other was a dabbler in the demon god chapter. Yi Xian was the former, but the more he fought, the more he used it. Throbbing pulse of the earth. Even though there was a huge gap in their realms, Yi Xian had comprehended the profound meaning. The profound meaning was something that even the myriad demon sect master hadn't comprehended. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. It was hard to tell who was better. Windless' face was aghast. He didn't dare to believe it. One had to know that he could easily crush Yi Xian more than a month ago. If it weren't for Elder Song, Yi Xian would have died long ago. In more than a month, Yi Xian could actually grow to the point where he could contend with him. This was impossible. He didn't pay much attention to it before. Now, he noticed. Yi Xian's attacks were very special. Profound meaning, it's actually profound meaning. Windless couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He didn't dare to believe that Yi Xian had actually comprehended the profound meaning. Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled. It seemed that this Windless wasn't stupid. He still knew about the profound meaning. Chapter 538. 1 against 3. However, the battle here attracted the attention of the Righteous Path Alliance's experts. There's another genius from the Thousand Demons sect over there. He actually comprehended profound. Kill him. 2 elders from the Righteous Path Alliance noticed Yi Xian and hurriedly rushed over. Their strength was not inferior to the last elder that Yi Xian killed. Damn it! Yi Xian's face sank. He was fighting with Windless. If 2 more people came, he would be in trouble. At this time, he was thinking whether he should retreat. After all, if he landed on the ground, no one could catch up to him. Forget it, retreat first. Yi Xian quickly landed on the ground. He was like a fish in water on the ground. After witnessing the power of profound, Windless did not dare to rashly land on the ground. He could only fly at a low altitude to chase after Yi Xian. As for the other 2, they also surrounded Yi Xian in a pincer attack. Don't land. This brat is very troublesome. Windless loudly reminded. What? Yi Xian was stunned. These 2 were clearly closer to Windless. Why did they team up with him? Was it because of profound? In the next moment, Yi Xian understood. Windless had most likely betrayed the Thousand Demons sect and joined forces with the Righteous Path Alliance. You bastard! I didn't betray you, but you dare to betray me. See if I don't kill you. Yi Xian was enraged. Compared to Windless, he was considered better. At least he was still helping the Thousand Demons sect fight. He retreated while dealing with Windless and the other two who were flying at a low altitude. The ground was his home ground. Although the Dragon War Stomp was still ineffective, he still had the Earthsplitter sword. In the air, Yi Xian's Earthsplitter sword was very straightforward. However, on the ground, Yi Xian's Earthsplitter sword could move from the ground, catching the opponent off guard. Coupled with the Earth Pulse, he was evenly matched with the three. However, the advantage was constantly tilting in Yi Xian's direction. As long as he persevered, victory would be his. His profound is actually so powerful. This brat's attribute conversion definitely didn't surpass 20%, but he was able to fight the three of us to a draw. A Righteous Path Alliance elder said enviously. Such a genius must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, our three great sects will definitely be destroyed. Another elder said. The two of you, stop stalling and attack with all your might. Windless shouted. If this dragged on, his demon god phantom would disappear. One had to know that the demon god chapter was different from the bedevilment chapter. The bedevilment chapter could be used twice in a row, but the demon god chapter could only be used once in a short period of time. They had seen how powerful Yi Xian was. If they didn't defeat Yi Xian during this period of time, then they would have no chance of winning. It was very likely that they would be killed by Yi Xian. However, no matter how they attacked, they were unable to break through the earth-splitting sword that contained the Earth Pulse. The battle came to a standstill. About 10 seconds passed. When Windless saw that the three of them were still unable to pose a threat to Yi Xian, he couldn't help but think, I can't fight anymore. This brat's true chi is endless. If I continue to fight, the one to die will definitely be me. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated, not even bothering to say hello. What? The other two Righteous Path Alliance elders were startled. Good chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly erupted and rushed over, instantly suppressing the two elders. Damn brat, he actually dared to attack us. A white-clothed elder angrily cursed. The demon sex people are really unreliable. Let's go. The other elder also shouted. The two quickly retreated in a different direction from Windless' escape. They thought that Windless' hatred was definitely higher than theirs, so Yi Xian should chase after Windless. However, they were wrong. Yi Xian was the principle of proximity. As long as these two were killed, then Yi Xian's strength would increase again. At that time, he would be able to kill Windless. Two old men, die for me. After reducing the pressure, Yi Xian crazily attacked. Streaks of earthen swords swept out from under the two elders' feet. They could only defend with all their strength. However, defending with all their strength was not a long-term solution. Sure enough, 3 seconds after Windless left, one of them was grazed by the earthen sword. His shoulder was instantly petrified and then shattered by the pulse of the earth. Damn it! The elder glanced and discovered that half of his shoulder was gone. Pain welled up in his heart. This was not the main point. The main point was that his right arm was injured, which affected his attacks. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Die! Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and continuously attacked him with earthen swords. In less than 2 rounds, the elder was blasted to death. Taking advantage of when Yi Xian attacked his companion, the other elder immediately turned around and left. He wanted to quickly distance himself from Yi Xian, so he landed on the ground. Just nice, go to hell. Yi Xian quickly stepped out a few times. The battle dragon's 10 steps, which contained the pulse of the earth, directly shattered the bones in the elder's feet and caused his head to boom. Immediately after, Yi Xian swept out with earthen sword and cut off his head. Yi Xian quickly swept over and took away the two's universe rings. He then swallowed all the earth spirit fruits inside. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently at 18 points. The increase in realm meant that Yi Xian's speed had increased by another level. At that moment, Yi Xian chased after Windless. What? Windless heard the movement behind him. He turned around and was immediately scared silly. Two elders who were not weaker than him were actually killed by Yi Xian. How was this possible? Damn it, why can this brat comprehend the profound, why can't I? Windless cursed angrily in his heart. But right now, what he should be worried about was not this problem, but survival. He was a few seconds away from Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to catch up to him, he should need to spend a few more seconds. After all, he was also running wildly. Yi Xian's battle dragon's 10 steps couldn't reach him at this distance. Right at this moment, Windless suddenly saw a figure rushing over in front of him. When he saw the figure's face clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, save me." The figure that was rushing toward Windless was his master, who was also the great elder of the Thousand Demon sect. After seeing this person, Yi Xian's face sank. The great elder's realm was about the same as the two people just now, but don't forget, the great elder also knew the demon god chapter. If he condensed the demon god phantom, it was definitely not something that Yi Xian could contend against. Yi Xian hesitated. He was thinking whether to leave or stay. This Windless almost killed him that day, this enmity must be avenged. But now that a great enemy had arrived, if he didn't leave, his life would be in danger. But at this moment, Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye and discovered another figure. Chapter 539. Chapter 539, Chapter 539 Chi Deviation. Brat, kill Windless. I'll hold him back. Elder Song shouted from afar. What? Great Elder stared blankly for a moment. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Elder Song had already condensed a demon god phantom and was rushing towards him. Damn it! Great Elder didn't expect Song Yi to suddenly appear. He didn't dare to be negligent and used the demon god chapter. Another demon god phantom descended. Master, save me! Windless smelled the scent of death and hurriedly shouted. The great elder also wanted to save him, but Elder Song suddenly appeared and blocked his path. How could he save him? Yi Xian was getting closer and closer. Windless' expression also became more and more gloomy because the demon god phantom's duration was about to end. No, I can't die like this. I'm not reconciled. Windless suddenly faced the sky and howled. His entire aura also underwent a transformation. Not good, he's Chi deviation. Great Elder's mind trembled. He really wanted to rush over and help Windless, but there was no way. He could only watch as Windless' heart was attacked by fire and entered Chi deviation. So what if he's Chi deviation? Yi Xian didn't care at all. Chi deviation was just a loss of reason. His strength wouldn't become much stronger. Sword of earth splitting. When he was only a kilometer away from Windless, Yi Xian made his move. Several swords of earth splitting drilled into the ground and quickly swept below Windless. Whoosh! 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 Although Windless was flying in the air, after the swords of earth splitting were unearthed, they still chopped towards him. The current him was already Chi deviation. What he wanted to do the most right now was to kill Yi Xian. Therefore, after he defeated these swords of earth splitting, he actually rushed back and attacked Yi Xian. Truly overestimating yourself. Go to hell. Yi Xian directly swept in front of Windless and slashed out. Bang! Windless forcibly blocked this sword, but in the next instant, the demon god phantom behind him vanished into thin air. The duration of the demon god chapter was over. Die! Yi Xian's eyes widened. His sword swept out horizontally, chopping off Windless' head. The number one genius of the Thousand Demons sect, Windless, had died. Ding! Host's attribute conversion has increased to 19 points. After Yi Xian devoured the contents of Windless' yin and yang ring, the system notification rang out once more. The Great Elder had no children, so after accepting Windless as a disciple, he regarded him as his own. Some time ago, in order to let Windless comprehend the Demon God chapter, he did not hesitate to spend a large amount of natural treasures to help him break through. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures were huge in quantity, and Wu Feng had not used them all yet. Therefore, there was still a lot of stock in his Qianquan ring. It was a pity that Yi Xian had benefited them all. Windless. After the Great Elder saw Windless' corpse, his whole body trembled fiercely, as if his son had died. I want your lives. He was going crazy. If they were to compare realms, he was slightly higher than Elder Song. However, the suppression of realms in the spirit stage wasn't that obvious. The spirit stage looked at attribute affinity, martial arts attainments, and attribute restraints. Of course, it also looked at weapons, combat experience, etc. The Great Elder had the metal attribute, and so did Elder Song. Both of them had the same attribute, and they both knew the Demon God chapter. Therefore, it would be difficult to determine the victor without at least 100 exchanges. But now, it was different. Great Elder, if it wasn't for you, Windless would have already died. See if I don't kill you now. The vengeful Yi Xian gripped his Bahuang sword tightly and rushed forward. But at this moment, rumble. A loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the horizon. The Great Elder and Elder Song's expression changed as they suddenly realized something. Not good, the 10,000 demon tower has been broken through by the Righteous Alliance. Millions of demons are coming out. Elder Song shouted. What? Yi Xian frowned. The 10,000 demon tower had been broken through. That wasn't important. What was important was that millions of demons were coming out. Damn, this Righteous Alliance is truly vicious. In order to obtain the Demon God chapter, they didn't hesitate to release millions of demons. The Green Rock region is going to be in chaos. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. He was also cursing in his heart. What Righteous Alliance? They were just a bunch of trash that would do anything for their own benefit. But right now, he had to deal with the Great Elder first. Great Elder, die. Yi Xian instantly joined the battle. However, he didn't dare to get too close to the Great Elder. After all, the Great Elder was a super expert who had achieved 30% attribute conversion and knew the Demon God chapter. Although Elder Song was helping, he couldn't let his guard down. If he wasn't careful, he would die. I'll kill you all. The Great Elder's appearance had also become ferocious. His aura was a bit chaotic, as if he was about to go berserk. However, he had cultivated for 100 years, and had learned the Demon God chapter for more than 10 years. Thus, he was able to control himself. After Yi Xian joined the battle, he had a slight advantage in terms of distance. However, it would be difficult to kill the Great Elder in a short period of time. Rumble. The loud noise in the sky grew louder and louder. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced around and discovered a black mass of demons. They were all demons. Not good, the demon tide is coming. Let's go. Elder Song shouted at Yi Xian. Before he could finish, the Great Elder roared, don't even think about leaving. Yi Xian killed Windless, and Elder Song was an accomplice. The Great Elder wouldn't let them leave. I'll help you hold him back. You go first. Elder Song shouted. No, I'll leave after I kill him. Yi Xian wasn't such a coward. Elder Song had saved his life just now. Otherwise, he would have died in the Great Elder's hands. Brat, the 1,000 Demon sect is done for. I'm afraid the sect master and Grand Elder are also done for. Hurry up and leave. You can avenge us when you grow stronger in the future. Elder Song shouted. He knew that Yi Xian had comprehended the profound meaning of Earth. Such a genius would definitely stand out. He definitely couldn't die here. No. Yi Xian replied resolutely. Wasn't it just a demon tide? He had reached the 8th floor alone. What was there to be afraid of? As long as he killed the Great Elder, his attribute conversion might increase by 20%. At that time, he could bring Elder Song and kill their way out. Yi Xian's stubbornness gave Elder Song a headache. However, he didn't say anything and continued to attack the Great Elder. A large number of demons broke through the 1,000 Demon Tower and rushed out like a tide. The entire sky turned dark. Yi Xian assisted in the attack while paying attention to the demon tide. Soon, the demonic tide surged over and surrounded the three of them. The three of them were under great pressure. The Great Elder was the one with the most pressure. He had to fend off Yi Xian and Elder Song while fending off the demons. Chapter 540. Chapter 540, Chapter 540 Annihilation. Boom. 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 Yi Xian also freed up a hand and began to clean up the surrounding demons. Each of his swords of earth splitter could travel thousands of meters, killing hundreds of demons along the way. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to collect those devil orbs. As the three of them fought in the midst of the devil tide, the entire battlefield was completely surrounded by monsters. At the same time, Grand Elder Song and Grand Elder Song's true energy was rapidly depleting. After a while, they would not be able to hold on any longer. Yi Xian, on the other hand, still had a lot of qi left. If not for the continuous use of bedevilment and earth-shattering sword, his qi could have been maintained at its peak. However, this was enough. Elder Song, hold him back. I'll clean up the demons, Yi Xian shouted. His current plan was to have Elder Song delay the Grand Elder while he killed the devil behind Elder Song. As long as the Grand Elder ran out of qi, he would be dead for sure. However, right at that moment. Huff huff. Suddenly, two monstrous demonic qi spread out, alarming the three of them. These two auras are, Elder Song frowned. In the next moment, his eyes widened. Oh no, they're here. Them. Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he suddenly came to his senses. That Elder Song was talking about were probably the two demonic creatures that were suppressed outside the Myriad Magic Hall. One of them was the previous patriarch of the Myriad Demon sect, while the other was the patriarch's disciple. Of these two, one had turned into a devil because he failed to cultivate the Devil God chapter, while the other had forcefully comprehended the Devil God statue. It was still fine if he was the disciple of the 1,000 Devil sect leader, but the other was the previous 1,000 Devil sect leader. His strength had probably surpassed everyone present. Brat, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Elder Song shouted. Indeed, if these two demonic creatures attacked, the three of them would most likely die here. However, when Elder Song's voice fell, the first elder's face suddenly sank. Good chance. The demonic qi on the Great Elder's body suddenly surged, and the demonic god shadow disappeared. Then, the enormous demonic qi condensed into another black figure. The Great Elder had actually abandoned his physical body and chosen to demonize himself into a demonic creature. This scene happened so suddenly that Elder Song couldn't react in time. He continued to attack the Grand Elder's body. In the next moment, Elder Song was possessed by the Grand Elder. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the Great Elder's body floating in the air, he immediately reacted. Damn it! He cursed and hurried to catch the Grand Elder's body and devoured the things in his universe ring. Not enough. Brat, run. Elder Song was possessed by the Great Elder, but he still maintained a trace of consciousness and was fighting against the Great Elder. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old man, give up. Elder Song said again. Obviously, the one who spoke this time was the Great Elder. Now, Yi Xian was faced with a huge problem. No, it was a choice. Elder Song was ambushed by the Great Elder, who had transformed into a demonic creature. Although Elder Song's consciousness was still intact, the Great Elder definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Brat, don't hesitate. Kill me while I'm still conscious, then kill this guy too. If you can't do it, then run. Elder Song said. Yi Xian was thinking as he cleaned up the surrounding demonic creatures. The Great Elder had transformed into a demonic creature and possessed Elder Song's body. The surrounding demonic creatures had already regarded him as a comrade and no longer attacked him. Instead, they all pounced on Yi Xian. Brat, don't be hasty. Wait until I get this body, then I'll take your life. The Great Elder said through Elder Song's body. Damn it. After a short moment of consideration, Yi Xian made his decision. Kill. He immediately rushed toward Elder Song and slashed with the Bahuang sword. An ordinary earth-shattering sword pierced through the air. What? The Great Elder was shocked. He wanted to break away from Elder Song, but he realized that Yi Xian's attack was aimed at Elder Song's arm. To be precise, it was his wrist. Rip. Elder Song's left hand was chopped off. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and kept the yin and yang ring. Ding. The host's attribute conversion has increased to 20 points. 20 points. That was 20%, which was 20%. Yi Xian kept the severed arm in the yin and yang ring and then charged toward Elder Song. This brat is indeed heartless. Although the Great Elder was in Elder Song's body, he couldn't move his body while the two were fighting. He could only stand in the air like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Xian's face was gloomy as he slashed at Elder Song's head. Go! The Great Elder didn't want to die together with Elder Song, so he directly appeared behind him. Huff! Huff! Seeing this, Yi Xian's right hand paused. At this moment, the Bahuang sword was only half an inch away from Elder Song's head. Old man, it's time for you to die. His expression was cold and gloomy. The moment the first elder appeared, he slashed out with his sword. Earth pulse. No. Bam. 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 The Great Elder's demonic body exploded and then disappeared into thin air. His voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Go. After the Great Elder died, Yi Xian slapped Elder Song's shoulder and quickly landed on the ground, leaving at full speed. This was because he felt an extremely strong demonic aura appear. So strong. This should be the Thousand Demon sect leader or Supreme Elder. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. The Supreme Elder of the Thousand Demon sect was the old man that Yi Xian saw on the 8th floor. However, Yi Xian felt that this extremely strong demonic aura came from a demonic creature. In other words, one of the Thousand Demon sect leader or Supreme Elder had turned into a demonic creature. He didn't know if they were possessed or if they were beaten up by the righteous sections. No matter what, Yi Xian didn't want to stay here any longer. Soon, Yi Xian and Elder Song killed their way out of the demonic creature tide. With their strength, these demonic creatures couldn't get close to them at all. These demonic creatures couldn't catch up to them. After losing their vision, they began to scatter in all directions. The Green Cliff region was going to be in chaos. There weren't many living people in the Thousand Demon sect. Most of the disciples had already fled. Yi Xian and Elder Song killed their way out. At this moment, they were a few thousand miles away from the Thousand Demon sect. Sigh, I didn't expect that my Thousand Demon sect's thousands of years of foundation would be destroyed today. Elder Song was very helpless. After stopping, Yi Xian took out his severed hand and handed over a bottle of medicinal powder. At the same time, he also handed over his universe ring. Yi Xian didn't devour everything in Elder Song's yin and yang ring. He only swallowed a few things, and after breaking through 20% of his attributes, he stopped. Chapter 541. Righteous Tao Alliance. Elder Song, what should we do now? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. The Thousand Demon sect has been destroyed. Thousands of disciples have either died or escaped. The 10,000 Demon Towers array has been destroyed, and the Demon God statue will fall into the hands of the Righteous Tao Alliance. It's impossible to rebuild the Thousand Demon sect. Elder Song shook his head. Then Yi Xian frowned. Let's disperse. I'll find a place to train. Tens of millions of demons will cause a lot of trouble for the Green Rock region. Boy, you've comprehended the profound when you're only at the spirit stage. Your future is limitless. If you become stronger in the future, you must avenge the Thousand Demon sect. Elder Song said helplessly. I will. Yi Xian nodded and asked, Elder Song, can I only learn the Demon God chapter by comprehending the Demon God statue? That's right. When you went to the 10,000 Demon Tower, did you fully comprehend the Demon God statue? Elder Song asked. I fully comprehended all 5. I was only missing the Demon God statue, but I was stopped by the Supreme Elder. Yi Xian said helplessly. If the Supreme Elder didn't stop him, he would have been able to learn the Demon God chapter by just looking at the Demon God statue. At that time, the Righteous Tao Alliance would be destroyed. The Thousand Demons sect might not have been destroyed. Sigh, the Supreme Elder is so old-fashioned. If you want to enter the 9th floor, you must be personally led by the sect master. That powerful demonic aura just now was either from the sect master or the Supreme Elder. Elder Song sighed again, what a pity. Your aptitude is comparable to the founder. If you were to learn the Demon God chapter, you would be stronger than me. You might be able to reverse the situation today. Yi Xian also felt that it was a pity. If he were to obtain the Demon God chapter, he would be able to easily kill the Supreme Elder. Those people from the Righteous Tao Alliance would also become his stepping stones. At that time, his attribute conversion would increase to at least 25 points. Since it's already like this, we have no other choice. I have a good friend in the Yanghua Mountain in the north of the Green Rock region. I'm going to train there. Boy, what about you? Elder Song asked. I'll go and train. Yi Xian said casually. Fine, be careful. If you have any problems, you can find me there, Elder Song said. Yi Xian nodded. Immediately after, Elder Song left. He had also given up hope. Yi Xian had just exited the Cliff of Myriad Demons, so he hadn't seen that scene. However, Elder Song saw that this time, the 3 sects had formed an alliance of the righteous sects, and had organized a large number of elites to kill their way in. Among the people who had attacked the Thousand Demon sect, there were more than 10 of them who had an attribute conversion of 30 or more. Coupled with the Great Elder's interference, the Thousand Demon sect was completely defeated. The sect master and a few experts retreated into the Thousand Demon Tower. Because Elder Song was at the Battle Devil platform, not many people came and he was lucky to survive. Yi Xian looked at his back and shook his head helplessly. Although he wanted to help the Thousand Demon sect, he didn't know the Demon God chapter. Otherwise, he could have fought with the Righteous Tao Alliance. This was the fate of the Thousand Demon sect. If he had been a day later, the outcome might have been different. I don't know the Demon God chapter yet. The Demon God statue should have been taken away by the Righteous Tao Alliance. If I want to learn it, this is the only way. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was a way. However, he had to wait. After the Righteous Tao Alliance retreated, he would take his time to plan and see if he could find the Demon God statue. As for the requirement to learn the Demon God chapter, it was nothing. Now, the Righteous Tao Alliance might have entered the Thousand Demon Cave and recorded the Bedevilment chapter. Therefore, it was very likely that the Bedevilment chapter would be leaked. Of course, it was also possible that it wouldn't, because he had killed all the elders and disciples who went to the Cliff of Myriad Demons. The remaining 3 elders of the Thousand Demons sect might have directly destroyed the Bedevilment chapter, preventing the Righteous Tao Alliance from obtaining it. However, no matter what, Yi Xian had to get the Demon God statue. How could one give up halfway on the path of martial arts? Immediately, he found a random direction and prepared to wait for a few days. The news of the Thousand Demon sect's annihilation quickly spread to the various forces in the Green Cliff region. At the same time, the tens of millions of demons made the people in the Green Cliff region feel anxious. At this time, in a city in the Green Cliff region. What a lie, releasing tens of millions of demons to resist the Righteous Tao Alliance. What a joke. After Yi Xian heard the recent rumors, he couldn't wait to kill his way to the 3 major sects and slaughter them all. If the 3 major sects didn't attack the Thousand Demon sect and the array of the Thousand Demon Pagoda, those demons wouldn't have come out. In Yi Xian's heart, these 3 major sects were actually no different from the Thousand Demon sect. Today, a week had passed since the Thousand Demon sect's annihilation. After Elder Song left, Yi Xian found a place to rest for 7 days. He had just entered the city today because he heard the lies made up by the Righteous Tao Alliance. I don't care so much, I must find out where the demonic god statue is. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with these rumors and didn't prepare to announce the truth to the world. What he wanted to do now was to find out the exact location of the demonic god statue. After asking around, Yi Xian found out that the 3 major sects of the Righteous Tao Alliance had merged into a new force called the Righteous Tao Alliance. At the same time, the Righteous Tao Alliance's headquarters was in the former Thousand Demon sect. In other words, the demonic god statue was very likely to still be in the Thousand Demon sect. After hearing this news, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he cursed in his heart, "Damn it, occupying the land as a king." Immediately, he left for the Thousand Demon sect. With his current strength, he could be considered the top in the Green Cliff region. As long as he didn't encounter the sect leader or great elder of the Righteous Tao Alliance, he could handle them. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the Thousand Demon sect. Previously, the Thousand Demon sect was besieged by the Righteous Tao Alliance and was in a mess. However, after the Righteous Tao Alliance's disciples repaired it, it was restored to its former appearance. After arriving at the Thousand Demon sect, Yi Xian observed from the clouds in the sky. At the same time, he restrained his aura to avoid being discovered. The Thousand Demon sect, no, it should be called the Righteous Tao Alliance now. In the Righteous Tao Alliance's headquarters, there were disciples of the 3 major sections. They treated this place as their home. After looking around, Yi Xian flew to the sky above the Thousand Demon Cliff. He saw that there were actually disciples of the Righteous Tao Alliance entering and leaving the Thousand Demon Cave. It seemed that the Tao Heart Demon Seed Technique's bewitching chapter hadn't been destroyed. Chapter 542. Returning to the 10,000 Demons Pagoda, Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 beams of light as he charged into the 10,000 Demons Cave. At this time, the formation of the 10,000 Demons Cave had been broken. Even if one came out of the 10,000 Demons Cave, they would not lose their memories of the bedevilment scripture. In an instant, a storm of blood swept through the 10,000 Demons Cave. In this world, the strong were the righteous ones. There were hundreds of disciples in the 10,000 demons cave, but their strength was not high. Only 2 elders with 25% attribute conversion were guarding the cave. These people were all killed by Yi Xian. Not a single one was left alive. As for why the Righteous Path Alliance did not copy the bedevilment scripture, it was because it was personally carved by the founder of the 10,000 Demons sect. If they copied it on paper, even if there was a mistake, it would mislead the disciples and cause them to go berserk. Since the 10,000 Demons sect no longer exists, then this bedevilment scripture cannot be left to the Righteous Path Alliance. Yi Xian thought to himself. He directly dug out the murals and kept them in the devouring space. The Righteous Path Alliance was too careless. The bedevilment scripture was the foundation of the demon god scripture. Yi Xian could not understand why they only sent 2 elders to guard it. However, just as he came out of the 10,000 demons cave, he coincidentally bumped into a group from the Righteous Path Alliance. Who are you? One of the leading elders asked in surprise. I'm here to collect the bedevilment scripture. Yi Xian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What? The elder and the group of people behind him were all shocked. Collect the bedevilment scripture. Damn it, quickly go and take a look. The elder's expression changed. He hurriedly ordered someone to enter the 10,000 demons cave to check. Soon, that person came out of the 10,000 demons cave with a face as if he had eaten stinky tofu. Elder, the bedevilment scripture is gone. The disciple replied. I told you, I've collected the bedevilment scripture. You want to find him to copy the murals, right? Yi Xian's gaze suddenly fell on an elder in the group. Indeed, the Righteous Path Alliance wanted to copy the bedevilment scripture completely, so they found a skilled painter. But who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, the bedevilment chapter would disappear? You destroyed the bedevilment chapter? The elder asked with a gloomy expression. Guess. Yi Xian smiled as he took off his interspatial ring and tossed it over. The elder took a look. Damn it, there was nothing. Capture him. The elder roared furiously. However, at this moment. Paw! Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. Plop! 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 The dozen or so Righteous Path disciples behind this elder fell to the ground one after another. Their heads had already been shattered by Yi Xian. The might of the war dragon's 10 steps, which had fused with the throbbing pulse of the earth, was terrifying. A single stomp had killed so many people. What? The Righteous Tao Alliance's elder and the painter were both shocked. The former quickly reacted and took out a long sword, charging towards Yi Xian. Just now, if Yi Xian wanted to kill him, he would definitely be able to break his legs with a single kick. However, Yi Xian did not do so because he wanted to know the whereabouts of the demon god statue. This elder's attribute conversion had also exceeded 30%, so his strength was not bad. However, this kind of strength was not enough in front of Yi Xian. Bedevilment. Sword of the earth splitting. Yi Xian casually struck out with his sword, colliding with the other party's flaming sword qi. Fire countered earth, but Yi Xian's attack did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Bam! The two true qi collided, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed to the elder's side and slashed out twice. Rip! Rip! 2 crisp sounds rang out. The elder's 2 arms fell to the ground, but there was no blood because the wounds had already been petrified. At this moment, Yi Xian had already placed the Bahuang sword on the elder's neck. Where is the demon god statue? Yi Xian asked coldly. It was only now that the elder realized that he had been knocked unconscious by the dragon battling stomp. After regaining his senses, he could not help but reveal a look of horror. He had already converted more than 30% of his attributes, but he could not resist at all. How was this possible? Kill me if you want. This elder from the Righteous Path Alliance had a backbone. I know even if you don't say it. It's on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, right? Yi Xian continued. As soon as he said this, the elder's face twitched. Sure enough, it was on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. Rip. A head was tossed into the air with a crisp sound. This elder from the Righteous Path Alliance was dead. It's indeed on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. It seems that the demon god statue cannot be moved. Otherwise, why would the Righteous Path Alliance establish their headquarters here? Yi Xian thought to himself as he picked up the surrounding yin and yang rings. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 21%. After killing so many people, it only increased by 1 point. It was getting harder and harder to level up. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and turned to look at the painter who was only at the peak of the Heavenly Vein stage. I won't kill you. Go. This painter was only invited here and did not do anything, so Yi Xian could not be bothered to kill him. From the beginning until now, this painter had not breathed a single breath. Now that he heard this, he immediately ran away, pissing his pants in fear. Yi Xian looked at his back as he left, then flew up and rushed toward the Myriad Demons Pagoda. The demon god statue was still on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, so Yi Xian had to take a look. However, there was a hidden passage in the Myriad Demons Cliff. He did not know if it would work. He went to check it out, but he still could not enter. It seemed that he could only break through the first floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. However, before he reached the Myriad Demons Pagoda, he heard a loud rumbling sound. It's coming from the mountain gate. Yi Xian suddenly frowned. Then, the disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance below gathered and flew toward the mountain gate. It seemed that something big had happened. Could it be that the escaped disciples and elders of the Myriad Demons sect have gathered to counterattack the Righteous Path Alliance? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. If that was the case, it would be too much of a coincidence. This trick of luring the enemy away allowed him to easily enter the 9th floor and see the demon god statue. He hurried to the top of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, waited for a while, and then rushed in. However, he did not expect that the array of the Myriad Demons Pagoda was still there. He had no choice but to take out the token from that day and enter. It seems that the array has been repaired. There might be an expert guarding it. Yi Xian entered the Myriad Demons Pagoda carefully. As expected, there were still demons in the Myriad Demons Pagoda. The last time he entered the Myriad Demons Pagoda, his attribute conversion was not even half. This time, his attribute conversion was more than 20%. In less than half an hour, he killed his way from the first floor to the 4th floor. Chapter 543. Translator, Transin Editor, Transcendemonic God Statue. Yi Xian snuck into the vicinity of the safe zone. As expected, there were disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance guarding the safe zone. However, the Thousand Demons sect had only been destroyed for less than 10 days, so no one had learned the bedevilment technique yet. Hence, no one had come to comprehend the replica of the demonic god. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and killed all of them. Then, he rushed to the 5th floor. As expected, there were still people guarding it. Kill. The Righteous Path Alliance formed by the 3 great sects could release so many demons to massacre the Thousand Demons sect for their own benefits. Hence, Yi Xian would not be polite to them. There were people guarding the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, but they were all killed by Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had returned to the 8th floor, he had to be more careful. That was because the entrance to the 9th floor from the 8th floor might be guarded by people like the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Demons sect. Yi Xian cautiously approached the entrance to the 9th floor. As expected, there was a figure guarding the entrance to the 9th floor. He squinted his eyes and saw that it was an old man wearing the uniform of the Righteous Path Alliance. His aura was powerful, and he had probably converted more than 35% of his attributes. So strong. With him guarding the entrance, it won't be easy to reach the 9th floor. Yi Xian could feel the strength of the old man. He immediately thought about whether he could use a diversion to lure the old man away. He took out a bunch of puppets from the devouring system and ordered them to advance in a certain direction. When the puppets encountered the demons, they were immediately killed without leaving a single one behind. The sound of the battle fell into the ears of the Righteous Path Alliance's expert, but he did not move. The entrance to the 9th floor could be considered a safe zone, so the old man was too lazy to care about it. However, he still opened his eyes because he should be the only one in the 8th floor. Why were the demons rioting? It's useless. Since that's the case, I can only force my way through. Yi Xian took out the Bahuang sword and charged out with a wave of energy. Remnants of the 1,000 demon sect. The old man's eyes suddenly widened, and 2 beams of light shot out. His figure flashed as he charged forward. Earth-shattering sword. An earth-shattering sword that contained the earth's pulse swept out. The old man was shocked. He could feel that this sword was extraordinary, and he immediately used all his strength to block it. Bang! His Chaos Demon Sect Alliance's sect was Earth Demon Sect's technique was, and with the Earth and Earth's realm, even if the earth-shattering Earth, the sect's Earth technique, it would not threaten him. However, Yi Xian's current goal wasn't to kill him, but to enter the 9th floor. Profound, it's actually a profound. There's actually such a genius in the 1,000 demon sect. The old man was astonished. In the next moment, he was God Demon. Immortal sect. Was demon, was Macon Technique sect. However, he did not use the Battle Dragon Stomp. After all, that was his trump card. So strong. If you are allowed to grow, the entire Righteous Tao Alliance will be destroyed by your hands. You must die. The old man did not hesitate and used all his skills to deal with Yi Xian. In an instant, the 2 of them fought fiercely. The sound of the battle echoed in the 8th floor and even reached the ground. I can't drag this out. If the experts of the Alliance of Righteous Sects come in, I'll be in trouble. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. When the old man stepped on the ground to avoid the earth-shattering sword, he suddenly took a step forward. 10 steps of the War Dragon. Earth's pulse. Boom. An extremely strong chi flowed along the ground and blasted towards the old man. The old man was unable to react in time, and his legs were numb from the impact. Fortunately, he was experienced in battle and only used the tip of his foot when he ran, so his injuries were not serious. Due to the huge gap in their realms, and the fact that this step was not enhanced by the 8 desolate sword, it only caused a little trouble for the old man. However, this little bit of time was very precious to Yi Xian. Charge! Yi Xian took advantage of the old man's stunned state and rushed towards the entrance of the 9th floor. You're really here for the demon god statue. Idiot, the demon god statue has a powerful formation that can't be destroyed or taken away. What's the use of you going in? The old man did not care at all and chased after him. He understood the difficulty of cultivating the demon god chapter. Since the establishment of the 1,000 demon sect, there were probably no more than 500 people who had learned the demon god chapter. One had to know that the 1,000 demon sect had a history of more than 5,000 years. On average, there were only 10 people in 100 years. Only one person would learn the demon god chapter every 10 years. Therefore, he did not think that Yi Xian would be able to do anything in there. However, how could he have known that Yi Xian had a very bugged system? Yi Xian was very fast. At full speed, his speed surpassed the old man. He rushed into the entrance of the 9th floor and then went all the way down. Finally, he arrived at the 9th floor of the 1,000-demon pagoda. There were no living creatures on the 9th floor of the 1,000-demon pagoda. The place was not big, and there was a 10-meter-tall statue in the middle. This was the demon god statue. The statue was personally carved by the founder of the 1,000-demon sect, a virtual god realm elite. I finally see it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he focused his gaze on the demon god statue. Suddenly, his head swelled a little. If an ordinary person looked at the demon god statue, they would go crazy. Only those who had comprehended the first 5 parts of the demon god were qualified to comprehend it. Although Yi Xian had already comprehended the first 5 parts, his realm was not enough, so there were some side effects. It's just a headache. Copy it for me. Yi Xian did not care about anything else as he stared at the demon god statue. Ding! Discovered the Tao Heart Seed Demon Technique, Demon God Chapter. Do you want to copy it? Yes. Beginning copy. Current completion rate is 51%. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's head continuously. The copy required time, and the completion rate was slowly increasing. F***ck, I thought I could finish copying it in one go. Yi Xian cursed. At this time, the experts from the Alliance of Righteous Sects had also reached the 9th floor. Do you think I can't do anything to you now that you're on the 9th floor? Calm heart mantra. The old man snorted in his heart. Yi Xian glanced at the old man and was shocked when he saw that the old man dared to stare at the demon god statue. Looks like this old man has some method to not go crazy. Yi Xian thought to himself as he charged forward. When they were on the 8th floor, Yi Xian and the old man were evenly matched. Now that they were on the 9th floor, Yi Xian was actually weaker. Why? Because he had to divert his attention. He had to fight while looking at the demon god statue. Otherwise, the completion rate would not increase. You're affected by the demon god statue. Go to hell. This is the 160th chapter, which has greatly exceeded the 100 chapters that Moonfall promised. Now, Moonfall did not have a single chapter left. The hundreds of chapters that were released in October were the chapters that Moonfall had saved for 4 months. Moonfall needed 2 hours to write a chapter. She wrote very slowly, only 3 to 5 chapters a day. Because she had to eat, sleep, and other chores, she could not sit in front of the computer and write all day. Furthermore, Moonfall still needs to save some chapters. After all, I often have power outages and can't connect to the broadband. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 544. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Demon God Chapter. You have been affected by the demon god statue. Go to hell. When the old man realized that Yi Xian's strength had decreased, his aura surged and he launched a frenzied attack on Yi Xian. 80%. 81%. 82%. In the Devouring system, the completion of the Demon God chapter of the Taoist Heart Demon God chapter was increasing. In a while, it would be completed. Little bastard, go to hell. The old man suddenly stopped and swung his right hand wildly. Streaks of flaming sword auras slashed towards Yi Xian. The speed of the attacks was twice as fast as before. Oh no! Seeing this, Yi Xian's figure stopped as well. He instantly reformed the Bahuang sword into the Bahuang shield and stood in front of him. Earth Pulse. A strange power was attached to the Bahuang shield. One after another, the flaming sword beams shot forward. First, some of them were shaken away by the earthen pulse before striking the Octaterra shield. The Bahuang sword was an empty god weapon. It was a weapon used by an empty god realm expert. How could it be destroyed by such an attack? Boom! 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 18 streaks of sword auras landed on the Bahuang shield but did not hurt Yi Xian at all. How is this possible? The old man was stunned. His series of attacks was enough to kill anyone in the Green Cliff territory. However, Yi Xian was actually able to completely withstand it. That sword, the old man frowned and exclaimed, an empty god weapon. Hearing these 3 words, Yi Xian's mind trembled as well. As expected, an expert from a top sect in a high-level territory recognized the Bahuang sword. So what if you recognize it? Yi Xian snorted and admitted to it. Indeed, it was useless to recognize it as they were in a battle of life and death. At this moment, there was only 5% of the Demon God chapter of the Daoist Heart Demon God chapter left. In a while, Yi Xian would be able to learn the Demon God chapter. Die, brat. The old man's eyes turned red. If he could obtain this Bahuang sword, he could become the strongest in the Green Cliff region. The Bahuang sword must be obtained. Die. He then shot out 18 flaming sword qis at Yi Xian, each stronger than the last. However, Yi Xian used the Octotera shield to block with all his might. It had to be said that the throbbing pulse of the world was simply too useful. If it hadn't been for the throbbing pulse of the world shaking off a large portion of the power of the fiery sword qi, he probably wouldn't have been able to block it and would definitely have been sent flying. 98%. 99%. Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter, about to be copied into the Devouring system. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly rushed toward the old man. You are courting death. His actions were exactly what the old man wanted. But at this moment, 100%. Ding. Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter. Copy successful. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Ding. Successfully learned. After several twists and turns, Yi Xian finally learned this super powerful martial art. Now, it was time for him to explode. Demonic God Shadow, appear. As Yi Xian rushed forward with the Octotera shield, a demonic aura that even the old man was wary of suddenly surged out of his body. Immediately after, it condensed into a demonic God shadow behind Yi Xian. Dao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter. Yi Xian's aura instantly skyrocketed. What? The old man was once again stunned. Previously, Yi Xian was only possessed. Now, he was using the Demonic God Chapter. How was this possible? Could it be that he comprehended it on the spot? That was even more impossible. However, there was no time for him to think because Yi Xian was already in front of him. Octotera Sword. Yi Xian instantly disintegrated the Octotera shield and reformed it into the Octotera sword. Then, he slashed with the sword. Bam! The old man forcibly received the sword and was immediately sent flying. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. It's over. Die! Yi Xian's expression froze. He swept the sword with lightning speed and cut off the old man's head. Dead. This old man was a high-ranking figure in the alliance of the orthodox sects. His position was second only to the sect leaders of the 3 major sects. However, today, he died at the hands of Yi Xian. Ha! Yi Xian threw his head back and laughed loudly. The demonic god chapter was indeed extraordinary. The old man, who was evenly matched with him just now, was instantly killed after he used the demonic god chapter. This was the difference between the bewitched chapter and the demonic god chapter. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased. Currently at 23 points. The old man was extremely wealthy. After all, he was an expert who had cultivated in seclusion for decades. He was specially invited by the 3 major sects to guard the demonic god statue. Unfortunately, all these things were taken advantage of by Yi Xian. After the old man died, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the demonic god statue again. This demonic god statue was personally carved by the patriarch of the Thousand Demon sect using himself as a template. He then merged the demonic god chapter into the demonic god statue. However, this demonic god statue was surrounded by a powerful array. Ordinary people would not be able to break through it or move it. Forget it. There are still disciples of the Thousand Demon sect outside. I'll go out and take a look. If I can get it back, this demonic god statue won't have to be destroyed. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had already put away the bewitched chapter. It was useless for ordinary people to take the demonic god statue. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly left through the hidden passage on the 8th floor. Soon, he returned to the surface. Rumble. The Thousand Demon sect was still in the midst of a war. This time, the ones who came to attack the alliance of the orthodox sects were indeed the disciples and elders of the Thousand Demon sect. Although the Thousand Demon sect was the headquarters of the alliance of the orthodox sects, there were not many people who stayed here. Most of them were still in their own sections. The alliance was actually just for show. If it was related to benefits, this alliance would most likely collapse in an instant. Yi Xian turned his head to look. At this time, there was a huge amount of demonic qi in the Thousand Demon sect. He immediately rushed towards the Thousand Demon sect. Soon, he saw the scene of a chaotic battle. Yi Xian felt a few powerful auras. In this group of experts who attacked the alliance of the orthodox sects, there were two who could use the demonic god chapter. He squinted his eyes and looked. One of the people who used the demonic god chapter was a middle-aged woman. She was Elder Water of the Thousand Demon sect. As for the other person, Yi Xian recognized him. The sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect. However, the Thousand Demon sect leader's left sleeve was empty. It should have been cut off by someone. Unexpectedly, the sect leader is still alive. It seems that the Thousand Demon sect is not completely destroyed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately charged in. What? The few people who were fighting with the alliance of the orthodox sects all turned their heads one after another when they felt the huge amount of demonic qi. Immediately after, they saw Yi Xian, who was surrounded by the phantom of a demon god, quickly charge over. Chapter 545. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Revenge. What? It's him. The Thousand Demon sect leader was shocked as he recognized Yi Xian. But what made him even more surprised was that there was a demon god behind Yi Xian. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian had learned the demon god chapter? What a high aptitude. Our Thousand Demon sect will definitely prosper in his hands. The Thousand Demon sect leader and the other experts' eyes lit up. At this moment, the Thousand Demon sect leader and Elder Shui were fighting with two experts from the Righteous Path Alliance. Thus, Yi Xian had no opponent. What bullshit Righteous Path Alliance? Go to hell. Yi Xian shouted and directly killed his way into the crowd. Anyone who wore the uniform of the Righteous Path Alliance was his target. Not good, run. The crowd exploded as the experts of the Righteous Path Alliance fled in all directions. What kind of joke was this? Yi Xian's aura alone was comparable to hundreds of thousand demon sects disciples. Who could stop such an expert? Yi Xian's eyes turned black as he began to kill his enemies crazily. This time, the Thousand Demon sect only sent close to 1,000 people, which was organized by the Thousand Demon sect leader with great difficulty. These people might not be able to take down the Thousand Demon sect. But with the addition of Yi Xian, this matter was much more stable. Go! The two experts of the Righteous Path Alliance looked at each other and chose to retreat at the same time. Want to leave? The Thousand Demon Sects sect leader and elder Shu Wei did not want to let these two big fish go and immediately entangled them. Ever since Yi Xian joined the battle, the situation of the battle had been reversed instantly. Yi Xian had only entered for 3 seconds, but he had already killed hundreds of people. The remaining disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance no longer had the intention to fight and fled crazily. Thus, Yi Xian was too lazy to chase after them. Instead, he retreated and rushed toward the Thousand Demon sect leader. These two experts of the Righteous Path Alliance were comparable to hundreds of people each. This was a huge amount of experience. Swish! Yi Xian's speed had already surpassed everyone present. In just a second, he had caught up with the Thousand Demon sect leader and the others. Oh no! The two experts from the Righteous sects paled in an instant. Just now, they were already unable to defeat the other party in a 2-on-2 situation. Now that Yi Xian, who was even stronger than the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect, had appeared, wouldn't it be over for them? You too, go to hell. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he unleashed an earth-shattering sword imbued with the throbbing pulse of the earth. This sword tore through space, causing the wind to whistle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a person. This expert from the Righteous Tao Alliance wanted to block, but he was restrained by the Thousand Demon sect leader. Hiss! A crisp sound rang out. The upper half of this expert's body was separated from the lower half. The wound was instantly petrified and then exploded. However, this was not enough to cause him to die. Profound meaning of Earth. The Thousand Demon sect leader was shocked. While he was still in shock, Yi Xian unleashed another sword strike. This time, he killed his opponent. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring, but he was unable to break through. Then, he focused his attention on the other person. Now, it was 3 against 1. Earth-shattering sword. The other person wanted to dodge, but with the Thousand Demon sect leader and elder Shu Wei holding him back, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the brownish-yellow sword chi entered his body and exploded. Dead. As usual, Yi Xian went over and kept the universe ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 24 points. Not only that, his Earth attribute affinity had increased to epic grade, which was an unexpected gain. How did you learn the Demonic God chapter? After the two experts from the Righteous Tao Alliance died, the Thousand Demon sect leader could not help but ask. Naturally, it's from comprehending the Demonic God statue. Yi Xian answered directly. Comprehending the Demonic God statue? The Thousand Demon sect leader was very surprised. Previously, he allowed Yi Xian to enter the Thousand Demon Pagoda so that Yi Xian could train on the first and second levels of the pagoda. He did not expect Yi Xian to be able to kill his way through. If he wanted to comprehend the Demonic God statue, he would have to fully comprehend the 5 parts of the Demonic God statue. Monster, he's really a monster. The Thousand Demon sect leader and elder Shu Wei thought in unison. Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense and killed his way back. After all, there were still many people from the Righteous Tao Alliance. These were all experience points. The Thousand Demon sect leader and elder Water did the same. As for the details, it was better to wait until the end of this battle. But overall, the outcome of this battle had been decided. In less than half a minute, the group of disciples from the Righteous Tao Alliance were all killed. At least, there were no more Righteous Tao Alliance members in sight. The Thousand Demon sect had taken it back. But this was not the end. Yi Xian, although the 10,000 Demon sect has been taken back, the Righteous Path Alliance has not collapsed. If my 10,000 Demon sect wants to continue surviving in the Green Cliff region, we must eliminate those 3 sects. The Thousand Demon sect leader said to Yi Xian. Sect leader, you mean? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. We will split into 3 groups and kill our way into the Holy Fire Peak, Yin and Yang Manor, and Flame Dragon sect. We will kill their higher-ups and force them to disband. The 1,000 Demon sect leader said. Splitting into 3 groups. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There were not many experts left in the 1,000 Demon sect, but the fewer people there were, the better. If they could not win, they could retreat safely. Elder Song is not dead yet. He's in the Yanghua mountain in the north of the Green Cliff region. Yi Xian suddenly said. Oh. That's great. If we can find him, our chances of winning will be higher. The 1,000 Demon sect leaders' eyes lit up. If 4 experts who knew the Demon God chapter charged into the 3 sects, they would not be able to resist at all unless the experts of the 3 sects gathered together. In that case, I'll go to the Holy Fire Peak. Yi Xian said. You're going alone? Elder Shui asked in shock. You should go with Elder Song. I think it's better to take a step back and split into 2 groups. It's safer. The 1,000 Demon sect leader was a little worried. Yi Xian was the future of the 1,000 Demon sect. Even if he died, Yi Xian must not die. No need. I alone am enough to destroy them. Yi Xian shook his head. Going with Elder Song. What a joke. He could travel day and night without stopping. It would be a burden to bring another person with him. Moreover, his strength had already surpassed the 1,000 Demon sect leader. Why would he need to team up with others? After seeing the determined expression on Yi Xian's face, the 1,000 Demon sect leader and Elder Shui looked at each other. Chapter 546. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Exterminate the Righteous Path. All right. Elder Shui nodded before he turned around and left. I'll go too, Yi Xian said to the sect leader of the 1,000 Demon sect. His plan was to exterminate 2 sects by himself. However, the 1,000 Demon sect needed a large amount of resources to continue its development, so he left 1 sect behind. Be careful. If you encounter a strong enemy, remember not to fight head-on. Retreat if you can. The sect leader of the 1,000 Demon sect reminded him. Immediately, Yi Xian left the 1,000 Demon sect. This time, his target was the Holy Fire Peak of the Righteous Path Alliance. If he had enough time, he would also exterminate the Flame Dragon sect, which was closer to the Holy Fire Peak. As for the Yin and Yang mansion, he would leave it to the 1,000 Demon sect. After leaving the Myriad Demon sect, Yi Xian madly dashed towards the Sacred Fire Peak. It took him about a day and a half to reach a scorching hot mountain. The Holy Fire Peak was the top power in the Green Rock region. Most of the disciples in the sect were of the fire attribute, so they preferred hot places. The last expert from the Righteous Path Alliance who was killed by Yi Xian was the Great Elder of the Holy Fire Peak. The Great Elder's strength was much weaker than Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had another breakthrough, no one could be bothered to stop him. He rushed to the front of the Holy Fire Peak. Then, a monstrous demonic aura gushed out from his body. Demon God Shadow. Kill. Yi Xian killed his way into the Holy Fire Peak. In an instant, the Holy Fire Peak stirred up a storm of blood. His goal was to kill the higher-ups of the Holy Fire Peak, so he showed mercy to the disciples. He only took their interspatial rings, not their lives. Soon, his actions attracted the attention of the experts of the Holy Fire Peak. No, to be precise, it was the monstrous demonic aura that forced the experts of the Holy Fire Peak to stop their actions. What a strong demonic aura. Could it be the sect leader of the 1,000 Demon sect who escaped before? Damn it, this guy actually killed his way in. Quick, gather and fight the enemy. The elders of the Holy Fire Peak quickly gathered. They could feel the monstrous demonic aura moving toward them. When they saw who was the source of the demonic aura, they were astonished. It wasn't the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect. Yes. Just as well, let's kill them all. Yi Xian's killing intent was revealed. Ever since he'd killed his way into the sacred fire peak, he hadn't killed a single person. Now, it was time for a massacre. Go! The peak master of the sacred fire peak shouted. He didn't care about anything else and would kill Yi Xian first. As soon as he gave the order, more than a dozen elders from the holy fire peak charged out. However, their only mistake was that they did not control their chi to fly. Is dragon's 10 steps. Earth's art. Yi Xian's feet quickly stepped on the floor a few times. Immediately after, the heads of the dozen or so elders rumbled. Other than the sect master of the sacred fire peak, no one else remained clear-headed. Earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity and slashed out more than 10 swords in a second, killing all the elders. He killed more than 10 elders in a second. The peak leader of the holy fire peak trembled at the sight. Esoteric. This is the earth esoteric. He actually knows esoteric. The peak leader of the holy fire peak was shocked. In the next moment, his face turned ferocious. How dare you kill them? I'll kill you. The peak leader of the holy fire peak shouted. However, his strength was only about the same as the elder guarding the demon god statue. Facing Yi Xian, he had no power to fight back. Earth-shattering sword. Bang! The elders were killed in a second, and the peak leader of the holy fire peak was also killed by Yi Xian's sword. It was an instant kill. So weak. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. The peak leader of the holy fire peak was a top expert in the Green Rock region, but he had encountered Yi Xian. Yi Xian had learned the demon god chapter and comprehended the earth-throbbing pulse. It was a piece of cake for him to kill someone who was more than 10 levels higher. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased to 25. It was getting harder and harder to level up. So many interspatial rings had only increased his level by 1 level. However, if he went to destroy the yin and yang mansion, he should be able to level up again. But before that, he had to take care of the remaining matters first. The remaining matters naturally referred to the disciples' interspatial rings. The holy fire peak is finished. The peak leader is dead. Everyone, run. Run. This is a demon. Everyone, run. The disciples of the holy fire peak were shouting crazily. At the same time, Yi Xian was shuttling between them, snatching their interspatial rings. It was perfectly justified to kill and steal. Yi Xian only snatched the interspatial rings and did not kill anyone. He had done his duty. After ransacking the entire sect, Yi Xian immediately left and rushed to the yin and yang mansion. The yin and yang mansion was quite close to the holy fire peak. It only took Yi Xian a day to reach the yin and yang mansion. He immediately used the demon god chapter and killed his way in. Enemy attack. The yin and yang mansion also stirred up a storm of blood. They were slower than the holy fire peak, and the elders came to their deaths one by one. Yi Xian collected the interspatial rings and his strength increased little by little. At this moment, in a large hall of the yin and yang mansion, the higher-ups of the yin and yang mansion were receiving a young man in white. Young Master Lu is really amazing to represent the Green Rock region in the 100 Territory Summit that is held once every 5 years in the Luosha region, the Lord of the Yin and Yang Mansion said with a smile. You flatter me. Xiao Yu is just lucky, the young man in white said with a smile. Young Master Lu is too modest. You're not even 30 years old, but you've already achieved 40% attribute conversion. I'm ashamed of my inferiority, the Lord of the Yin and Yang Mansion said helplessly. Yes, I feel that young Master Lu will definitely stand out this time. At that time, if someone from Warlord Palace takes a fancy to you and you join them, you'll have a bright future even though you'll only be a palace guard at first, the great elder of the Yin and Yang mansion said with a smile. Warlord Palace. After hearing these 3 words, everyone present revealed a look of yearning. Seniors, you flatter me. Xiao Yu is going to Luoshao region this time and it's a long journey. I hope that I can stay here for the night and continue my journey tomorrow, the young man in white said with a smile. No problem. I'll have someone prepare a place for young Master Lu. The great elder of the Yin and Yang mansion stood up. However, at this moment, rumble. A loud sound entered everyone's ears, causing them to frown. What's going on? Who's fighting? They all thought at the same time. However, in the next instant, their brows tightly furrowed because they felt an aura that caused all of their hearts to palpitate. Demonic Qi. Chapter 547. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Lu Xiaoyu. In fact, when they sensed the demonic Qi, everyone present had already guessed what it was. The sect leader and the elders of the Yin and Yang mansion quickly got up. They did not dare to relax because the demon Qi was so powerful that everyone had to go out and take a look. Young Master Lu, please wait here for a moment. The sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion said to the young man in white. It's okay. I'll go too. I want to see who is so bold to come in broad daylight. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. Without further ado, they quickly rushed out of the hall and flew in the direction of the demon Qi. Soon, they saw a black figure wandering around the Yin and Yang mansion without any scruples. Who is that? They were very surprised. They had already eliminated the biggest devil sect in the Green Rock region. Could the person with the demon god's apparition behind him be the escaped sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect? How dare you be so presumptuous in our Yin and Yang mansion? The sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion shouted. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he realized that it was not the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect but a young man. They've gathered together again. Great! Yi Xian's eyes flashed, but he did not rush forward. He was waiting for those people to land. Listen up, people of the Yin and Yang mansion. Today is the day that your sect will be wiped out. Yi Xian shouted arrogantly. How arrogant! Kill! The sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion shouted and quickly landed. I'm waiting for you to land. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he took a few steps toward the ground. Dragon's 10 steps. Earth pulsation. In an instant, the sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion and several elders fainted. When they woke up, there was a slash breaking through the ground. What? The suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion froze. He quickly moved to block the strike. However, the others were not as lucky as him. The others, including the great elder of the Yin and Yang mansion, were all dead. This scene stunned the sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion and the young man in white in the air. Throbbing pulse of the earth. That's the throbbing pulse of the earth. He actually comprehended the profound truths of earth. The white-clothed youth's eyes widened. He thought that he was the most talented person in the Green Rock region, but he never thought that there would be another person who was even more monstrous than him. Those who were able to comprehend the mysteries of an attribute at the spirit stage were all geniuses that were 1 in a million. Who is he? The young man in white thought to himself. At this moment, Yi Xian made his move again. Once I kill you, my mission will be complete. On the ground, Yi Xian took a few heavy steps forward. As long as he killed the Lord of the Yin and Yang Prefecture, he would be able to avenge the Thousand Demon sect. No! The suzerain of the Yin and Yang Prefecture knew how powerful Yi Xian was. He immediately flew up and turned to flee. Swish! An earth-splitting sword that contained the earth-throbbing pulse broke through the air and swept toward the sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion. Just as the earth-splitting sword was about to kill the suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion, the young man in white finally made his move. The young man in white in the air took out his long sword and slashed at the earth-splitting sword. A flaming sword chi shot out and collided head-on with the earth-splitting sword. Boom! When the two genuine chis collided, they immediately exploded and sent the suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion flying. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not notice the young man in white earlier and thought that the young man in white was also from the Yin and Yang mansion. However, he did not expect the young man in white to be so powerful. His attribute conversion had probably reached 40%. Who is it? Yi Xian frowned and asked subconsciously. The people of the demon sect are so arrogant. Die. The young man in white, Lu Xiaoyu, swooped down. Since the other party did not answer, Yi Xian did not want to ask anymore. He first rushed in front of the elders and took off all their interspatial rings. Then, he went up to face Lu Xiaoyu. In an instant, the two of them began to fight. After 3 rounds, both of them were secretly impressed by each other's strength. Where did this person come from? I have never heard of such a powerful disciple in the Yin and Yang mansion. He must not be from the Yin and Yang mansion. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. There were 2 reasons why he thought so. First, the young man in white was far more powerful than the suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion. Second, if he was a disciple of the Yin and Yang mansion, he would have fought with the suzerain and elders instead of watching from the air. Therefore, Yi Xian concluded that he was from another power. However, only the Lord's mansion of the Green Rock Hill could cultivate such a young master. Or, it could be someone from another high-grade territory who came to visit the Yin and Yang mansion. One of them was using fire, while the other was using earth. Although his attributes were suppressed, Yi Xian relied on the Bahuang sword and earth pulse to fight the young man in white, who was more than 10 levels above him. The young man in white was very surprised. He knew that Yi Xian used the demon god chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. However, he had heard that the Thousands Demon sect had been destroyed. Where did Yi Xian come from? Most importantly, if the Thousands Demon sect had such a powerful genius, the 3 sects of the Yin and Yang mansion should have been destroyed long ago. Boom! 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 As the two fought, they moved quickly. They fought from the center of the Yin and Yang mansion to the east, then from the east to the north. In the end, they fought out of the Yin and Yang mansion. During this time, Yi Xian's demon god chapter was interrupted once. Fortunately, his recovery speed was fast and his genuine chi could keep up. However, in the 100th round of their fight, this guy can't be so powerful. The young man in white, Lu Xiaoyu, finally reacted. At this moment, his attention fell on Yi Xian's right hand. The Bahuang sword. Ethereal divine weapon. This must be an ethereal divine weapon. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened. A ethereal divine weapon was a weapon used by ethereal god realm experts. Among the more than 10 high-grade territories in the Luoxia region, no one had heard of an ethereal divine weapon. Only the Luoxia region, where the Luoxia region's dominator lived, had an ethereal divine weapon. It's an ethereal divine weapon. If I can get this ethereal divine weapon, I can stand out in the 100 Territory Summit and join the Warlord Palace. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and his attacks became more and more violent. You finally found the Bahuang sword. After seeing his expression, Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he only found it after 100 rounds. His reaction was a little too slow. Perhaps he thought it was impossible. Humph. I've been fighting with this guy for so long. My genuine chi is recovering faster than my genuine chi. Even if I use the Demon God chapter, I can fight indefinitely. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Xian thought to himself. Chapter 548. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and seeing Jiang Tianjin again. Boom. 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 The two exchanged dozens of blows. Now, the youth in white had used up half of his qi. This kid is clearly relying on the ethereal divine weapon and ultimacy to fight me. Why does it seem like his qi won't run out? Lu Xiaoyou's brows furrowed. He felt a little uneasy. If there was still no winner after another 100 rounds, he would be in danger. Although it was dishonorable to win by attrition, it was also part of Yi Xian's strength. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong were the righteous. As long as one could win, one could use any method. Yi Xian kept attacking with the earth-splitting sword. Because of what happened just now, his Dragon War Stomp was not very useful and could only be used to dodge the opponent's attacks. However, at this moment. Ding! Host's Earth Ultimacy, throbbing pulse of the Earth has improved. It is currently at level 2. What? Suddenly, a notification sounded in his head. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. The throbbing pulse of the earth could be improved. After coming to his senses, he slashed out with his sword. The power of this slash was far greater than the previous attack. It dispersed the flaming sword qi of the youth in white and even had the remaining power to attack the youth in white. What? The youth in white trembled. He could not react to Yi Xian's sudden increase in strength. He slashed out with his sword again and destroyed the earth-splitting sword from before. Bang! Bang! When his flaming sword qi clashed with the earth-splitting sword, he clearly saw 2 vibrations. 2 vibrations. The earth ultimacy, throbbing pulse of the earth was actually a vibration. Previously, Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword could only vibrate once. Now, it could vibrate twice, greatly increasing its power. I see. Yi Xian also understood. His confidence suddenly increased. It seemed that he could kill his opponent without waiting for his qi to run out. Ha! Yi Xian did not expect that he would break through on his own while using the earth vein. It seemed that his aptitude was not bad. Not good. The white-robed young man's face turned ashen, and he quickly retreated. Yi Xian unleashed the war dragon stomp as he chased after the white-clothed youth. Originally, Yi Xian's earth-splitter had been able to match the white-clothed youth's flaming sword qi evenly. But now, Yi Xian's one sword strike was enough for the white-clothed youth to block with 2 swords. The gap between them had widened infinitely. The pressure on the white-clothed young man grew stronger and stronger. In a moment of carelessness, he revealed a flaw and was caught by Yi Xian. Die! An earth-shattering sword broke out of the ground and quickly swept in front of the white-clothed youth. Bang! The white-clothed youth was unable to block in time and was struck head-on. Metal element Shen Qi was extremely sharp. In terms of power, it was the strongest among the 5 elements. Earth element Shen Qi, on the other hand, was blunt and not very powerful. However, after the Earth Shatter sword had been infused with the throbbing pulse of the world, its power had increased exponentially. A single sword strike had blasted a large hole in the chest of the white-clothed youth. This is impossible. The white-clothed youth looked at his ghastly chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had the protection of his flames. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. However, would he be able to block the second strike? Die! Yi Xian struck again. He estimated that this strike would be enough to kill the white-clothed youth. It's over. The white-clothed youth had already closed his eyes. He was heavily injured and had no way of blocking or dodging this strike. Therefore, he was in despair. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Bang! The earth-shattering sword that was sure to kill suddenly exploded. The white-clothed youth did not make a move. It was even more impossible for Yi Xian to make a move. Who could it be? What's going on? Yi Xian looked on in astonishment. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure not far away. This person was none other than Jiang Tianjin, the person he wanted to kill even in his dreams. It's you. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, in the next moment, he discovered that he could not move. Damn it! Yi Xian gritted his teeth. He had already broken through to the spirit stage. However, in front of Jiang Tianjin, he still did not have the ability to resist. Not even a little bit. Hee, cousin, we meet again. Jiang Tianjin is wearing a cyan robe, standing in the air, holding the folding fan in his hand. Yi Xian did not speak. He thought that it was impossible for Jiang Tianjin to appear in front of him so coincidentally every time. Jiang Tianjin must have left some sort of mark in his body. That was why Jiang Tianjin could appear so coincidentally every time. Every time, Jiang Tianjin would appear right before he killed someone. The white-clothed youth, Lu Xiaoyu, was stunned. He had even forgotten to heal himself. Void God Realm. How was it possible for an Void God Realm expert to appear in a high-ranked territory? Even the territory lord of the Luoxia region was not an Void God Realm expert. In this region, only the Warlord Hall had one. But now, one had actually appeared. Moreover, he was calling Yi Xian cousin. Yes, I was returning from a trip today. I happened to pass by this place, so I came to see you. Jiang Tianjin said with a smile as he fanned himself with the folding fan. See your mother. Yi Xian could not help but curse in his heart. In his heart, Jiang Tianjin was trash. Not only did he kill Wei Zhentian, he even tortured and humiliated him. It seems that cousin is so excited that he can't speak. I'm very happy. Cousin, your strength has improved quite fast recently. You even comprehended a profound meaning. It's just a so. Seeing that Yi Xian did not speak, Jiang Tianjin smiled. He then turned to the white-clothed youth and said, You, stab him with your sword. What? The white-clothed youth suspected that he had misheard. Why did this Nihility God stage expert want him to stab Yi Xian with his sword? Just now, he clearly heard Jiang Tianjin call Yi Xian cousin. You didn't hear it. Jiang Tianjin narrowed his eyes. Yes, my lord. The white-clothed youth did not dare to be negligent. He endured the pain and held the long sword tightly. He then stabbed towards Yi Xian. Selah. The long sword pierced Yi Xian's shoulder. Blood immediately flowed out from the sword. Again. Jiang Tianjin said with a smile. His expression showed that he was enjoying it. Yi Xian's face darkened. As expected, Jiang Tianjin wanted to torture him again. His sacred tree of life bloodline was suppressed again. Damn Jiang Tianjin. If you fall into my hands in the future, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Xian roared in his heart. Outside of reality, his physical body was suffering a huge blow. The white-clothed youth's sword landed on his body again and again, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His physical body could recover, but for Yi Xian, the mental damage was even greater. Chapter 549. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 100 Territory Summit. The young man in white endured the pain in his chest and kept stabbing Yi Xian with his sword. He knew that Jiang Tianjin wanted to torture Yi Xian, so he didn't stab him too deeply. Instead, he increased the number of wounds. After a while, Yi Xian's body was full of bloody holes as if he had been shot by thousands of arrows. Haha, that's all for today. I'm leaving now. When Jiang Tianjin's voice sounded, he had already disappeared. At the same time, Yi Xian's shackles were instantly released. The bloodline of the sacred tree of life began to take effect. Die! Yi Xian was furious. After the shackles were released, he suddenly attacked and beheaded the young man in white. When the young man in white's head fell to the ground, a loud roar was heard. Jiang Tianjin, I will tear you into pieces. His voice traveled very far, but Jiang Tianjin couldn't hear him. Soon, the hundreds of bloody holes on Yi Xian's body were healed. Not even a scar was left. However, Jiang Tianjin had left a ruthless mark in his heart. Humiliation, disgrace, torture. These words flashed through Yi Xian's mind. If he had the strength, he would have grabbed Jiang Tianjin and beaten him up. Unfortunately, he didn't. Strength, I need to increase my strength. Yi Xian was eager to break through again. He took off the young man in white's interspatial ring and devoured all the useless things inside. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 28 points. 28, which was 28%. He was only 2 points away from 30%. Jiang Tianjin, I will catch up. When the time comes, I will catch a sacred beast and F***CKU. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the next moment, he rummaged through the young man in white's interspatial ring. The young man in white's strength surpassed the sect master of the Green Rock territory. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Sure enough, as Yi Xian expected, he found proof of identity in the white-clothed youth's universe ring. The son of the Lord of Green Rock territory, Lu Xiaoyu. Yi Xian was stunned. As expected, this Lu Xiaoyu was the Bluestone Overlord's son. However, Yi Xian was not interested in this. What he was interested in was an invitation letter. An invitation to the 100 Leads Summit. When Yi Xian opened it, he was stunned. This invitation letter was actually sent by the Luoxia region's domain master. However, there was no mention of his name on the invitation letter. Yi Xian speculated in his mind. The 100 Territories Summit, as the name suggested, was a gathering of the 100 territories in the Luoxia region. Lu Xiaoyu was going to represent the Green Cliff region in the 100 Territories Summit. Now, the Green Rock territory could no longer hold him. He had to find a better place to improve himself. Only then would he be able to catch up to Jiang Tianjin. Without a doubt, the Luoxia region's domain master, the Luoxia region, was very suitable for him. The Luoxia region was the place where the Luoxia region's domain master lived. At the same time, it was also an advanced territory. Spirit stage powerhouses could be seen everywhere. The domain master was at the peak of the spirit stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the empty god stage. He was the strongest person in the Luoxia region. Did Lu Xiaoyu receive an invitation from the domain master? Or did the domain master invite his father, and his father gave this opportunity to him? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, the Luoxia region was a good place to train. He could go and take a look at the summit organized by the domain master. Who knows, there might be some opportunities. But before that, he still had things to do. He had to destroy the Yin and Yang Manor and the Flame Dragon sect. After this, Yi Xian's desire for strength had deepened. Therefore, the Flame Dragon sect would become his stepping stone. He immediately rushed towards the Yin and Yang Manor. He would find the sect master of the Yin and Yang Manor and kill him. Then, he quickly rushed towards the Flame Dragon sect. 3 days later, there were only 2 peak forces left in the Cyan Cliff region. One was the Cyan Cliff region's domain master's mansion, and the other was the Thousand Demons sect. No, the Thousand Demons sect was no longer a peak force. They were preparing to hide and recuperate. After destroying the Flame Dragon sect, Yi Xian found the sect master of the Thousand Demons sect and left. Now that the three major forces in the Cyan Cliff region had been destroyed, the Domain Master would likely act like the Righteous Alliance and attack the Thousand Demons sect. Therefore, the Thousand Demons sect had no choice but to hide. On the third day after the Righteous Alliance was destroyed, Yi Xian had already left the Cyan Cliff region and rushed towards the Luosha region. The Luosha region was the general of the Luosha region. It was also the place where the Domain Master of the Luosha region resided. There were countless experts in the Luosha region. When Yi Xian entered a city in the Luosha region, he felt many auras that were stronger than him. It's really extraordinary. There are so many spirit stage experts that are stronger than me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully walked into a restaurant. A restaurant was a place where good and bad people mixed together. Therefore, one could hear many interesting things. Therefore, Yi Xian liked to come here the most. He could eat while listening to stories. He walked in and ordered some dishes. A while ago, the undying sword god went to the sword god pagoda again. This time, he failed again. Furthermore, he was seriously injured. I estimate that he will need to heal for a long time. I heard that the undying sword god has been trying to enter the sword god pagoda. It's not because he wants to join the sword god palace, but because of other reasons. What reason? Some people say that it's for revenge, while others say that it's for love. Tisk, that's just a random guess. Let's not talk about this. Recently, the two generals from the Warlord Palace are the ones that are truly powerful. They actually killed a void god beast together and quelled the beast tide in the Yangdu region, saving countless lives. I know. I heard that the two of them are siblings. They're not that old, and they're not even 30 years old. Their origins are very mysterious, but they're highly regarded by the Warlord Palace. They're really powerful. They're only at the spirit stage, but they can actually kill a void god beast together. Their future is limitless. After hearing the words of the two people at the next table, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the two people. Siblings. Could it be adjudicator and adjudicator? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but in the next moment, he felt that it was impossible. It has been almost a year since he came to the Bloodstone continent. He has the Devour system, but he only managed to break through from the Strength stage to the Spirit stage. In his estimation, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, who were training outside, should be at the Spirit stage. At most, they should be at the Spirit stage. It was impossible for them to reach the Spirit stage. Therefore, this pair of siblings should be other geniuses. After this matter, I'll spend some time looking for them. Yi Xian thought in his heart. It's not that he didn't want to look for them, but he didn't have any clues. Previously, he wandered between several territories and searched blindly for a few months, but he still couldn't find any clues. Chapter 550. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Test. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian left. He spent some money to inquire about the 100 Leaders Summit. The 100 Leaders Summit was to be held in Luosha City. Countless geniuses would gather there. Most of these geniuses came from all over Luosha region. There were also geniuses from other territories who were invited. Most importantly, the 100 Leaders Summit depended on the invitation letter, not the person. Therefore, Yi Xian's invitation letter could be used. Shortly after, Yi Xian rushed toward Luosha City. Luosha region was relatively large. It was at least 10 times larger than Greenrock region. Yi Xian spent about a week to reach Luosha City. I'm finally here. The 100 Leaders Summit will be held in 7 days. I have to inquire about it first. After Yi Xian entered Luosha City, he went straight to the registration area. The 100 Leaders Summit was actually called the 100 Leaders Debate Assembly. Although it was called the 100 Leaders Summit, only people from high-ranking territories would come. Yi Xian's Green Rock region was at the bottom of all the high-ranking territories in Luoxia region. Therefore, it wasn't very strong. Only Lu Xiaoyu received an invitation letter. There were a total of 15 high-ranking territories that were stronger than Green Rock region. Luoxia region's domain lord had sent hundreds of invitations to these territories. In short, Yi Xian already had more than 100 opponents. Moreover, this didn't include the people from Luoxia region. Yi Xian arrived at the registration area of the 100 Leaders Summit. He originally wanted to use an invitation letter to register, but he discovered that he didn't need one. Without an invitation letter, he needed to go through a round of tests. After all, not everyone could participate. At the same time, it also gave those who didn't belong to a faction a chance. If I use an invitation letter, I can directly participate in the 100 Leaders Summit. If I directly register, I only need to participate in a round of tests. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If there was a test, there might be a battle. Perhaps his realm could also increase. One had to know that his current attribute conversion rate was not even 30%. Since entering Luoxia city, he had already met many people with auras stronger than him. These people all had at least 30% attribute conversion rate, and even 40%, 50%, and even 60%. He felt an enormous pressure. Therefore, he chose to give up on this invitation and register directly. Your Excellency, you've registered successfully. Please come to participate in the test the day after tomorrow, an attendant of the 100 Leaders Summit said to Yi Xian. Then, he handed him a special token. All right. Yi Xian nodded and left immediately. He was still unfamiliar with the 100 Leaders Summit. Therefore, he had to inquire about it. The 100 Territories Summit was organized by the Luoxia region's region lord. It was held once every 5 years. Before the 100 Territories Summit was held, they would invite the geniuses of the 100 territories. The number of participants would always reach over 1,000. This summit was actually very simple. It was a competition to see who was stronger. If one were to stand out in the 100 Leaders Summit or be chosen by an expert, one's future would be limitless. They might even be sent by the ruler to participate in the Battle King Hall's Palace Guard test. The Battle King Hall was one of the 3 overlords of the Eastern continent. The other 2 were the Beast King Hall and the Tool King Hall. These 3 great imperial halls were originally one entity. Later on, they split into 3 and divided the Eastern continent. In short, if one was able to join the Battle King Hall, one would reach the heavens in a single bound. What Yi Xian was most interested in was the reward for standing out in the 100 Leaders Summit. The reward was a place called the 5 Elements Pool. As long as one soaked in the pool for a day, one's affinity with the attribute would be greatly increased. The number of days one could soak in the pool was determined by one's ranking. Yi Xian's current affinity with the earth attribute was at the intermediate epic rank. If he could soak in the 5 elements pool, his affinity with the earth attribute might be increased to the high epic rank. With an increase in affinity, one's cultivation speed would also increase slightly. However, the most important thing was that it could greatly increase one's martial arts attack power and profound meaning. Yi Xian had already cultivated the earth-splitting sword to 100% completion. In addition to the 8 desolate sword, the sword Saint Bloodline, and the earth-throbbing pulse, his attack power could instantly kill experts with 40% attribute conversion. If his affinity was increased by another level, he might be able to instantly kill experts with 45% attribute conversion, or even 50% attribute conversion. Most importantly, the higher his affinity with the attribute, the stronger his martial arts power, and the easier it would be to comprehend profound meaning. The earth-throbbing pulse had already transformed to the 2nd layer. Next, it might be the 3rd layer, or even the 4th layer. Of course, it could also be the 4th layer, followed by the 8th layer. Therefore, Yi Xian was determined to obtain this reward. Only by continuously becoming stronger would he be able to catch up to Jiang Tianjin and take revenge. 2 days passed very quickly. When the 100 Leaders Summit arrived, Yi Xian was already waiting at the designated location. At this time, there were several hundred people participating in the 100 Leaders Summit's test. None of them were weak, and their attribute conversion had already reached at least 30%. Only Yi Xian alone had not even reached 30% attribute conversion. He was still 2 points away. At this time, a middle-aged expert wearing white armor suddenly flew into the sky and shouted, "Everyone, follow me. It's the Tornado General under the Domain Lord." Someone recognized him. Therefore, no one dared to be negligent. They hurriedly flew up and followed behind the Tornado General, flying out of Luosha City. After flying for half a day, they finally landed on a large grassland. "All right, let's start the test." The Tornado General glanced at the several hundred people and said, "Next, come out one by one in order, and then launch your strongest attack at me. The first round of the test is to test your offensive power. Test offensive power." When these words fell into everyone's ears, their eyes lit up. Most people majored in offensive martial arts and minored in movement martial arts. Therefore, they were very confident in their offensive power. Number 1. Everyone present was an expert, and they did things swiftly and decisively. Moreover, the examiner was the Domain Lord's subordinate, so they did not dare be negligent. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, a person had already landed in front of him. "Excuse me." This person did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and released a beam of golden sword energy. Bang! The golden sword energy tore through the sky, but it was defeated by the Tornado General with a single hand. So strong! Everyone's hearts trembled. This cultivator number 1's attribute conversion had already reached 40%, and his attack could threaten 50% of the people, but it was easily defeated by the Tornado General. This was the suppression of cultivation. The Tornado General's attribute conversion had reached 80%. 4 stars. The silver-armored man, Tornado General, shouted. This was only the first round of the test, so cultivator number 1 did not reveal his specialty, and the people following him were the same. Those people with the same evaluation were all arranged together by the Tornado General. Instantly, 4 square formations appeared. Chapter 551. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Demon God Chapter, Lower. The challengers went up one by one, but their attacks were all defeated by Tornado. They all had different evaluations, but the lowest was 3 stars, and some even reached 4.5 stars. No one knew what these star ratings were for, but the higher the better, so many of them took out their trump cards. At the same time, many of the challengers practiced demonic arts. However, Tornado didn't care. So what if they practiced demonic arts? Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. Number 438. Tornado shouted. Immediately, Yi Xian flew in front of Tornado and took out Lu Xiaoyou's supreme-grade celestial weapon. Demon God Chapter. Yi Xian's eyes turned incomparably black, and a huge amount of demonic qi condensed into the phantom of a demon god. Earth-splitting sword. Battle Dragon Stomp. Tornado raised an eyebrow when he saw the demon god phantom. Yi Xian wasn't strong, and the demon god phantom's amplification wasn't high. With his strength, he could easily kill Yi Xian. However, what surprised him was that he had seen this demon god phantom before. Thousand Demon Sect. Tornado narrowed his eyes. Squinting his eyes, Tornado easily defeated the earth-shattering sword with his normal Jinqi. Yes, your realm and martial arts quality aren't high, but your martial arts attainments aren't bad. 3.5 stars. Tornado gave his evaluation. Yi Xian didn't use the 8 desolate sword this time, nor did he use the throbbing pulse of the earth. 3.5 stars was within his expectations. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, "Little brother, how's the Thousand Demon sect?" Tornado suddenly asked. Yi Xian paused and asked in shock, "Senior knows that I'm a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect." Although the founder of the Thousand Demon sect was a void god realm expert, after thousands of years of decline, there weren't any experts in the sect who could transform 40% of their attributes. He was very surprised that the tornado could recognize him. Old Devil Wan was the #1 expert in the Luoxia region thousands of years ago. He killed many void god realm experts with his Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Of course I've heard of him. Tornado smiled. So that was the case. Yi Xian came to a realization and said, "The Thousand Demon sect is doing fine." He was lying through his teeth. The Thousand Demon sect was almost annihilated a few days ago. Although they managed to survive, the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect had already hidden away with his experts. Therefore, they could be considered to have ceased to exist. As for that old Devil Wan, he should be the ancestor of the Thousand Demon sect. Little brother, you've learned the demonic god chapter at such a young age. Your aptitude is not bad. But let me tell you, you've only mastered half of the demon god chapter. Thousands of years ago, old Devil Wan was able to fuse that phantom into his body and transform into a devil god himself. Wan Feng said. What? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He had only mastered half of the demon god chapter? Integrate the demon god's phantom into his body. Not many people know about this matter. I reckon that even the experts of your sect don't know about it. Anyway, it's just a rumor. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Tornado smiled, then called out the next participant. Yi Xian flew back in a daze. He had only mastered half of the demon god chapter. What a scam. In the Thousand Demon sect, there was no mention of the demon god chapter being divided into two parts. It seemed that what Tornado said was true. He could still continue to cultivate the demon god chapter. The people of the demon sect are indeed people of the demon sect. Even if it's their own faction, they won't pass down their trump card martial arts. Too stingy. Yi Xian was helpless. It seemed that he had to figure out the demon god chapter himself. Ding, did the host really integrate with the demon god's phantom? The host's current realm is too low. If the host forcibly fuses with the phantom, there is a possibility of chi deviation. Yi Xian tried it after listening to Tornado's words. Indeed, the phantom could be integrated into his body. However, his current realm was too low. The devouring system was good. It would alert him when there was danger. Not only that, the devouring system even gave him a list of items. Calm Heart Seed, Extreme Ice Snow Lotus. As long as he could obtain one of these items, he would be able to integrate with the demon god's phantom. He noted down the names of these items. If he were to encounter them in the future, he would not miss them. After Tornado's reminder, Yi Xian began to feel curious about the integration of the demon god's phantom. After all, this was the trump card of a virtual god powerhouse. He did not even pass it down to his own disciples. There were a total of 600 people who came to take the test. Before long, these 600 people were all done with the test. The lowest was 3 stars, and the highest was 4.5 stars. There was no 5 stars. Alright, the second round. Tornado looked around and said, "Those with 3 stars, come out." Hearing this, the people present were puzzled. Why did they all come out? However, these people did not dare to delay. More than 30 people flew out from the crowd. Those with 3.5 stars, come out. Tornado continued to shout. Now, more than 100 people, including Yi Xian, flew out. Those with 3 stars will choose from those with 3.5 stars. Choose one of them to fight one-on-one. If you succeed in the cross-level challenge, you will be promoted to 3.5 stars, regardless of life or death. Tornado shouted. Cross-level challenge. Since the beginning, some people had been guessing whether the next round would be a duel. Now that they heard this, they felt a little helpless. Everyone present was a genius. How could a cross-level challenge be easy? The person at the top of the list was number 23. He was the first person with 3 stars. After hearing Tornado's words, he flew out and chose from Yi Xian's 100 people. Him. The young man's gaze fell on Yi Xian and pointed at him. Motherf *Ker, do you think I'm a pushover? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and landed on the ground. Everyone present could feel that Yi Xian's rank was the lowest among all the people present. Moreover, Yi Xian had only reached 3.5 stars after using the demon god's phantom. Let's begin, Tornado shouted. In the next moment, the young man made his move. His attribute conversion had reached 33 points, which was 33 points. He was 5 points higher than Yi Xian. However, his affinity was much worse than Yi Xian's. He had not even reached the epic level. Whoosh! A flaming sword aura swept towards Yi Xian. Everyone had been testing just now. Although some people were a little impatient, others had secretly memorized everyone's attributes. Therefore, in this cross-level challenge, they naturally had to choose someone whose attributes were countered by their own. Insignificant skill. Yi Xian snorted coldly. The demon god's phantom had already condensed behind him. His right hand quickly chopped a few times, and in an instant, 3 earth-shattering swords appeared. So fast. The young man who was flying in the air was stunned. He was instantly struck in the head. Dead. Although it was only a test, these people definitely had powerful backgrounds. Killing them was better than not killing them. It would save him a lot of trouble. Most importantly, he wanted to use this test to improve his strength. After the young man died, Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected his interspatial ring. Chapter 552. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Domain Leader. Since Yi Xian was the one being challenged, and he failed, he was still given a rating of 3.5 stars. After the battle ended, he quietly returned to the 3.5 star camp. Now, no one dared to underestimate him. After that, the 30 or so martial artists continued to challenge. Most of them lost miserably, and some even died. Only 3 people succeeded, and those 3 people were directly promoted to 3.5 stars. Anyone who succeeds in one challenge will pass the test. However, the higher the star rating, the more advantageous it will be when the time comes, said Wan Feng. Everyone knew when the time came, which was the 100 Leaders Summit. However, the 3 people who advanced did not dare to challenge again. Alright, 3.5 stars, start challenging 4-star stars. Wan Feng shouted again. There were 100 people with 3.5 stars, but more than 300 with 4-star stars, so only 1/3 of them would be called. No, it would be less than 4-star, because some people were giving up. The stronger one was, the more cowardly one was. These people all had wives and children, so if they were not confident, it was better to give up. After about half an hour, it was finally Yi Xian's turn. Yi Xian flew over and pointed at a random person. Him. Good boy, do you think I'm easy to bully? A skinny man flew over. Yi Xian was casually chosen, so he could only count himself unlucky that he was chosen. Because Yi Xian never thought that he would fail. At least, not here. Begin. As soon as Wan Feng finished speaking, the man rushed toward Yi Xian. He had some impression of Yi Xian's demon god projection, so he naturally flew into the air to avoid being tricked by Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was casually chosen, he remembered that the man's metal attribute was countered by his earth attribute. Demon God Chapter. Sword of earth splitting. Yi Xian began to attack wildly. This person's attribute conversion was 40%, while Yi Xian's was only 28%. There was a difference of 12 points. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had his bloodline, martial arts, and attributes, so it was not difficult for Yi Xian to deal with him. Bang! 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 Yi Xian and the man attacked in a frenzy under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people. Because this was only a test, Yi Xian felt that it was better to hide the profound meaning, and not to mention, he could not use the Bahuang sword. After all, there was one Feng whose attribute conversion was over 80%. That was an existence that could kill him. Damn it, why does this brat have more Zhen Qi than me? The skinny man couldn't understand. If they continued to fight, then he would very likely be the one to lose, and it was even more likely that he would die. However, he didn't want to give up just like that, so he gave up on the long-range battle and charged towards Yi Xian. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yi Xian's demon god phantom disappeared, and his aura was greatly reduced. A good chance. The skinny man's eyes lit up. However, when he arrived in front of Yi Xian, another of demon god's stage appeared behind Yi Xian. Rip! With a muffled sound, the skinny man's head flew off. Oh! He can use it 4 times in a row. Wan Feng was surprised. During the first test, Yi Xian had used the of demon god chapter once. When he was challenged, he used it again. Now, he used it twice against the skinny man. In total, it was 4 times. In Wan Feng's memory, the of demon god chapter consumed a lot of energy. Although it could be recovered, he estimated that Yi Xian could only use it 3 times at most. He did not expect that there would be a 4th time. The skinny man thought that Yi Xian had lost his trump card, so he was careless. That was why he was beheaded. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 29 points. Yi Xian's realm increased again. He broke through. You can leave now, Wan Feng said with narrowed eyes. Now, Yi Xian could be considered to have successfully advanced, so he flew to the 4-star evaluation square. He was wondering if he should continue to challenge the 4.5-star evaluation. However, the thought disappeared in a flash. Whether it was the Bahuang sword or the Earth Pulse, he should hide them and reveal them at the 100 Territory Summit. After all, there were super geniuses in the 100 Territory Summit who could achieve 60% attribute conversion. There might even be some with 70% attribute conversion. If he revealed them now, he would be targeted and killed at the beginning if those people heard about it. What should he do? Keep a low profile. It was better to keep a low profile. Soon, the 3.5-star evaluation was completed. Then, it was the 4-star evaluation. Before long, the 4-star evaluation was also completed. At this time, there were only about 200 people who passed the test. The remaining 400 people either gave up or died. Okay, all of you have passed. Gather at the domain chief's manor in 3 days. Let's go. Wan Feng said and flew toward Luosha City. He flew very slowly because he was afraid that there would not be many people left if the people behind him started to fight. Yi Xian followed Wan Feng and flew back. After entering the city, he quickly left to see if there was anything in Luosha City that he needed to fuse with the demon god's phantom. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. Those things were very precious. They could not be found in the shops or even the auction houses. Sigh, let's wait until the 100 Territory Summit. I heard that the 100 Territory Summit is held in a 5 elements formation. Maybe there will be, Yi Xian thought to himself. During these 3 days, he could not stay idle. He went out of the city to kill monsters and sacred beasts. Every bit of improvement was worth it. 3 days later, he arrived at the domain chief's manor on time. At this time, there were already thousands of people gathered there. So strong. So many experts and geniuses. Yi Xian was shocked. These were geniuses from all over Luoxia region. Of course, most of them were locals of Luoxia region. Domain Chief Luoxia had invited so many people at once. It seemed that the 100 Territories Summit was not to be underestimated. As long as they could squeeze into the top 10, they could soak in the 5 elements pool to increase their affinity with attributes. Even the top 100 would be rewarded handsomely. The geniuses who wanted to participate in the 100 Territories Summit had all gathered there. Yi Xian even felt a few auras that made his heart palpitate. These geniuses all thought highly of themselves. They wished that their noses were in the sky, so they did not hesitate to release their auras. However, they had the right to be arrogant. The thousands of people waited for a while. Then, a huge figure descended from the sky above the Domain Chief's manor. It's the Domain Chief's great cloud rock. Someone recognized it. Yi Xian also raised his head to take a look and was shocked. The rock was so huge that its wingspan was probably more than 10,000 meters. Everyone, get on my back. A person's voice sounded in the sky. It's the Overlord. Someone else recognized it. Chapter 553. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Begin. At this moment, there were already a few people standing on the back of the 9 heavens cloud eagle. After everyone landed, the 9 firmaments great cloud rock quickly ascended through the clouds and began its journey. Greetings, Governor. Thousands of people stood on the back of the 9 heavens cloud eagle and greeted a middle-aged man with a square face beside Tornado. Yi Xian followed suit and bowed. At the same time, he glanced over. This is the governor of the Luoxia region, the powerhouse closest to the empty god realm. Yi Xian's heart trembled. The governor of the Luoxia region was already at the peak of the spirit realm. His attribute conversion had reached 100%, which was 100%. As long as he broke through once more, his spirit would be converted to void, and he would be able to break through to the empty god realm. There were many people beside the governor. They should be the powerhouses of the governor's mansion or the governor's guests. However, Yi Xian felt that these powerhouses were not even half as strong as Jiang Tianjin. No, they were not even 1/10 as strong as Jiang Tianjin. No need to be so polite. The governor looked at these people with a smile. Among these people, there might be geniuses who could join the Warlord Palace in the future. The 9 heavens great cloud rock still needs some time to fly to the 5 elements great array. Everyone can practice on the back of the great cloud rock first. I can use this time to give you some pointers. The domain ruler said with a smile. He was a super powerhouse at the peak of the spirit realm. He was only one step away from the empty god realm. He definitely had the strength to guide everyone present. After hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. However, there were thousands of people present. How could he guide them? Therefore, these people immediately cowered. Only the top geniuses dared to step forward. I am the stone puppet of the monolith region. Who wants to fight with me? A burly man in his 30s jumped out. Hearing this, everyone's body trembled. The monolith region. Wasn't that the third-ranked region in the Luoxia region? Moreover, this man's surname was Sure. This meant that he was from the monolith region's mansion. So you are the stone puppet. Let me fight with you. A short-haired young man jumped out. Gale region's Li Xiu. It is said that his attribute conversion has reached 65%. He is very powerful. Li Studio, Light Stone Puppet and Li Xiu did not waste any time and immediately started fighting. The stone puppet, as his name suggested, had a rare earth attribute spirit, while Li Xiu's was of the fire attribute. Earth and fire were adjacent to each other, so the earth element would be countered by the fire element. However, the stone puppet's realm was slightly higher than Li Xiu's, so everyone opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single scene. Bang! 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 The battle between the two was very intense. Both of them had converted 65% of their attributes, and the stone puppet was close to 70%. In terms of realm, the stone puppet was higher than Li Xiu, but in terms of attributes, Li Xiu restrained the stone puppet. Not bad, both of them are very strong, even stronger than the last summit. The domain master could not help but ask. If we let them enter the 5 elements pool, they might be able to comprehend the profound. A person who can comprehend profound at the spirit stage is a super genius. It's 1 in a million. It would be great if such a person could appear. If you're able to comprehend profound at the spirit stage, then you'll be able to enter the Warlord Palace. I wonder if anyone among this group of young geniuses has comprehended a profound meaning. The group of experts at the peak of the spirit stage discussed softly. At this moment, the battle between the stone puppet and Li Xiu had reached its climax. Because they were on the back of the 9 firmament's great cloud rock, it was inevitable that they would accidentally injure the 9 firmament's great cloud rock. However, the 9 firmament's great cloud rock's defense was extremely strong. Their attacks were unable to break through its defense. After all, this was a super saint beast that was comparable to a peak spirit stage expert. Oh, then the stone puppet is going to lose. The governor's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, in less than 10 rounds, the stone puppet was sent flying by the sword. This Li Xiu is so strong. He actually succeeded in the challenge. This was what everyone thought in their hearts. Amazing. I, the stone puppet, admit defeat. The stone puppet was a person who could accept defeat, so he immediately cupped his fists. Thank you. Li Xiu also cupped his fists. Next, the governor commented on the battle between the two and gave them some guidance. The two of them benefited a lot and retreated to digest the information. After the first battle ended, another 2 people quickly walked out. They were 2 experts who had achieved 60% attribute conversion. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and watched carefully. Right now, his attribute conversion wasn't even 30%. If he used his trump card, he would probably only be able to fight against experts with 45% or 50% attribute conversion. If he encountered an expert with 60% attribute conversion, he probably wouldn't be able to fight back. Fortunately, there weren't many people who had achieved 60% attribute conversion. There were only 8 people out of 1,000. These 8 people had all come out to show their faces, so Yi Xian recognized them. However, these 8 people were hiding their strength. It was unknown if any of them had achieved 70% attribute conversion. Although the governor and the other experts could sense who was strong and who was weak, they wouldn't say it out loud. The battles continued one after another. Generally, the stronger ones would go out first. Of course, there were also people who chose to hide for the upcoming 100-leader summit. About a day later. See. The young geniuses on the back of the 9 firmament's great cloud rock smelled a fishy smell. When they opened their eyes, they discovered that the 9 firmament's great cloud rock had already descended below the clouds. Below, there was a blue sea. I heard that the 5 elements great array is in the sea. If we were to hurry, I'm afraid it would take us a month. Someone said. At this moment, in the boundless sea, a black dot suddenly entered everyone's eyes. We're almost there. The Luosha region governor narrowed his eyes. He knew that the black dot in front of them was an island, and this island was called the Blade Island. The 9 firmament's great cloud rock flew very quickly, and the black dot rapidly enlarged. That's the Blade Island. The Metal Island in the 5 elements great array. A group of people looked at it curiously. The 5 elements great array had a total of 5 arrays. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. The Blade Island represented the metal attribute. Alright, we've arrived at our destination. The Luosha region governor walked out and said loudly, I'm sure everyone has heard of the 5 elements great array, so I won't say much. Next, everyone will enter one of the 5 islands at random. Moreover, the time of entry will be determined by your star rating. 7-star rating people can enter first after the departure time is up. After 1 hour, it will be 6.5 stars. After 2 hours, it will be 6 stars, and so on. What you have to do is to collect the tokens in the 5 islands. These tokens are spread across the 5 islands. The metal token is a special golden blade, the wood token is a life saint seed, the water token is the ocean star, the fire token is the firestone, and the earth token is the pure gold sand. Only by collecting these 5 tokens can you enter the central island. If anyone sets foot on the central island without collecting all the tokens, they will be disqualified. Finally, this is the first round of the 100 Leaders Summit. The first round's reward is to enter the 5 elements pool. As for the time of immersion, it will be determined by your ranking. Oh right, there's one more thing. These 5 islands are all covered with a flight restriction array. You can only jump 50 meters at most. Chapter 554. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Tailing. Draw lots, everyone. Tornado held the lot tube and walked in front of each person. Metal. Wood. Wood. Fire. Earth. Water. When the lot was drawn, those who drew the same lot gathered together. Metal. When it was Yi Xian's turn, he randomly drew a stick. The word metal was written on it. Gold meant that he would be going to Blade Island first. Before coming, he had done his homework. The 5 elements formation was arranged in order. The metal element of Blade Island was sandwiched between the earth and wood element islands. The left was wood, and the right was earth. His luck was pretty good because he was of the earth attribute, so he definitely had an advantage on Blade Edge Island. Soon, everyone was done with their draws. At the same time, the 9 firmaments cloud rock flew to one of the entrances of Blade Island. Yi Xian glanced around and discovered that the island was filled with broken limbs. The broken limbs here referred to those broken swords and sabers. He didn't know where they came from, but there were so many of them. Alright, everyone who drew a metal element stick, come with me. Tornado shouted. Soon after, more than 300 people, including Yi Xian, followed him. Good luck. On the back of the 9 heavens great cloud rock, the Luosha region's domain leader said and flew away. Yi Xian didn't expect so many people to draw metal element sticks. That was more than a fifth of them. Tornado did a head count and confirmed each person's identity. Then, he divided Yi Xian's group into several groups according to their star rating. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was no 6-star expert on their Blade Island. Whirlwind brought everyone to the edge of Blade Edge Island and said, all of you, wait here for now. When the time is up, you can enter according to your star rating. The interval is 1 hour. Also, to prevent experts from lying in wait, there is a restriction on the outer circle of Blade Island. You can only fight when you enter the inner circle. That golden line is the dividing line. Everyone looked in the direction of Tornado's finger. Sure enough, they saw a golden line. Those with low ratings could go around the golden line and find a good spot to enter Blade Island. That way, they could avoid being ambushed by experts. After all, it was a matter of who got the 5 tokens first and entered the central island. They wouldn't waste time on that. The 300 people began to wait for Tornado's instructions. Not long after, the sky darkened. Tornado took out a time crystal and said, now, the 7-star experts can enter the island. However, you haven't. The highest among you are 5.5 stars, so you'll have to wait for 3 more hours. Everyone nodded. They all understood that although no one with a 7-star evaluation had appeared on Blade Island, there might be 1 in 1,000 people. In 3 hours, this 7-star evaluation expert might have found the token and arrived on Blade Island. At that moment, Yi Xian, who was resting in a corner, opened his eyes. I'm a 4-star, so I'll have to wait for 6 more hours. What a scam. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. He couldn't help it. In the 100 Leaders Summit, he was the one with the lowest rank. No one was lower than him. If he unleashed his full strength, he would probably get a 5-star evaluation at most. A 5-star would have to wait for 4 hours before they could enter. He was too far behind. I'll have to wait until dawn to enter. When that time comes, I'll have to break through quickly and find the tokens, Yi Xian planned in his heart. However, compared to these people, he had an advantage. That was because he had an endless supply of qi and stamina. He could take advantage of the time when others were recovering. An hour later, the 300 people on Blade Island didn't move. 2 hours later, they were still as silent as ever. It wasn't until the 3rd hour that Tornado shouted again, "All right, 5.5 stars can enter now." Following that, more than 10 people left. Some directly passed through the Golden Line, while others went around the Golden Line to leave. At the 4th hour, the 5-star people entered. Yi Xian only had a 4-star evaluation because he wanted to hide his strength. He still had to wait for 2 more hours. At the 5th hour, the 4.5 stars entered. After these people left, Yi Xian looked around and realized that there were only 100 people left. In other words, the remaining people were 4-star, 3-star, and 3.5 stars. Yi Xian sat there cross-legged. Finally, the 6th hour had arrived. All right, the 4-star people can enter now. Hearing this, Yi Xian also stood up. More than 20 people stood up at the same time. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them and actually charged in. This kid is really bold. How dare he not avoid us? This kind of person is either a fool or an expert. Big brother, what do you think? Go up and kill him. A group of 3 people stared at Yi Xian. After all, some of the people who participated in the 100 Leaders Summit were there to kill. They followed me. Yi Xian, who had already stepped into the Golden Line, squinted his eyes. All the people he was afraid of had already entered. The remaining people could not threaten him. If they dared to follow him, they would be courting death. However, if he did not reveal his trump card, it would be difficult for him to kill these 3 people. Therefore, he decided to enter the forest behind the Golden Line first. He's going to enter the forest. Get ready, we'll kill him after we enter. All right. Soon, Yi Xian rushed into the forest. The 3 people behind him also rushed in 2 seconds later. Experience. I need a lot of experience. The 3 of you will become my experience. Yi Xian, who was running in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, he turned around and stomped. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Earth's Pulse 2 layers. Buzz. The 3 people only felt a roar in their heads. By the time they reacted, their heads had already been separated from their necks. Insta-kill. Insta-kill 3 people in an instant. This kind of strength was already extremely strong. However, this was also reasonable. After all, Yi Xian's Earth's Pulse 2 layers had already transformed, and its power was twice as strong as before. Under the circumstances of 2 vibrations, even if Yi Xian's attribute was restrained by the fire attribute, he could still easily kill his enemies. As for these 3 people, their attribute conversion was only around 40%. They had no power to fight back at all. Before these 3 people were completely dead, Yi Xian rushed over and collected their universe rings. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently 30 points. 30 points of attribute conversion was 30%. This increased Yi Xian's strength by a little. Chapter 555. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Black Blade. Right now, Yi Xian had already entered Blade's Edge Island. There were broken swords and sabers everywhere. This was a treasure trove for Yi Xian. Some of the broken swords and sabers were supreme-grade celestial artifacts. Although they were broken, Yi Xian could still devour them. Immediately, Yi Xian began to quickly collect them. Yi Xian didn't want low-grade celestial artifacts, mid-grade celestial artifacts, high-grade celestial artifacts. He only wanted supreme-grade celestial artifacts. Most importantly, these supreme-grade celestial artifacts were all dropped on the ground. Yi Xian's speed was fast, and his strength was improving all the time. Haha, awesome! If I collect all the celestial artifacts on Blade Island, my attribute conversion will increase by at least 5 points. Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, these broken swords and sabers weren't the only things on Blade Island. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian paused and turned to look in a certain direction. This was the sound of a battle, and it was probably only 10,000 meters away. Those who entered Blade Island before are probably all in the center. The one closest to me is at most 4.5 stars. With that in mind, Yi Xian rushed in that direction. When he arrived at the scene of the battle, he saw two figures fighting. One of them was naturally a human, while the other was actually a metallic creature. This metallic creature was covered in blades. Its hands and feet were black blades, and even its head was the same. It looked a little like a pine cone. What the hell is this? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He understood that this was probably some kind of exotic beast. Oh no! The warrior's expression darkened when he saw Yi Xian. He was alone and had no reinforcements. More importantly, he was currently entangled by a black blade. A 4.5 star evaluation. Yi Xian had seen this person before. A rating of 4.5 stars meant that the attribute conversion rate had reached at least 40%. It was more likely that it had reached 45%. Of course, it was also possible that it had reached 50%. After all, many people had hidden their strength. As long as it wasn't a 5-star rating or above, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. However, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to make a move. After all, he wanted to let this person test the black blade's strength first. Boom! 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 This martial artist attacked with his flaming sword Qi as he retreated. The defensive power of that black blade was very strong. Furthermore, it was able to use a two-handed blade to break through the flaming sword Qi. It was very powerful. This black blade had no eyes, so it was unknown how it attacked. However, at this moment, its two black blade legs paused, and then its entire body began to spin wildly. It directly turned into a black blade tornado, sweeping towards the human. What? This martial artist's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He immediately turned around and fled. However, the black blade's spinning speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it caught up with the cultivator and used the blade to dismember the cultivator. This scene completely fell into Yi Xian's eyes, causing him to be stunned for a moment. This Blade Island was indeed dangerous. Not only was the Black Blade's defensive power strong, but its offensive power and speed were also very strong. After the Black Blade tore the cultivator to pieces, it didn't stop. Instead, it swept towards Yi Xian. Humph, you dare to cause trouble for me with just you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately drew his Bahuang sword and slashed out a few earth-shattering swords. Sacred Swordsman Bloodline. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 2. Bahuang's sword. These three factors made Yi Xian's attack extremely powerful. In addition, this 5 elements array had 5 islands. Each island had its own attribute. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that Earth attribute attacks would be able to increase the damage. Furthermore, this black blade might be a mutated beast. The Beast King bloodline might be of some use. Bam! 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 The swords of the earth-splitting sword slammed into the black blade and shattered it in an instant. After its death, all the black sabers on its body fell apart, revealing the main body of the black saber. You can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Xian ridiculed, then walked over. A black blade that could instantly kill a 4.5-star rated cultivator had been instantly killed by him. Compared to the others, he had a huge advantage on this blade island. Yi Xian walked over, picked up the cultivator's severed finger, removed the intact interspatial ring, and devoured the items inside. Then, he put away the black blade. Oh. You can devour them. That's quite a lot of experience. Yi Xian was very surprised. He continued to devour the black blade. The value of this black blade was comparable to that of a supreme-grade heaven artifact. However, what he didn't expect was that the value of the black blade far exceeded that of the other black blades. Its value could be as high as 1 to 100. This black blade was the main body of the black blade. The other black blades were embedded in this black blade. Big black saber, I understand now. So this is the token on Blade Edge Island. However, the Luosha region ruler said that the token is a golden blade. Then, I should kill a golden blade and obtain the main body of its golden blade. Yi Xian understood instantly. This black blade was probably just a small monster on Blade Island. As for the golden blade, it should be a boss. As long as he killed a golden blade, he could leave Blade Island. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's guess. Now, Yi Xian no longer collected those broken swords and sabers. This was purely a waste of time. Instead of collecting broken blades, he might as well kill these black blades. Let's go. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly left and started running. Soon, he encountered a second black blade. Its strength was about the same as the previous one. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth, second layer. This time, Yi Xian didn't attack. He attacked directly with his feet. What surprised him was that he only stomped 4 times. Before he even reached the black blade, it was already dead. All the black blades on its body scattered on the ground. Sure enough, there's an attribute counter. Yi Xian was now certain. He then put away the black blade. At this rate, I'll be able to break through again after killing a few more black blades. He was very satisfied with the experience of these black blades. Moreover, it was late at night. Compared to the others, he had a greater advantage. Among all the young talents participating in the 100 Leaders Summit, Yi Xian's realm was the lowest. Even if he broke through, he would still be the lowest. Therefore, he wanted to quickly improve his realm on Blade Island. Only then would he be qualified to compete with others for the right to enter the 5 elements pool. This place was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 556. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Golden Blade. By the time dusk arrived, Yi Xian's realm had soared to 35%. Although it was only 5%, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. I still haven't encountered the Golden Blade. Perhaps I'll have to go deeper. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not want to encounter the Golden Blade for the time being. He estimated that the Golden Blade's strength was at least 5 stars, or even 6 stars. There were simply too many talented youths. Those who were below 5 stars were just there to make up the numbers. Perhaps someone had already obtained the Golden Blade, or perhaps someone else had come from another island. In any case, Yi Xian occupied Blade Island. If he was able to kill all the golden blades, then wouldn't there be a place for him in the five-element pool? After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian continued on his way. His target was the person and the black blade. Because it had been night the previous night, everyone had been very careful. However, their speed would increase during the day. At the same time, the chances of them encountering Yi Xian by chance would increase greatly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately rushed in that direction. When he arrived, he saw two people fighting. This time, it was two humans. Their attribute conversion is over 50. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and watched the battle from the sidelines. The two of them had also noticed Yi Xian and split their attention to guard against him. Earlier, Tornado's test had not produced a 5-star evaluation. At most, it was 4.5 stars. These 5-star evaluators had all come with invitations. Therefore, their backgrounds were more powerful than the average person's. "What are you looking at, kid?" "Scram!" the youth in white robes shouted. Scram! Yi Xian was enraged by this. He had been watching the battle because he thought that someone else might come. However, he could no longer sit still. Demon God Chapter. The phantom of a demon god suddenly condensed behind Yi Xian. Immediately afterward, he charged over to kill them. "You overestimate yourself. Kill him first," the young man in white said. "All right." His opponent nodded. The two of them instantly reached a consensus. Both of them had already converted more than 50% of their attributes, while Yi Xian had only converted 35%. However, they did not comprehend any ultimacy, nor did they possess any illusionary divine weapons. Most importantly, there was a space ceiling formation on the 5 islands. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Boss. Yi Xian instantly took a few steps forward. The War Dragon Stomp, which was imbued with the pulsation of the earth, instantly shook their heads. Earth-splitting sword. Swish. 2 earth-shattering swords shot out from the ground and instantly cut off their heads. I can insta-kill someone with 50% attribute conversion. My strength can be considered above average among this group of geniuses. Even so, Yi Xian was not very satisfied with this strength. At this time, he dared to use the Bahuang's sword because there was no one around. If there were many people, he would definitely not take out the Bahuang's sword. After all, it was an illusionary divine weapon. If he only relied on ultimacy, it would not be enough to deal with these geniuses. Hence, he needed to continue improving. After killing the two of them, Yi Xian looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, he walked over and took off the 2 interspatial rings. However, before he could devour them, he found something good in one of the interspatial rings. Is this pure gold gravel? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Pure gold gravel was one of the 5 tokens that represented the earth attribute. In other words, one of the 2 corpses might have come from the earth attribute island next door. In that case, he did not need to go to the yellow sand island. Perhaps he did not need to go to the other islands either. He only needed to wait on the Blade Island and wait for the others to deliver him. However, this pure gold gravel seemed to be very precious. Hence, Yi Xian felt that it was better to devour it first. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased to 38 points. The 2 interspatial rings allowed Yi Xian to break through 3 times at once, from 35 points to 38 points. I don't care if the pure gold gravel is a mission item. I need to improve my strength first. Yi Xian devoured everything in the interspatial rings and continued on his way. By now, He had a rough idea that the Blade Island was divided into two parts. He was still in the outer area. As for the golden blades, they should have appeared in the inner area. Hence, this time, he headed straight for the center of the island instead of circling around the outer area. He advanced for a while. Although he did not find any golden blades, he did find a group of black blades. There were more than 10 black blades in this group. At this moment, Yi Xian's attention suddenly fell on the back of the black blades. There seemed to be a blade mountain there. The golden blades might be in there. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly dashed out. He did not need to attack to deal with the black blades. All he needed to do was to stomp his feet. Bam! 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 A series of shockwaves traveled up the black blades and instantly killed them. Yi Xian flashed over and devoured all the black blades. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly flew up the Blade Peak mountain. Is that the 5.5-star guy? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Their Blade Island had never had a 6-star rating before, so Yi Xian remembered all the 5.5-star and 5-star people. This figure had a 5.5-star rating, so his attribute conversion had reached at least 55%. If I kill him, my attribute conversion will probably soar again. But it'll be difficult. Yi Xian hesitated. Although he had killed 2 people with 50% conversion before, this was 55%. Besides, who knew if this person was hiding his true strength? What if his true strength had reached 60% conversion? I'd better back off. Yi Xian decided not to cause trouble for that person. He would kill some black blades around the Blade Mountain first. The Blade Mountain was not big, but Yi Xian spent 5 minutes running around it. During this time, he killed more than 100 black blades. There were strong and weak black blades. The weak ones could fight to a draw with someone with 40% conversion. As for the strong ones, they could pose a slight threat to Yi Xian. Therefore, there were naturally high and low experience points. After Yi Xian circled the Blade Mountain, his attribute conversion increased by 1 point, reaching 39. Just a little more and he would reach 40. At this moment. Caw! 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 Chapter 557. Blade Peak Mountain, is it that person from before? Yi Xian focused his eyes. Sure enough, it was the martial artist with a 5.5-star evaluation. Behind this martial artist was a group of golden blades. As expected, the golden blades are on this Blade Peak Mountain. Yi Xian's heart trembled. If it was a group of golden blades, he would not be afraid, but now that there was a group of golden blades chasing after the martial artist, Yi Xian had no choice but to retreat. He hurriedly hid himself and watched quietly. I'll fight it out with you. The martial artist roared and rushed back. However, after he was surrounded by the golden blades, he was instantly hacked to death. F***ck, so strong. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He was not admiring the martial artist's strength, but was afraid of the group of golden blades. What he was most afraid of was that these golden blades moved in groups. If he provoked one, it would attract a group. Previously, he had obtained the pure gold gravel, but the other party's attribute conversion had only reached 50%. This meant that the pure gold gravel was not difficult to obtain. As for this martial artist, his strength was very close to 60%, but he was chased by a group of golden blades and then hacked to death. However, Yi Xian's eyes still lit up, because he saw that the group of golden blades, after killing that martial artist, all returned to the Blade Peak Mountain. Ha! I'm going to take advantage of you. Yi Xian laughed in his heart and quickly rushed over. However, what he did not expect was that there were actually people around, and they had the same idea as him. Brat, you're courting death. A man shouted angrily and slashed out a flame slash at Yi Xian. Insignificant skill, die. Yi Xian directly dodged the slash. Before that, his feet had already stepped out a few war dragons 10 steps. Buzz. Crack. This martial artist who wanted to take advantage of the situation had his head crushed by Yi Xian's kick and instantly fell to the ground. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian snorted coldly. He ran to the corpse of the warrior who had been hacked to death and picked up his interspatial ring. The interspatial ring had been grazed by the golden blade. Fortunately, it did not shatter. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have cried. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has reached 43 points. This yin and yang ring had increased Yi Xian's attribute conversion by 4 points. It was a good harvest. Then, Yi Xian turned around and walked to the unlucky guy whose head had been crushed by his kick. He picked up the interspatial ring. Pure gold sand again. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This person's attribute conversion was only at 45%. He wasn't very strong. It seemed that the yellow sand island was more relaxed. Now, Yi Xian had the strength to survive on Blade Edge Island. At this moment, he was wondering if he should climb this mountain full of blades. I'll just go and take a look. If worse comes to worst, I'll just run. In any case, I have the Earth Pulse. They shouldn't be able to catch up to me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He had made up his mind. He could attack enemies even if he was running. Although the group of golden blades was strong, it would be fine as long as he did not get surrounded. At this thought, he took a step forward and ran toward Blade Edge Mountain. Blade Edge Mountain. There were no blades on the mountain, only some metal blades. Yi Xian tried to break off one of them, but found that the benefits were very low after devouring it, so he did not bother with it. At this moment, he had already climbed up Blade Edge Mountain. Golden blades. They are very strong. If there are only one or two, I should be able to deal with them. If there is a group, I will have to run. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had seen many black blades form blade tornadoes, so he guessed that the golden blades could do the same. Flying was not allowed on Blade Edge Island, so it would be difficult for him to avoid them. So many black blades. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He found a group of black blades on Blade Edge Mountain. There were more than 100 of them. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. Kill! Yi Xian immediately rushed over. When he got close, he suddenly used the Battle Dragon Stomp. Boom! The entire earth shook. Every step Yi Xian took was able to kill a black blade. In less than 3 seconds, these hundreds of black blades were all killed by him. After all, his speed was measured in units of 1,000 meters per second. He could cross dozens of meters with each step. Yi Xian put away all of the black blades. His strength had increased slightly, and his qi had also recovered to its peak. There were more than 100 black blades. Even someone with 60% attribute conversion would not dare to recklessly make an enemy out of them. However, Yi Xian could kill them with ease. It was not that no one saw this scene. A person in a white cloud in the sky had a panoramic view. This kid really is hiding his strength. He can kill over 100 black blades in 3 seconds without making a move. His strength is already at 6 stars. This person was Tornado, who was in charge of Blade Edge Island. Although there was a flight restriction formation here, he was not affected because of his strength. However, what he didn't understand was why Yi Xian had to hide his strength. If he had a 6-star evaluation at the beginning, then he would have been able to enter the Blade Edge Island in the 3rd hour. He would have been able to buy a lot of time. However, he was too far away, so he did not know that Yi Xian had comprehended the ultimacy. He also did not know that the weapon in Yi Xian's hand was a virtual god weapon. However, he continued to follow and observe. At this time, it had been more than 10 minutes since Yi Xian entered Blade Edge Mountain. In this half an hour, he had killed several groups of black blades. There were more than 1,000 of them in total. With his extraordinary recovery speed, he did not need to rest at all. He did not need to recover. He just killed his way up. That's strange. That person encountered the golden blades not long after he went up. I've been here for more than 10 minutes. Why haven't I seen them yet? Yi Xian was very helpless. However, he really did get what he wanted. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he found a trace of gold on the Blade's Peak Mountain. A golden blade. I finally found it, and it's alone. You're finished. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He estimated that the value of this golden blade was at least equivalent to 500 black blades. In an instant, Yi Xian rushed over. The golden blade also discovered Yi Xian and used its 2 golden blade legs to welcome him. Sword of Earth Splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 Steps. Earth Pulsation. Before this golden blade could get close, several golden blades were first shaken off by the Battle Dragon's 10 Steps. Then, they were immediately struck by the Sword of Earth Splitting and disintegrated instantly. I killed the golden blade in one hit. My attack power is not bad. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Chapter 558. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation 6-star Slayer. The main body's golden saber was probably even tougher than a supreme-grade heaven-tier weapon. If not for the lack of enhancement, Yi Xian could have played around with the golden saber. Unfortunately, the golden saber had no enhancement at all. It could only be used as a toy. Yi Xian felt that he could encounter more golden sabers, so he devoured the golden saber. So much experience. If I can kill a few more, I'll probably be able to break through again. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed out. At the same time, another person entered Blade Peak Mountain. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was one of the 8 6-star rated people from the other day. A 6-star rated person with an invitation card would have at least 60% attribute conversion. His actual combat power would definitely surpass that of a 6-star. Yi Xian, who did not know this, was still pacing around Blade Peak Mountain. So the golden sabers aren't as scary as I thought. As long as there aren't more than 10 of them, I can easily deal with them. Yi Xian was still slaughtering the black and golden sabers. Now, his confidence was greatly boosted. Even if he encountered a group of golden sabers, he was confident that he could exhaust them to death. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 44 points. The system notified. Finally, he broke through. Seems like it's still hard to level up by killing monsters. The fastest way is still to kill. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, those experts were scattered across the 5 islands. There were not many experts on Blade Peak Island. Those 5.5-star rated experts might have already obtained golden sabers and gone to other islands. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian broke through, a rumbling sound came from afar. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "There's still someone on Blade Peak Mountain." Someone was here. This was a good sign. If it was an easy target, he would go over. Immediately, he rushed in that direction. Not long after, he saw a group of golden sabers chasing after a young man. F***CK, I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen a group of golden blades. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck that he didn't encounter a group of golden blades. He narrowed his eyes and discovered that the young man being chased was actually one of the 8 6-star experts. His eyes immediately lit up. If he were to fight one-on-one, he might have to fight a tough battle. However, it was not a one-on-one battle. That young man was being chased by 7 golden blades. If he didn't take advantage of this situation, how could it be justified? Kill. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he swiftly swept over. In this world of the strong, he would not show mercy because he knew that if he was the one being hunted down and the young man saw it, he would definitely do the same. Damn it. The young man also noticed Yi Xian and immediately cursed. Then, he shouted, "Sir, help me kill these golden blades, and we'll split them equally." Split equally. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. He could slowly deal with these golden blades. Why would he need to team up with someone else? Moreover, the young man's universe ring was the real deal. If he got it, he could at least break through once. Cut the crap and die. Yi Xian shouted and took a step forward with his right foot. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, second layer. This attack directly passed through the group of golden blades and blasted toward the young man. What? The young man was shocked and hurriedly gathered his attribute True Qi at his feet. Although he was still hit, his fire attribute True Qi blocked a lot of the impact. However, his feet couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, the golden blades closed the distance between them. What kind of martial art is this? How can it be so powerful? The young man was very puzzled. At this time, he only thought that this martial art was powerful. He didn't expect it to be the weakest earth attribute martial art that had only merged with the profound meaning of earth. However, that kick just now was just an appetizer. Bang! 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 Yi Xian's feet quickly alternated as he continuously used the battle dragon's 10 steps that had merged with the pulse of the earth, second layer. Even if the young man had fire attribute True Qi, he couldn't block such a frequent attack. After all, he still had to defend against those golden blades. Although Yi Xian's battle dragon's 10 steps didn't hit every time, it was enough that one of the 3 strikes could hit the young man. Crack! When the third battle dragon's 10 steps that contained the pulse of the earth landed on the young man's feet, a unique crisp sound finally rang out. This was the sound of the young man's bones shattering. Not good. The young man's expression changed. He didn't expect to fall in such a damned place. He also didn't expect that he would be attacked by countless golden blades. Yi Xian didn't want the young man to be hacked to death by the golden blades. What if they broke the universe ring? Therefore, he started to clean up the golden blades. Sword of the Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, second layer. A series of explosions rang out as Yi Xian slashed out 5 Sword of the Earth splitting, disintegrating one of the golden blades. This scene fell into the young man's eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. So strong. This person's attack power is so strong. Who is he? Why didn't he show off when we were on the back of the 9 firmament's great cloud rock? Why did he give up on the guidance of the Dominator? The young man had many questions in his heart, but he was in no mood to ask them now that he was in danger. He had to escape, or he might die here. Boom! The second golden blade fell. Boom! The third golden blade fell. At this moment, only 4 golden blades were left chasing after the young man. Kid, I won't let you go just like that. Yi Xian's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of a golden blade. He then slashed the ground with the Sword of the Earth splitting. The Sword of the Earth splitting that he used just now was thrown out, so the young man didn't notice it. When the young man felt something was wrong, a cold light suddenly swept out from under his feet and hit his left hand. Rip! A broken arm flew up. What? The young man's eyes widened. He didn't expect this. His interspatial ring contained a large number of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures, as well as the 5 elements tokens that he had spent a day collecting. He couldn't lose them. "I'll fight it out with you." The young man made up his mind. He gripped his long sword tightly and rushed back. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly flew over and caught his severed arm. It was Yi Xian. Ha! The moment Yi Xian took off his universe ring, he couldn't help but smile. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 47 points. Chapter 559. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Meditation Seed, Ding. Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 47 points. This time, it was another huge breakthrough as it increased by 3 points. The young man was the young city lord of one of the big cities in Luoxia region. His interspatial ring contained unimaginable wealth. However, all of it went to Yi Xian. Ha! Die! Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged as a large amount of demonic aura gushed out from his body and condensed into the shadow of a demon god. He had not used the demon god chapter from the beginning so that he could unleash his power at this moment. Now, the time had come. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Sword of the Earth splitting. Pulse of the Earth. The young man only felt his eyes flicker as if the entire world was shaken. In the next moment, he saw the 4 golden blades in front of him disintegrate instantly. Strong. So strong. This was his first reaction, and also his last reaction. Gotcha! A crisp sound was transmitted into his mind. Then, his vision quickly blurred. His head had been shattered by Yi Xian. Plop! The young man's body fell to the ground. Not only that, but the 4 golden blades also fell. Yi Xian instantly exploded and killed them. This was his true strength. Even a 6-star person was killed by me. With my strength, I should be able to squeeze into the top 10 among these 1,000 people, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not become arrogant. After all, he could not reveal the Bahuang sword. Without the Bahuang sword, he was at most a 6-star person. Those 6-star people usually hid their strength. Who knows, there might be a few who could achieve 70% conversion. After pausing for a moment, he kept the corpses of the golden blades and began to investigate the items inside. Just now, he had devoured the cultivation resources and did not take a closer look. This person's status was definitely not low. Who knows, he might have something good. Fiery stone, pure gold sand. Yi Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect this young man to have been to 2 islands. This was too good for him. With the addition of the golden blade, he now had 3 tokens of the 5 elements. Right now, I'm still not strong enough. Let's first explore this Blade Peak mountain, then go to wood and water. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then disappeared in a flash. It had only been a day, but he had already collected 3 tokens. Perhaps the first batch of 7-star evaluators had already collected 5 tokens? He didn't dare be negligent, because there were only 10 spots to enter the 5-element pool, and the time was determined according to the number of spots. However, what he did not know was that his actions were seen by Tornado. To think that this brat's strength is so terrifying. Since the 1,000 Demon sect was able to nurture such a genius, I reckon that they wouldn't decline too far. Tornado narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was wondering if he should get closer to observe Yi Xian and see what kind of trump cards he had. However, after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, with Yi Xian's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to collect the 5 elements tokens. After this round, wouldn't he find out in the second round? Tornado stood high in the sky, watching Yi Xian. He watched as Yi Xian walked around Blade Peak Mountain, killing the black and golden blades. Does this brat want to go around Blade Peak Mountain and collect all the golden blades? After realizing Yi Xian's intentions, Tornado didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If that was the case, then the others wouldn't be able to complete the task. However, there was a fixed number of golden blades on Blade Peak Mountain. Tornado knew how many golden blades there were on Blade Peak Mountain. Moreover, before Yi Xian came to Blade Peak Mountain, someone had already obtained a golden blade and left. Below, Yi Xian didn't notice that someone was watching him. He killed his way from the south to the north, killing more than 100 golden blades. I've only improved a little. It's too slow. Let's go to Wood Island. Yi Xian shook his head. If he lost a spot to enter the 5-element pool because of collecting these golden blades, then the loss outweighed the gain. His goal was to enter the top 10. He immediately left Blade Edge Island and tried to get his bearings. Blade Peak Island was the Metal Island, the left was the Earth Island, and the right was the Wood Island. This time, he was going to the Isle of Wood, then the Isle of Water, and finally the Isle of Ice. Finally, he would be able to enter the Central Isle. However, when he arrived at the edge of Blade Peak Island and saw the Wood Island, a voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Someone has already reached the Central Island. I hope everyone will work hard and be careful. Yi Xian recognized this voice. It belonged to the Luosha region's domain lord. Yi Xian exclaimed inwardly, sure enough, someone reached Blade Peak Mountain before me and obtained a golden blade. I don't know who this person is, but first place gets to soak in the 5-element pool for 10 days first. He didn't dare to delay and jumped into the sea. Only the 5-element island had a forbidden space formation. This sea had one as well. Those who weren't strong enough had to swim obediently. Yi Xian had a bloodline, so he swam extremely fast. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the Wood Island. Yi Xian didn't know the name of this Wood Island, but he knew that this Wood Island should be very dangerous. After all, he had seen a few people come from the Earth Island, but he had never seen the Wood Island before. The Wood element's attack power isn't strong, but it has many effects. This Wood Island should be poisonous. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. He wasn't afraid of poison. After all, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. As long as his strength continued to increase, his resistance to poison would also increase. However, not all poisons could be detoxified immediately. If he was poisoned by a paralyzing poison and was killed while he was detoxifying, that would be terrible. Yi Xian reached the Wood Island. He guessed that the tokens of the 5 elements should be at the center of each island. Now that someone had already reached the center island, he had to hurry. He rushed straight to the center. Previously, on Blade Edge Island, Yi Xian had seen quite a few heavenly and earthly treasures, but this island of wood was even more terrifying. Heavenly and earthly treasures could be seen everywhere, so Yi Xian was extremely happy to receive them. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was stunned. Without thinking, he rushed toward the source of the sounds. This time, it was a battle between 2 people. Scram! I found this tranquil seed first. Rare treasures belong to the capable. So what if you found it first? Didn't I pluck it first? You're courting death. 2 quarreling voices came. Yi Xian looked around and saw that 2 people were fighting. However, he focused his attention on the conversation between the 2 of them. Tranquil seed. It was actually the tranquil seed. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 560. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Demon God Transformation. Yi Xian had tried to fuse the demon god's projection into his body after hearing Tornado's words, but the system had notified him that his realm was not high enough. It was still the same now. However, if he obtained some things, he could bring it forward. For example, the meditation seed. The meditation seed. If I can get the meditation seed, I can fuse the demon god's projection into my body. When that happens, I will be a demon god. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He observed for a moment and realized that these two people were not very strong. At most, they had a 5.5-star evaluation. He had even killed a 6-star evaluation. What was a 5.5-star evaluation to him? Let me be the fisherman one more time. Yi Xian instantly charged out of the forest. What? The two people turned around in shock. Then, their heads buzzed as two war dragons 10 steps imbued with the throbbing pulse of the earth shattered their heads. Instant kill. Yi Xian's strength had already grown to such a terrifying level just by moving his feet. After the two people died, Yi Xian quickly went over and took their interspatial rings. Sure enough, there was a green seed in one of the rings. It looked a little like a bloodline seed. This was the meditation seed. Ding, will the host fuse with the demon god's projection? Yes. After Yi Xian answered in his mind, the meditation seed in the devour space disappeared. Ding, the fusion of the demon god's projection is successful. The host has learned the Tao Heart Seed Demon Technique, Demon God Transformation. Success. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. He immediately used the Tao Heart Seed Demon Technique. A large amount of demonic qi surged out of his body and condensed into the demon god's projection. This was no different from the demon god chapter. However, this was not the end. After the demon god's projection appeared, it suddenly rushed into Yi Xian's body. In the next moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly expanded. So strong. It's at least twice as strong as the demon god chapter. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. He was thinking that if he had been able to fuse with the demon god Phantom back on Blade Peak Mountain, he would have been able to finish off the 6-star rated youth even without using the Bahuang sword. In other words, he could now put away the Bahuang sword as a trump card. I'll keep the Bahuang sword for now and use the demon god transformation. Yi Xian put away the Bahuang sword and casually took out a high-quality heaven artifact. Although the demonic god transformation was powerful, when it was used, 4/5 of Yi Xian's true qi would be drained. The more true qi he consumed, the stronger his amplification would be. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Otherwise, he could only use it as a trump card. Now that he could fuse with the demonic god's phantom, he had the ability to compete with those geniuses. Therefore, he had to hurry up. The sooner he collected the 5 elements token, the sooner he could go to the central island and obtain the title. Yi Xian fused with the demon god's phantom and charged toward the center of the Isle of Wood with his black eyes. The center of the Isle of Wood was still a forest, but there was a special danger here. It was the demon tree that Yi Xian had encountered before. Yi Xian casually killed a person and obtained the so-called sacred seed of life. The sacred seed of life was a good thing. It was a holy item for healing. However, Yi Xian already had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. It was equivalent to devouring the sacred seed of life at all times. Then, Yi Xian quickly left the Isle of Wood and headed for the Isle of Water. At this time, he had already obtained 4 tokens. As long as he obtained the Star of the Ocean, he could go to the central island. However, just as he was about to enter the sea, a second person has already reached the central island. He is currently in second place. The Luosha region's domain ruler's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian was startled, but suddenly felt a sense of hope. Now that a second person had reached the central island, he might be able to snatch the top 3. Third place would be able to soak in the 5 elements pool for 8 days. Yi Xian estimated that if he were to soak in the 5 elements pool for 8 days, it would be enough to raise his attribute affinity to the upper epic level. At that time, his attack would have a qualitative leap. However, when he arrived at the Isle of Water. Damn, is the Isle of Water a donut? Is it the center of the island or the sea? Yi Xian was speechless. It seemed that if he wanted to obtain the star of the ocean, he would have to go to the bottom of the sea. He also understood that there should be an array at the bottom of the Isle of Water. Yi Xian didn't even think as he directly jumped into the sea. Damn, it's so cold. As soon as he jumped in, his whole body shivered. The water here was much colder than the water outside. Most people can only stay here for an hour. But I have the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. I can maintain my body temperature and breathe underwater. I have an advantage over others. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately dove in. Several bloodlines immediately came into play. The bottom of the sea was very dark, but Yi Xian could see clearly. After jumping in, he kept diving. He estimated that the star of the ocean should be in the depths. He dived for a while. Boom! 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 There was a flash of light in the distance, as well as some impact. As expected, the bottom of the sea was still dangerous. Of course, it could also be two humans fighting. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. If two humans were fighting, it could be because they were fighting for the star of the ocean. However, he was disappointed. The two people who were fighting were not both humans. Only one of them was fighting with an undersea saint beast. When Yi Xian went over, he just happened to kill the undersea saint beast and quickly put away the corpse. However, Yi Xian's sharp eyes saw that after the sacred beast died, a part of its body glowed. The star of the ocean. A thought flashed through his mind and he immediately rushed over. You want to steal it? You're courting death. The young man instantly charged at Yi Xian. Although they were at the bottom of the sea, he happened to be of the water attribute, so his attack power would not be reduced by much. At this moment, Yi Xian noticed that the young man seemed to be one of the 8 six-star experts. The corner of his mouth immediately curled up. You can only count yourself unlucky to have met me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately summoned the demon god's shadow and merged it into his body. He held the Bahuang sword in his hand and slashed several earth-shattering swords in front of him. The earth-shattering swords, which contained the pulse of the earth, broke through the water and instantly dispersed the young man's water attribute qi. What? The young man did not expect his attack to be broken. He was a little careless because he was unfamiliar with Yi Xian. You want to kill me with this little bit of skill? Dream on. The young man clenched his teeth and used his trump card. Water Dragon burst. The earth-shattering swords were instantly swallowed by the young man's water dragon. However, the earth-shattering swords were not to be trifled with. The water dragon had just formed when it was on the verge of collapse. Water Dragon, swallow him. Chapter 561. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation Central Island, Humph. Yi Xian snorted and charged forward with Dragon War Stomp. The water dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Yi Xian in one gulp. However, in the next moment, its body violently shook, creating a violent impact that shook away the surrounding water, forming a vacuum space. Yi Xian, on the other hand, dashed toward the young man unscathed. Earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian swung his sword a few more times. His attack was blocked due to the distance just now. Now that they were 1,000 meters apart, the young man would not be able to block his attack so easily. Run! Seeing that his water dragon was destroyed, the young man immediately turned around and fled. However, how could he be faster than Yi Xian, who had the bloodline of the blade fish and had advanced his agility 3 times? You still want to run? Yi Xian quickly caught up with him and waved his Bahuang sword crazily, blocking the young man's escape route. Die! In the next moment, Yi Xian released his killer move. The young man was unable to block it and was cut into pieces by the earth-shattering sword. Dead! Star of the ocean. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly dashed over and kept the young man's interspatial ring. Indeed, the source of light in the sacred beast's corpse was a stone that looked like a starfish. It should be the so-called Star of the Ocean. Now that Yi Xian had collected all 5 elements tokens, he would be third as long as he reached the central island. Let's go. Yi Xian quickly crawled out of his sleeping bag and swam to the shore. After identifying the location, he swam toward the central island. At this moment, the sky was already dark. The 5 elements formation had 5 elemental islands, and the central island was in the middle. Yi Xian quickly swam over because there was no third place yet. If he could get the third place, he could stay in the 5 elements pool for 8 days. 8 days. He had heard that a legendary prodigy had appeared in the 5 elements pool. He estimated that if he soaked in it for 8 days, his affinity with the earth element would at least increase to the upper epic level. It was even possible for him to reach the legendary level. Charge! Yi Xian could not care less. At this moment, he was thinking that even if he met someone along the way, he would not make a move. He would fight for third place first. However, what he wished for really happened. When he saw the central island, there was actually a person from the neighboring Fire Island who wanted to go to the central island. F***ck, what a coincidence. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He could feel the aura from thousands of meters away, so he could not fall behind. As the sky was rather dark, the other party had only discovered Yi Xian and did not know who Yi Xian was. However, there was actually someone who wanted to snatch his third place. Courting death. You bastard, you want to steal my third place. Don't even think about it. The young man's eyes turned cold as he rushed towards Yi Xian. In terms of distance, he was closer than Yi Xian, but he suddenly turned back because he felt that Yi Xian was faster than him. If the two of them were to compete, Yi Xian would definitely reach the central island faster. You're coming towards me. How dare you overestimate yourself? Fine, I'll send you to hell. Yi Xian took out the Bahuang sword, stomped his feet, and flew towards his opponent. Demon God Transformation. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd level. When his opponent got close, Yi Xian did not hesitate to attack. His opponent was slower than him, but he could not detect much. Fortunately, his opponent was of the fire attribute. In the sea, the power of his attack would be greatly reduced. Yi Xian's Sword of the Earth Shattering took 3 flaming sword cheese from his opponent to break through. The gap was instantly exposed. How strong! I can't fight him. Retreat. The young man's face darkened as he quickly turned back. You want to run after showing off? Yi Xian did not want to find trouble with him, but his opponent was clearly in front of him, yet he came looking for trouble. You can come and go as you please, but it won't be that easy to leave. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd level. Yi Xian attacked crazily and blocked his opponent's escape route. At the same time, he quickly chased after him. He estimated that his speed in the sea was the fastest among the 1,000 geniuses. Definitely the best. Bang! 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 Yi Xian's legs alternated rapidly and caught up with his opponent in the blink of an eye. Not good. The other party's expression had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he take the initiative to provoke Yi Xian? If he hadn't provoked him just now, getting 4th place wouldn't be bad. After all, it was only 1 day less. But now, he had to bear the wrath of Yi Xian. There was a possibility of dying. No, it was not a possibility. He would definitely die. Die. Yi Xian stomped his feet and waved his Bahuang sword crazily. In a second, he sent out more than 20 slashes. These 20 swords of the earth shattering easily broke through the sea water that could freeze a strength realm martial artist to death and swept towards the young man. The angles of these attacks were extremely tricky. According to Yi Xian's estimations, this youth would definitely die under these series of attacks. Sure enough, it was just as Yi Xian expected. After blocking 3 of the swords of the earth shattering, the young man was hit by the remaining swords of the earth shattering. His entire body exploded in the sea. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian snorted coldly. He swept over and put away the interspatial ring. This young man was also one of the 8 6-star geniuses. Unfortunately, he met Yi Xian in the sea. Now, Yi Xian had personally killed 3 6-star geniuses. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 48 points. 48 points, only 2 points left from 50%. After his opponent died, Yi Xian did not hesitate for a moment. He quickly swam towards the central island. A minute later, he successfully landed on the central island. Oh! Another one came. A surprised voice sounded out. Yi Xian raised his head to look and saw a person in the air. The 5 elements great array had a space restriction array. Even the strongest geniuses could not fly. Since this person was able to stand in the sky, he was naturally someone beside the Luoxia region's domain master. You are third. Come with me. The old man smiled at Yi Xian. Then, he slowly flew in a direction. Yi Xian used his true qi to dry the water and followed him. Soon, he saw a small palace that was emitting golden light under the night sky. There was a group of people in front of the palace's gate. Oh! When this group of people saw Yi Xian, they all looked at him in surprise. After all, these people had never seen Yi Xian before. Little brother, take out the 5 elements tokens. If they are correct, you will be third. If they are wrong, you will be eliminated. The old man who led Yi Xian here just now landed on the ground. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he took out the tokens one by one from the devouring space. Chapter 161. Li Mu rejected the White Demon King's unreasonable request without hesitation. He was a bailiff, not the director of a zoo. Don't send any snakes, insects, rats, and ants to him. If his desire had not been perfected, he could bring the green snake with him. He could suck her whenever he wanted and it would help his cultivation. However, he had already condensed his desire. What use did he have for her? Thinking of the green snake swaying in front of him all day, Li Mu was extremely vexed. The green snake glared at Li Mu and said through gritted teeth, "Do you think I want to follow you? If my father hadn't forced me, I wouldn't even want to look at you." What a coincidence. Me too. Li Mu did not have the patience to hear her out. He looked at the green bull demon and said, "Sorry, brother bull. I really can't help you with this matter." The green bull demon sighed and did not force him. He said, "The demon king has already decided to send her to the yamen to atone for her crimes. If it's not convenient for brotherly to bring her along, you can take care of her." Constable Zhao took a step forward and said, "I will tell the county lieutenant of this matter. However, I can't guarantee whether he will agree or not." The green bull demon handed him an envelope and said, "This is a letter from the demon king to County Lieutenant Xin. Please pass it on for me." When he left, he still left the spiritual jades behind. Li Mu refused many times but to no avail. He could only accept them for the time being. Although these spiritual jades were the White Demon King's thanks for making a trip to the cave and had nothing to do with the green snake, she was still the White Demon King's daughter. At most, Li Mu would save her snake life when she was in danger. The next morning, everyone ate breakfast at the inn and prepared to return to the county capital. The green snake had stayed the night before. In the morning, she still did not treat Li Mu well. Her attitude made Li Mu feel very reassured. This way, Lu Hanyan would definitely not misunderstand. There was no need for Li Mu to deliberately keep his distance from her. Li Mu went upstairs to pack his luggage. Just as he stepped out of the inn, he heard an angry shout. "You beggar, you really don't want face when I give it to you. It's your fortune that the young master has taken a liking to you. Isn't following the young master better than being a beggar?" Li Mu turned his head and saw a man dressed like a servant standing beside a luxuriously dressed young master on the street not far away. The man was arrogantly scolding the young master. At the corner of the street, there were two beggars, one old and one young. The beggar girl had fallen to the ground and was covering her face. Her eyes were filled with fear. The noble young master looked at the beggar girl and said, "She is a little dirty, but she is still a beauty. Bring her back to the mansion, wash her clean, and then send her to my room." The old beggar hugged the luxurious young master's leg and begged for mercy anxiously, but was kicked away. That luxurious young master wanted to kick a few more times to vent his anger, but suddenly, a huge force came from his butt. His whole body flew out and landed face first on the ground. Even one of his front teeth was knocked out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked angrily behind him. He saw a young man standing there. The young master covered his mouth and pointed at Li Mu. He said angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Beat him to death." The servants looked at Li Mu, but didn't dare to rush forward. After all, those people were wearing the county government's uniform. They couldn't afford to offend them. Some of the sharp-eyed ones had already sneaked away to call for reinforcements. After being a constable for so long, Li Mu couldn't bear to see this kind of thing happen. He first helped the old beggar up, then the young girl, and asked, "Are you all right?" The old beggar stood up with difficulty and shook his head. He said, "Thank you, benefactor. We are fine." Li Mu then realized that this old and young pair were the beggar father and daughter who had taken shelter from the rain in front of the tea house that day. Constable Zhao walked up and looked coldly at the young master. He said angrily, "Bastard, who gave you the guts to kidnap a civilian girl in broad daylight? Get out of the way, get out of the way." A few constables from the county government squeezed through the crowd. A middle-aged constable saluted Li Mu and the others. He said, "We have made a fool of ourselves in front of you. Leave the rest to us." He glanced at the young master who was still lying on the ground and said to the two constables behind him, "Take him back." The two constables immediately walked forward and took the young master away. The middle-aged constable looked at Constable Zhao and said, "You all have solved the plague in Yang County. The county magistrate is very grateful. He will host a banquet in the restaurant at noon. I hope you all will do him the honor." Constable Zhao waved his hand and said, "No need." The middle-aged constable didn't force them. He said, "Then we will take our leave." Lin Yu's face was filled with indignation as he said, "Just now when that man was molesting the girl, these constables were watching from afar. After we taught him a lesson, they immediately ran over. They were obviously helping him out. How can such people be constables?" Constable Zhao sighed and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Like county magistrate, like subordinates." Lin Yu didn't understand. He asked, "Are we going to let him go just like that?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "This is Yang County, not the county government." As long as nothing big happened, Green Snake stood beside Li Mu and sneered. She said, "This is human. Your laws can't even be enforced by you humans. What right do you have to control us?" Li Mu ignored her. He took out the silver and put it in the old man's hand. He said, "Take this money. Leave Yang County and don't come here again." The old man and the girl knelt down and thanked him. Li Mu sent them out of the city before he waved and left. Lin Yu was silent all the way. Constable Zhao glanced at him and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Lin Yu lowered his head and said, "Constables are supposed to uphold justice for the people and punish the strong. But now they are in cahoots with evil people. I don't know what's the point of being constables." Constable Zhao patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's because of those people that it's more meaningful for you to be constables. If you don't even have people like you, being a constable is really meaningless," Green Snake was thinking. After a while, she asked Li Mu, "What does he mean?" Li Mu didn't explain. He only said, "You will know in the future." After returning to the county government, Constable Zhao reported the situation in Yang County to Commandant Xin. He also mentioned the matter of the White Demon King. Commandant Xin didn't refuse to let Green Snake atone for her crime in the county government. The county government still had to give face to the North Demon King. Coincidentally, he arranged for Bai Tingxin to be under Constable Zhao. She was in charge of the same area as Li Mu and the others. Li Mu had a headache about this. Fortunately, Green Snake would only stay in the county government for a month. After a month, she would go back to where she came from. Everyone had contributed a lot to this trip to Yang County. Lin Yu and the old official were allowed to enter the Huang house. They both chose spiritual jades that were helpful for cultivation. Li Mu's contribution was the greatest, so he could enter the Xian house. He was already familiar with the Xian house. Now, Lu Hanyan and Wanwan both had their own magic weapons. Li Mu also didn't lack spiritual jades. He thought for a while and chose a sword that was suitable for Xiao Bai. She had already transformed. She could learn human Taoism and use human weapons. When Li Mu returned home, Lu Hanyan wasn't there. Wanwan and a beautiful girl were playing on the swing in the courtyard. In Li Mu's impression, Xiao Bai had always been a cute little fox. When he was free, he would hug and squeeze her in his arms. She had transformed into a human without any warning. Li Mu couldn't completely adapt to it. Another reason why he couldn't adapt was that she was too beautiful after transforming. Monsters could not choose their appearance after they transformed. Their appearance after they transformed was related to many factors. The most important factor was their race and their appearance before they transformed. This point was also recorded in the monster records of the 10 continents. According to the aesthetic standards of humans, foxes were probably the most beautiful among the monsters that had transformed. Most of the fox demons who transformed were handsome men and beautiful women. In the folklore, most of the fox demons who seduced humans with their beauty were described as fox demons. When snake demons transformed, their appearance was generally not bad. Their figures were even better. This point could be seen from the Bai sisters. Not to mention their appearance, their slender and graceful waists were something that few women could compare to. There was a saying since ancient times that snake demons were good at dancing. No one could twist their waists better than them. Compared to the fox and snake demons, most of the transformed rat demons were shifty-eyed and not very good-looking. Tiger demons and ox demons, regardless of their gender, were very muscular. This was unavoidable. Li Mu couldn't describe Xiao Bai's beauty with words. When a woman's beauty reached a certain level, there was no distinction between superior and inferior. For example, Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and even the Bai sisters. It could only be said that each had their own merits. Those who preferred colder temperaments would prefer Li Qing. Lu Hanyan was full of femininity. The white snake and green snake sisters had seductive figures. It was impossible to say who was more beautiful. However, if Xiao Bai was added, the scales in many people's hearts would tilt. Young master. Benefactor. Li Mu walked in from outside. The two girls stopped swinging and quickly ran over. Li Mu asked, "Where's young miss?" Wanwan said happily, "Young miss is in the shop. I'll go find her. Young miss has been very worried about you these 2 days. She goes to the yamen several times a day." After saying that, she quickly ran out. Li Mu finally adapted to Xiao Bai's current appearance. He handed the sword to her and said, "This is for you. Take it as a gift for your transformation." Xiao Bai took the sword and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Then she looked up at Li Mu and said, "Benefactor, you said that I would repay you after I transformed. Now that I have transformed, how do you want me to repay you?" Li Mu was just delaying at that time. He didn't expect her to transform so quickly. He waved his hand and said, "Other than giving yourself to me, anything is fine." Xiao Bai thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll help you have a child." In Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, there was a heroine who repaid her kindness in this way. Li Mu glanced at Lu Hanyan, who had walked to the door. He looked at Xiao Bai seriously and said, "Promise me that you won't watch Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio again." Chapter 162. With Xiao Bai's successful transformation, Li Mu's worries came. Before the transformation, she only wanted to give herself to Li Mu, but now she wanted to bear his children. Lu Hanyan was standing next to him. Li Mu said to Xiao Bai earnestly, "Actually, there are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude. You don't have to give yourself to him or bear his children. I saved your life once, and you can save me in the future. Your task now is to cultivate well and avenge your grandmother in the future." Xiao Bai was changed the topic by him. Thinking of her dead grandmother and clansmen, she nodded seriously and said firmly, "I will cultivate well and avenge my grandmother." Li Mu saw the smile on Lu Hanyan's face. He really should have let her see how he had righteously rejected the two snakes. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. After dinner, Lu Hanyan came to Li Mu's room very early. The two sat on the bed hand in hand. Lu Hanyan suddenly asked, "How are you going to treat Xiao Bai in the future?" Li Mu said, "She is homeless now. Let her stay at home for the time being. The Celestial Fox clan will leave after repaying their debt of gratitude. This is their tradition." Lu Hanyan said, "How are you going to repay your debt of gratitude? Do you really want her to bear your children?" Li Mu smelled a hint of jealousy again. He said with a smile, "I want you to bear my children." Lu Hanyan turned from jealousy to shyness. She gently pinched Li Mu and said, "Let Wan Wan bear your children. She loves children the most." After returning from Yang County, Li Mu's life returned to a rare peaceful state. There was nothing much to do in the yamen. He just read books every day until he went to the yamen. Then he went home to cook with Lu Hanyan and cultivate together. His life was very comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the yamen was idle and had nothing to do. The snake swayed in front of Li Mu's eyes, which annoyed him. He could feel that the snake's hatred for him had not dissipated, and it was probably plotting something. Not long after he sat down and read a few pages of the book, Bai Tingxin came in from outside and asked, "How did you and my sister meet? I always feel that your relationship is not right. Ever since she came home last time, she has been absent-minded." "Li Mu, I just happen to know her. How is it a coincidence? Go back and ask your sister." Bai Tingxin had a suspicious look on her face. She paced back and forth in front of Li Mu and said, "You guys didn't tell me. There must be a problem." Li Mu thought about it and said, "Speaking of your sister, I also have a question." Bai Tingxin asked, "What is it?" Li Mu asked, "Why is your father a white snake and your sister a white snake, but you are a green snake? You couldn't have been picked up from the outside, could you?" Bai Tingxin said angrily, "You are the one who was picked up from the outside." She ignored Li Mu and walked outside alone, with a suspicious look on her face. After asking that question, Li Mu did not see Bai Tingxin for 2 days. Just when he thought that the demon could not stand the boredom of the yamen and ran back to the mountain, he saw her again in the duty room. Bai Tingxin looked at Li Mu and said, "Let me tell you, of course I am my father and mother's daughter. My grandmother is a green snake. I didn't take after my father, I took after my grandmother." Li Mu did not know the hereditary rules of the snake race. He just wanted to live a quiet life for 2 days, but now his quiet days were over. She had been swaying in front of Li Mu for the whole morning, deliberately not letting him read in peace. Li Mu put down the book and said, "Can you be quiet for a while?" Bai Tingxin said, "No." Li Mu said, "Why don't I tell you a story so that you won't bother me in the future?" Bai Tingxin moved a chair and sat opposite Li Mu, saying, "You go first." Once upon a time, there was a green snake. What happened next? She liked to annoy people. And then she died. Bai Tingxin was obviously not satisfied with the story, so Li Mu threw her a copy of The Legend of the White Snake published by the Yunyan Pavilion for her to read. The White Demon King did a good job in educating his children. This green snake could read and write. She held the book and read it with great interest. In order to stop her from bothering him, Li Mu simply gave her the complete collection of strange stories from a Chinese studio. Soon, Bai Tingxin was addicted to the novel and could not extricate herself. Li Mu's ears were finally quiet. After Bai Tingxin finished reading the last strange stories from a Chinese studio, she asked Li Mu, "You humans all talk about love. What is love?" Li Mu was not interested in talking about love with her. He said, "You'll understand when you grow up." Bai Tingxin closed the book and said, "Is love really that good? I also want to find someone to talk about love with." She walked out of the guard room and walked around the yamen. Then she turned back and said, "You're the most good-looking person in this yamen. How about you and I talk about love?" Li Mu said without hesitation, "Nothing. I have someone I like." Bai Tingxin glanced at him and said, "Then don't talk about love. Who cares about you? I'll find someone better looking than you." As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from outside. "Lady Lu is here. Li Mu is on guard duty. You can go in." Lu Hanyan walked to the guard room. When she saw Bai Tingxin, she was slightly stunned. She asked Li Mu, "Is it almost time to go to the yamen?" Sometimes she would come to the yamen and wait for Li Mu to go home together. Li Mu stood up and said, "Let's go." Although it was not time to go to the yamen, he had nothing to do in the yamen. Arrestor Zhao would not say anything if he went back 15 or 30 minutes earlier. Bai Tingxin looked at Lu Hanyan and asked, "Is she the one you like?" Lu Hanyan looked at Bai Tingxin and asked, "Who is this?" Li Mu said, "Ignore her. Let's go." Bai Tingxin rolled her eyes and suddenly hugged Li Mu's arm. She twisted her body and said, "That night in bed, you said you liked me the most. Now that you have a new lover, you don't want to talk to me anymore." Li Mu pulled his arm out of her chest and held Lu Hanyan's hand. Under Bai Tingxin's gloating eyes, they walked out calmly. He and Lu Hanyan had been together for so long and had experienced so many misunderstandings. How could there be no trust between the two of them? Lu Hanyan walked out of the yamen hand in hand with him. Then she looked at Li Mu and asked, "How did you offend her?" Li Mu said, "A snake demon. She suffered a little in my hands. Since then, we have been enemies." Lu Hanyan said in surprise, "Why is a snake demon in the county yamen?" Li Mu said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you when we go back." When they talked about Bai Tingxin, they had to talk about Bai Yinxin. When they talked about the process of Li Mu and Bai Yinxin getting to know each other, they had to talk about Su He. It was not until after dinner that Li Mu told Lu Hanyan everything clearly. After listening to him, Lu Hanyan's attention was no longer on Bai Tingxin. She asked Li Mu, "You have another snake demon friend and a female ghost friend?" Li Mu immediately explained, "Don't misunderstand anything. Heaven and earth can testify to my feelings for you. I'm just friends with them. If I lie to you, I'll be struck by lightning, rumble." As soon as his voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly came from above Li Mu's head. He was startled. When he looked up, he found that the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds in a short time. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and then there was a series of roars. Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan. His throat moved, and he said, "Believe me, I don't have that ability. I didn't say that I don't believe you." Lu Hanyan held his hand and suddenly felt a chill on her face. When she looked up, she said in surprise, "It's snowing." Li Mu looked up at the sky and saw snowflakes falling from the sky. Although the winter in Beijing was cold, it rarely snowed in the past. This year's snow came exceptionally early. Furthermore, it was strange. There were no signs at all. After only a quarter of an hour, the dark clouds in the sky inexplicably dispersed. The snowflakes that fell to the ground also melted without a trace. If it were not for the wet marks on the ground, no one would know that it had just snowed. Wanwan and Xiaobai had already run out excitedly and were ready to make a snowman. But the snow suddenly stopped, and they walked back to their rooms in disappointment. Early the next morning, Li Mu went to the yamen and found the atmosphere in the duty room very solemn. Just as he walked into the duty room, Constable Zhao immediately said, "Get ready. We're going to Yang County in an hour." They had just returned from the plague in Yang County a few days ago, and now they were going to Yang County in such a hurry. Li Mu asked, "What happened in Yang County?" Constable Zhao said solemnly, "Last night, a malicious spirit appeared in Yang County. It slaughtered the entire family of the county magistrate, more than 10 constables, and a wealthy businessman and his son." Li Mu was shocked. The entire family of an imperial court official was slaughtered, and the county magistrate was massacred. How many years had it been since such a terrible case had happened in Great Zhou? He asked subconsciously, was it done by Chu Jiang of Gojosian? No. Constable Zhao shook his head. Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "According to the news from Yang County, the county magistrate and the wealthy businessman and his son colluded with the officials and merchants to cause a woman to die unjustly. But they didn't expect that before the woman died, she was full of resentment. That night, she turned into a peerless malicious spirit and slaughtered all those who harmed her. With the county magistrate's defensive power, even a 4th-level ghost would not be able to break through. After a normal person died, they would at most turn into a Yin spirit with heavy resentment. Even with Su He's help, people like Lin Wan, who had died unjustly, were only 2nd-level resentful spirits." Li Mu asked in disbelief, "What's that malicious spirit's realm?" Constable Zhao was silent for a moment, then said, 5th level. Li Mu's face was full of disbelief. He blurted out, "How is that possible?" Chu Jiang of Gojosian had cultivated for many years, but he was only at the 5th level. How could someone immediately reach the 5th level after just dying? Constable Zhao said, "According to the surviving constables in the county magistrate's office, before the woman died, she looked up at the sky in grief and shouted a sentence." Li Mu suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked, "What sentence?" Constable Zhao thought for a moment, then said, "Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Earth, you can't tell good from bad. What is earth? Heaven, you are wrong to judge the virtuous and foolish to be heaven." Li Mu stood in a daze, his mind buzzing. Chapter 163. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who commit evil enjoy riches and have a longer life. Earth, you cannot tell good from bad. What is earth? Heaven, you are wrong to judge the virtuous and foolish to be heaven. The woman's last words were from Do Yi's Injustice. Li Mu had recited Do Yi's Injustice once in the Yunyan Pavilion. Later, he was worried that he would be struck by lightning if he cursed at the heavens, so he never dared to recite it again. How could a woman from Yang County have recited it? Li Mu's first thought was that this woman came from the same world as him. Soon, he realized something. He looked at Constable Zhao and asked, "That woman who died of injustice, is she the little beggar we met in Yang County? Constable Zhao shook his head and said, we haven't investigated clearly yet. Li Mu muttered, she must be. At this moment, he finally understood the reason for the inexplicable heavy rain in the county city that day. In the other world, Do Yi's injustice was fictional. Most of the people who died of injustice would not have their day of redress. Even more so, they would not be able to sense the power of heaven and fulfill their vows one by one, but this was a mysterious and strange world. This world had all sorts of inexplicable and mysterious powers. The heavenly Tao of this world had a unique operating pattern. Although it was difficult to understand, it truly existed. Whether it was supernatural powers or Taoist techniques, they all used incantations or mantras to communicate with heaven and earth. Cultivators used Taoist vows to communicate with heaven and earth. If they went against their vows, they would really be punished by heaven and earth. Here, the gods were watching. One had to be careful with one's words. One could not simply curse heaven and earth. One of those two sentences must have been like Taoist techniques and mantras. It could communicate with the power of heaven and earth and cause heaven and earth to resonate. It could raise a yin spirit to such a terrifying level. The reason Li Mu could not be like that woman was because he did not have any resentment. His overflowing resentment, coupled with heaven and earth's resonance, created such a peerless evil spirit. While Li Mu was still struggling to calm down, one of the constables suddenly wondered, that's strange, why do these two sentences sound so familiar? Suddenly, he slapped his head and said, I remember now. That day when I was listening to a storyteller at the newly opened tea house in the prefecture capital, this sentence was said by the storyteller. The main culprit of this case is the storyteller. Boss, should we capture the storyteller first? Catch my ass. Constable Zhao could not help but smack him hard on the head and scolded angrily, the main point is that storyteller. The main point is that the woman was wronged and died. Her resentment shocked the heavens and earth, and she was recognized by the heavens and earth. You still dare to arrest people? Do you want to create another evil spirit and slaughter the county government? The bailiff trembled and hugged his head, not daring to say another word. Constable Zhao took a deep breath and said, the county magistrate of Yang County has done all sorts of evil deeds and will be punished by the heavens. However, he is still an official of the imperial court. Li Mu, Lin Yu, you two get ready. In a moment, you will follow the two officials to Yang County. Li Mu asked, are we going to get rid of that evil spirit? Constable Zhao sighed and said, it is not certain who will get rid of who. We need to be wary of King Chujiang. With such an evil spirit appearing in the world, King Chujiang will definitely try his best to rope her in. Once she is subdued by King Chujiang, it will be a catastrophe for the entire North County. Li Mu thought about the clear eyes of the little beggar and could not help but clench his fists. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. The Thousand Illusions Venerable had said the same thing to him. At that time, Li Mu had scoffed at it. Now, he deeply understood that this seemingly bright world had always been hiding an unknown darkness. It had been like this since ancient times. A county magistrate was killed and the county government was massacred. This kind of thing had only happened a few times since the founding of the Zhou dynasty. It would definitely attract the attention of the imperial court. The North County could not suppress this matter. The county government had already sent the news from the relay station to the central county. It was believed that the imperial court would quickly react. The evil spirit had caused the Yang County government to be destroyed. This time, the North County magistrate and the county lieutenant would lead the 6 constables and more than 10 constables to the Yang County to maintain the peace of the Yang County. What they had to fight was not only the evil spirit but also King Chujiang and his ghost generals, who might take advantage of the situation. Li Mu had an hour. He had to go home and tell Yu Hanyun. After a while, Yu Hanyun stood in the courtyard and said unhappily, you just returned home for a few days. Why are you leaving again? Li Mu held her hand and explained, a big case suddenly happened in the Yang County. We have to go immediately. Otherwise, more people might be in danger. Yu Hanyan asked, how many days will you be gone this time? Li Mu said, I don't know yet. But as long as the matter in the Yang County is solved, I will immediately rush back. Yu Hanyan sighed and silently helped Li Mu pack his luggage. She hugged him gently and leaned her head on his chest. She said, be careful. After cuddling with Yu Hanyan for a while, Li Mu rushed to the county government as fast as he could. This time, the county magistrate and the county lieutenant had to go to the Yang County. He could not be late like last time. When he rushed back to the county government, not everyone had arrived. What surprised him was that Li Si was also standing in the crowd. Li Si pointed at his face and signaled to Li Mu with his eyes. Li Mu wiped away the lipstick mark on his face and pointed at Li Si's face. There was a huge lipstick mark on both sides of his face. Li Si reached out and rubbed his face. Li Mu asked, are you going to the Yang County too? Li Si sighed softly and said, father-in-law said that my cultivation came too fast. He wants me to go out and train more so that I can protect Miao Miao in the future. Li Si's magic power was forcefully increased by his courage and soul. He had the magic power to condense the soul but did not have the strength to condense it. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He indeed needed to train. A figure walked in from outside. When Green Snake saw the scene in the courtyard, she asked in surprise, where are you going? Li Mu said, the Yang County. I want to go too. She said happily, finally, I have something to do. I've been bored to death these days. Constable Zhao walked forward and said, this trip to the Yang County is very dangerous. Your life may be in danger. For Miss Tingxin's safety, you should stay in the county government. Bai Tingxin frowned and asked, what do you mean? Are you saying that I'm too weak? Constable Zhao said helplessly, I didn't mean that. Bai Tingxin snorted and glanced at Li Mu. She said, Li Mu will protect me. You promised my father. Li Mu shook his head and said, I can't even protect myself, let alone you. Bai Tingxin looked at him and said, that's not what you said when you were in bed. Ugh, Li Mu covered her mouth and said, go if you want to. If you really encounter any danger, I can only save your life. If you lose an arm or a leg, you will bear the consequences. These two snakes, one green and one white, were two extremes. They were both born of the same mother. Bai Yinxin was as innocent as a little white flower. Why was her sister so green? Bai Tingxin took away Li Mu's hand and said angrily, next time you cover my mouth, I will bite you and poison you. Li Mu glanced at her and said, don't talk nonsense next time. This snake demon obviously had no sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. She would talk about sex all the time. People who didn't know would think that she had no fear of sex demons. After hooking up with Yu Hanyan, she hooked up with the White Demon King. After Bai Tingxin messed around with Li Mu for a while, she ignored him and walked around the courtyard. Sometimes she stopped in front of the constables and looked at them carefully. Everyone was scared by her stare. Because of her background, they didn't dare to say anything. Bai Tingxin looked at them and muttered carefully. This one is too old. This one is too ugly. This one is old and ugly. This one is too fat. This one is too thin. After walking around the courtyard, she came to Li Mu and Li Si again. She first looked at Li Si and shook her head. You look okay, but you are too thin. You don't have enough yang qi. I can tell you that you are not a virgin. Finally, she came to Li Mu and circled around him. She poked his arm and patted his chest. She said, you're not tall, not thin, and you're fleshy. Your yang qi is more than all of them combined. Your young Qi must still be there. She licked her lips and said to Li Mu, why don't you abandon that big-breasted woman and be with me? My family has countless spiritual jades. You can use as much as you want. My father also has many treasures. You can choose whatever you want. If Yu Hanyan heard this, Wan Wan and Little Bai might have eaten snake soup today. Li Mu smiled and whispered in her ear, sorry, I like big-breasted women. Bai Tingxin lowered her head and looked at her flat body. She said unwillingly, what is so good about that woman? Other than her big breasts, there is nothing good about her. Li Mu ignored her. He knew that Yu Hanyan was good. There was no need for him to tell her. The crowd waited in the courtyard for another 15 minutes. Two figures came in from outside. One of them was County Lieutenant Shin, whom Li Mu was familiar with. The other was a middle-aged man. Although there was no fluctuation of mana, Li Mu felt that he was unfathomable. There was no need to guess his identity. He was County Lieutenant Chen Miaomiao's father and Li Si's father-in-law. He was one of the two Destiny Realm Masters in the county government. His strength was one realm higher than County Lieutenant Shin. Arrestor Zhao first told County Lieutenant Shin about Bai Tingxin. County Lieutenant Shin looked at her and did not say anything. County Lieutenant Shin waved his hand and a white light shot out from his sleeve. It turned into a huge flying boat and floated above the crowd. He jumped onto the bow of the boat and said, come on up. Everyone jumped onto the flying boat. County Lieutenant Chen made a Dharma seal. Li Mu sensed that there was an invisible air shield around the flying boat. Then, the flying boat soared into the sky and headed out of the city. Li Mu stood on the flying boat. It was very stable. The scenery under his feet was moving backward rapidly. The speed of the flying boat was more than twice as fast as a high-level teleport talisman. After half an hour, the flying boat descended from the sky and landed in the county government of Yang County. Chapter 164. The sun was shining brightly today, but everyone was shivering as they stood in the courtyard of Yang County's Yamen. In front of Li Mu and the others were 19 corpses. 13 constables, the county magistrate's family of 4, and the corpses of the Wang family's wealthy father and son were all here. These people's eyes were wide open, their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with terror. It was obvious that they had suffered a great shock before they died. 19 people died with their eyes wide open. They looked up at the sky in horror. It was a terrifying scene. Some of the less experienced bailiffs lowered their heads after a glance, not daring to take a second look. Even Green Snake, who had always been fearless, hid behind Li Mu, his face a little pale. Li Mu used his heavenly eye to check and saw that the bodies of these 19 people were empty. From their expressions, it seemed that the moment they saw the female ghost, their 3 souls and 7 spirits had been sucked away, leaving behind such a miserable state before death. Although the county magistrate of Yang County did not have a high cultivation base, he was still a spirit condensation cultivator. Even his primordial spirit did not last for more than an instant in front of that peerless evil spirit. County Premier Chen's face was as calm as still water. He glanced at the corpses and asked loudly, who's in charge of the county government of Yang County now? Like Yangqiu County, Yang County was just a small county. There were no magistrates and no military officers. As soon as County Magistrate Chen finished speaking, a low-ranking official ran forward and quickly said, Your Excellency, the county magistrate and the arrestor have been killed by the evil spirit. I'm the county jailer. If you have any questions, you can ask me. County Prime Minister Chen took a deep breath and said, Tell me the truth about the whole thing. The official shuddered and said with a trembling voice, It's like this. Squire Wang and his son usually have a close relationship with the county magistrate. The Wang father and son always give the county magistrate a lot of filial piety during the holidays. The county magistrate also takes care of them a lot. Yesterday, the young master of the Wang family kidnapped 2 women and brought them back. One of them is the daughter of a farmer in Yang County, and the other is a pretty little beggar. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, after the young master of the Wang family kidnapped the farmer's daughter back home, he wanted to rape her but accidentally killed her. The farmer complained to the county magistrate, and the Wang father and son had already given the county magistrate a large sum of benefits. They blamed the little beggar for the woman's death. The jailer's face was pale and he said in a trembling voice, They secretly killed the little beggar's father and buried him in the mass grave. They also wanted to execute the little beggar in the prison and make it look like she committed suicide for fear of punishment. Before the little beggar died, she pointed to the sky and cursed. After she died, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside, and it snowed heavily. Later, she turned into an evil spirit and killed the county magistrate's family, the father and son of the Wang family, and those bailiffs. County Premier Chen clenched his fists and said angrily, "Bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden commotion outside the government office. A bailiff ran in and said hurriedly, "Your Excellency, it's not good. Many people have broken in." County Premier Chen stepped out and the people who broke into the government office suddenly seemed to have an invisible wall in front of them. They could not take another step forward. County Premier Chen looked at them and asked, "I am the County Premier of the North County. What do you want to do by breaking into the government office in broad daylight?" Hearing that he was an official of the county, the people discussed and knelt down. "Your Excellency, I have a grievance to report." "I have a grievance too." "Your Excellency, please help us." County Premier Chen looked at the chaotic scene and spoke again. His loud voice echoed among the people. "Line up in order and speak one by one." The people who had just arrived at Yang County from the county did not expect that the first thing they would face when they arrived at Yang County was a crowd of angry people. The 19 corpses were temporarily placed in the inner hall. County Premier Chen personally opened the government office to let the people of Yang County complain. A middle-aged man walked into the hall first. After kneeling down, he said loudly, "Your Excellency, I want to report Wang Luan of the Wang family and the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. A year ago, Wang Luan ordered people to kidnap my daughter and sully her innocence. She could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide by jumping into a well. I reported Wang Luan to the government office. The county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan, not only did not help me, he even gave me 20 beatings and said that I framed a good person. He said that my daughter fell into a well because she lost her footing." County Premier Chen glanced at Constable Zhao and asked, "Do you remember?" Constable Zhao put down his pen and said, "Yes." County Premier Chen looked at the middle-aged man and said, "After I investigate this case, I will give you justice." Next, an old man walked up and said, "I want to report Wang Bo of the Wang family and the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. The Wang family took over my second son's land, but the county magistrate gave my land to the Wang family." County Premier Chen nodded and said, "Next. I want to report the wife of the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. I want to report the daughter of the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. I want to report the son of the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan. I want to report the arrestor of Yang County, Qi Yu. I want to report the arrestor of Yang County, Wei Peng." In the front hall of the county government office, County Premier Chen asked questions while Constable Zhao recorded them. Li Mu stood in the inner hall and listened for a while before he walked out. The people of Yang County were none other than the father and son of the Wang family, the family of the county magistrate of Yang County, and the arresters who died. These people relied on the county magistrate of Yang County, Qin Chuan, to bully people and commit all kinds of crimes. They were involved in more than 10 cases of murder. The lives of the people of Yang County were no different from grass in their eyes. These people, without exception, all died in yesterday's incident. In the county government office of Yang County, those who were lucky enough to survive were ordinary runners. Bai Tingxin followed them out with a pale face and said, "You humans are too scary. I will never absorb human yang qi again. The grievances of the people of Yang County lasted until the afternoon. There were still many people lining up outside the county government office. After questioning one person, County Premier Chen closed the office and ordered the rest to come back the next day. Constable Zhao looked at the thick stack of case files and rubbed his aching wrists. He said, "Humans can be bullied, but not the heavens. Their deaths were retribution. Their deaths are not to be regretted." County Premier Chen asked, "Is there any news about the evil spirit?" County Magistrate Chen said, "Several people died in Yang County during the day. They were all evil tyrants and unruly people. The evil spirit's purpose seems to be very clear." He sighed and said, "She did what should be done by the imperial court." County Premier Chen shook his head and said, "The imperial court will soon know what happened in Yang County." Chen Chuan's wife is the sister of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. If it weren't for this person, Chen Chuan would have lost his position as county magistrate. He wouldn't have run amok in Yang County and caused such trouble. None of the people of Yang County, including Li Mu and the others, sympathized with the people who died. But the imperial court would definitely not tolerate the evil spirit's existence. Although the imperial court usually did not want to provoke a fifth realm cultivator, slaughtering the entire family of an imperial court official and massacring the government office had crossed the line. The higher-ups would not tolerate her. The evil spirit did not leave Yang County. She continued to kill people. Although the people she killed were all evil people, the North County government could not stand by and do nothing. County Premier Chen, who was also a fifth realm cultivator, left the county government office early the next morning to find the evil spirit. However, he was always one step behind her. If a fifth realm evil spirit deliberately hid her aura, it would be difficult for cultivators of the same realm to find her. Once the county magistrate of Yang County died, the county government office was taken over by the county government office. The people who had been bullied before no longer had any worries. In the past few days, there were many people who came to the government office to complain. Li Mu and the others were handling these matters at the government office. The crimes committed by County Magistrate Chen Chuan and the others were too numerous to be recorded. In the process of recording, Li Mu was so angry that he had a headache. He did not think that the evil spirit did anything wrong. Instead, he felt happy. These people deserved to die. The laws of the Great Zhou could not control them. If the imperial court did not punish them, the heavens would punish them. From a certain perspective, they did not die at the hands of the evil spirit, but died from the wrath of the heavens. The initial power of ghosts came from resentment. The stronger the resentment, the stronger the ghost would be after death. If their resentment was earth-shattering and resonated with the heavens, there was a very low probability that they would turn into a peerless evil spirit in a short period of time after death. That little beggar was kidnapped by a young ruffian. She was a victim, but she was framed as a murderer. The injustice she suffered was comparable to Do Yi's. Before she died, she was filled with resentment. Coincidentally, she shouted that sentence that had the effect of a mantra, causing the heavens to change and turning into a peerless evil spirit. Li Mu was actually a little flustered. If he looked closely, this evil spirit was created by him. If the imperial court wanted to settle the score, he and the Yunyan Pavilion would not be able to escape. However, if he had the chance to choose again, Li Mu would probably still tell the story of Do Yi's death. If there was no Do Yi's injustice, if there was no rain in the county capital, and if there was no beggar hiding outside the Yunyan Pavilion, perhaps there would be one less evil spirit in this world, but there would be one more wronged soul. And those who should have gone to hell could continue to harm the world. In these few days, the evil spirit was still on the move. In other places of Yang County, there were more and more ghosts causing trouble. It was obvious that there was a mastermind behind the scenes who wanted to throw Yang County, and even the entire North County, into chaos. The imperial court's reaction to this matter was faster than Li Mu had expected. In just 5 days, an imperial envoy came from the Middle County to Yang County with a piece of news. Any cultivator of the great Zhou dynasty who could slay this evil spirit would receive a heaven-level talisman or a heaven-level elixir. They could also choose an earth-level magic treasure. This kind of reward was enough to make countless cultivators in the North County and the surrounding counties go crazy. Stupid. In the Yang County Yamen, County Minister Chen looked coldly at a feminine man and said, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals are also looking for that evil spirit. Is the imperial court trying to push this evil spirit to Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? Chapter 165. The feminine man sneered and said, How dare a fifth realm brat call himself a king? No matter what the reason was, she killed an official of the imperial court and massacred the county office. She has violated the imperial court's bottom line and dignity. We must destroy her soul. County Minister Chen waved his sleeves and left. The two parted on bad terms. Constable Zhao walked forward and asked, Sir, what should we do now? County Minister Chen said, Organize the complaints of the people in Yang County and send them to the county office. Send people to suppress the evil spirits in Yang County and be careful of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's subordinates. County Minister Shen walked forward and said, Although she died unjustly, she did violate the imperial court's bottom line. If we can't bring her to justice, it will be North County's fault. It will be hard to explain to the imperial court. I'm worried about Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. County Premier Chen's expression was solemn as he said, King Chu Jiang definitely has some sort of objective for coming to the northern county. The longer he stays here, the greater his plans will be. Presently, he already has 16 soul realm ghosts under him. If he subdues even this fierce spirit, then his forces will definitely increase greatly. We have to be careful of him. County Minister Shen nodded and asked, I heard that they asked for help from the ancestral court of Fu Lu School. Did they reply? They were rejected. County Premier Chen snorted coldly and said, A fifth realm ferocious spirit can only be subdued by the peak masters. The talisman sect heard that this woman died because she was wronged. Before she died, she resonated with heaven and earth and turned into a ferocious spirit. She refused to help and they could not even enter the mountain gate. In the past few days, Li Mu's task in Yang County was to organize the files. He heard about the evil spirit every day. County Minister Chen had been chasing her but couldn't catch up. The imperial court also sent an imperial envoy to supervise North County's government and get rid of this evil spirit that violated the imperial court's bottom line. They also offered a large reward to attract cultivators from North County. A large portion of the cultivators sympathized with the evil spirit's encounter and were unwilling to help. However, the generous reward had indeed attracted a large number of people. However, they had joined hands to encircle and annihilate that fierce spirit many times, but they had not succeeded once. All the cultivators who surrounded the evil spirit were sucked dry of their magic power. Although their lives were preserved, their cultivation foundation was destroyed, and they could only become mortals in the future. It was said that the imperial court had once sent people to Mount Baiyun for help, but they were rejected by the ancestral court of Fu Lu School. Taoist cultivation focused on following the heavenly Tao. Naturally, they would not attack a vengeful spirit that was recognized by the heavenly Tao. If the Fu Lu School did not attack, no one in the North County could do anything to the evil spirit. As more and more villains died by her hands, in addition to absorbing the magic power of those cultivators, her strength also increased day by day. The imperial envoy had already sent someone to ask for reinforcements. Presumably, more powerful cultivators would arrive here soon. Bai Tingxin had been quiet for the past few days. She was on guard against everyone around her. She slipped into Li Mu's duty room and asked anxiously, Do you think that evil spirit will come looking for me? Li Mu raised his head and looked at her. He asked, Why would she look for you? Bai Tingxin said worriedly, Didn't you say that she killed a lot of bad people in the past few days? I used to absorb people's yang qi. Will she come to kill me? Li Mu finally knew the reason why she had been afraid for the past few days. He comforted her, "Don't worry, she won't come looking for you." Bai Tingxin was slightly relieved. She asked again, "Why?" Li Mu said, "The people she killed were all evil people who had committed many crimes. They deserve to die. Although you also made mistakes, your crimes do not deserve to die." Bai Tingxin was relieved. She asked curiously, "How does she know who are evil and who are good people?" Li Mu explained, "People who have killed people will have evil spirits, resentment, blood, and will definitely lack righteousness. Ghosts are the most sensitive to these. Naturally, they can distinguish. If you have these on you that night in the bamboo forest." Li Mu did not finish his sentence. Bai Tingxin asked, "What happened that night in the bamboo forest?" Li Mu put down the dossier and gave her a meaningful smile. He said, "What do you think?" If she was really an evil demon, Li Mu would have taken her life that day in the bamboo forest. Bai Tingxin understood Li Mu's answer. Her face turned pale, and she ran out quickly. Li Mu picked up the dossier again and sighed softly. If the little beggar had turned into an evil spirit and left Yang County after taking her revenge, she could have gone to Yudu or a place where no one could find her to cultivate. She could have continued to exist in another form. However, she had chosen this path. Even if she killed people who deserved to be killed, the imperial court would still erase her completely for the sake of dignity and face. Yang County, on a remote mountain path. More than 10 cultivators surrounded a ball of black fog. That evil spirit is inside. Everyone, let's attack together. Let's kill this ghost together and split the rewards equally. These cultivators rushed forward and attacked the black fog with all kinds of Fu magical treasures, divine arts, and spells. The black fog endured these attacks, and its surface tumbled as if it was boiling. Just as everyone was about to launch a second round of attacks, the black fog suddenly spread out and enveloped them. The noisy mountain path quieted down in an instant. The black fog swallowed everything and tumbled violently. After a moment, it shrunk back. More than 10 people lay on the ground, unconscious. They had no magic power left in their bodies. Not far away, a monk's staff had just given off a golden light, which dissipated in an instant. 2 blood-red light spots appeared in the black fog, and then an emotionless voice said, "Do you want to kill me too?" Amitba. The monk touched his bald head and said, "Miss, you've misunderstood. I just want to ask for directions. May I know how to get to Yang County Town?" No more sounds came from the black fog. It ignored the monk and went far away in an instant. What a heavy aura of resentment. The monk looked sad and murmured, "If this continues, I'm afraid she'll lose her mind and completely fall into the devil's path." He glanced at the direction where the black fog disappeared. He did not chase after it, and slowly walked down the mountain. 15 minutes after his figure disappeared, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared here. The black figure looked at the fainted cultivators on the ground and curled his lips. His body turned into a cloud of black fog and pounced on them. Yang County Town Office. Li Mu just learned that more than 10 cultivators had died in the hands of the evil spirit. This was the first time she killed the cultivators who surrounded her. Before this, she would only suck their magic power dry. "Look, this is the evil spirit you sympathize with." The feminine man pointed at County Governor Chin and County Lieutenant Shin and scolded, "Don't think I don't know that when we surrounded the evil spirit, you were not willing to help at all. Now that 15 people are dead, are you satisfied?" County Governor Chen's face was gloomy. He said in a low voice, "The aura of resentment on her is too heavy. She has killed too many people. I'm afraid she has lost her mind." County Lieutenant Shin shook his head and sighed, "If that's the case, we must capture her as soon as possible." The feminine man snorted and said, "I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you still can't capture the evil spirit, I'll report everything here to the imperial court, Amitba." Suddenly, a Buddhist chant was heard. A monk walked in from outside and said, "The deaths of the 15 people were not caused by this evil spirit." The feminine man looked at him and asked coldly, "Who are you?" County Lieutenant Shen walked forward and looked at the monk. He asked, "Master Xuandu, is there something else?" Xuandu saw Li Mu and nodded at him. He then explained, "I saw it with my own eyes. The evil spirit only sucked the 15 people's magic power and did not kill them. The culprit should be someone else." The feminine man frowned and said, "Why should I believe your one-sided story?" Xuandu said, "I can swear in the name of Buddha." "Don't give me that. I don't believe in Buddha." "It's useless for you to swear in the name of Buddha." The feminine man looked at County Governor Chen and said, "I'll only give you 3 days. After 3 days, if the evil spirit is not captured, you have to think about how to explain it to the imperial court." Xuandu chanted the Buddhist chant again and said, "If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? That evil spirit is very powerful. If we can guide it." The feminine man waved his hand and said, "This is the imperial court's business. It's not up to a monk like you to interrupt." Xuandu looked at him and said, "Please don't interrupt me." The feminine man said coldly, "So what if I interrupt you?" Xuandu said, "I'm trying to reason with you." The feminine man said, "There's no reason for me to reason with you. What this penniless monk hates the most are unreasonable people." Xuandu shook his head and didn't look at the feminine man again. He walked to Li Mu and said, "Benefactor Li, please help me with the monk's staff." Then he looked at Bai Yinshin beside Li Mu and said, "Snake demon girl, please help me with the alms bowl." "Thank you." She did not know when County Governor Chen had entered the room. County Governor Chen looked up at the sky and seemed to be thinking about something. When Li Mu looked up, Xuandu had already disappeared in front of him. Then he heard the sound of fists hitting flesh and Xuandu's familiar scolding. "Damn it, I gave you face, but you don't want it. I'm telling you, I've been tolerating you for a long time. What's wrong with the imperial court? So what if the imperial court doesn't care about the lives of the people and can't distinguish between right and wrong?" Li Mu had already known Xuandu's character. When he was still willing to reason with him, it was better to reason with him. When he was no longer willing to reason with him, it would be useless no matter how much he begged him. He would choose to use his fists to tell him what the real reason was. At this time, County Governor Chen was nowhere to be seen and County Governor Chen was absent-minded. The constables who were standing in the yard also chose to leave. Bai Yinshin held the alms bowl and stared blankly at the scene in front of her with her eyes wide open. The alms bowl fell from her hand and hit her feet, but she didn't notice it at all. Chapter 166. In the blink of an eye, the feminine-looking man was lying on the ground, motionless. Buddha is merciful. Xuandu wiped the bloodstains on his hands. His expression of compassion had returned to his face. He said in a low voice, "You can't be unreasonable." County Minister Chen, who had disappeared, appeared in the yard again. He bowed to Xuandu with one hand and said, "Master Xuandu, please." Xuandu took back the Buddhist staff from Li Mu's hand and picked up the alms bowl from the ground. He smiled at Li Mu and walked into the hall of the county office. The unconscious feminine-looking man was carried back by someone. Li Mu was about to return to the duty room when he heard a cry of pain. Green Snake held onto Li Mu's shoulder and lifted one of her legs. She was about to cry and said in pain, "My leg." Xiandu's alms bowl was a magic treasure. It was not light. An adult would have to use all his strength to barely carry it. The alms bowl had fallen and hit her foot. It seemed that she was not lightly hit. Li Mu saw her painful expression and cold sweat on her forehead. He asked, "Is it very painful?" Green Snake gritted her teeth and said, "Nonsense, I'll try hitting you." Li Mu shook his head indifferently and said, "Then you can feel the pain yourself." After that, he turned and walked to the duty room. Green Snake's face was full of hatred. She limped into the duty room after him. In the hall of the county office, County Minister Chen looked at Xuandu and said with a smile, "Master Xuandu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your mana has improved a lot." Xuandu smiled and asked, "Who was that unreasonable person just now?" County Minister Chen said, "He was an imperial envoy from the imperial court. He was in charge of supervising the murder of the county magistrate of Yang County." Xuandu furrowed his brows and said, "Has the imperial court fallen so far that such a person who is unclear about good and evil, who cannot distinguish right from wrong, can become an imperial envoy?" County Magistrate Chen shook his head and said, "The officialdom is far more complicated than Master Xuandu can imagine. The wife of the county magistrate of Yang County is the sister of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. I'm afraid he's the one behind all this. I've already handed the people's petition to the county magistrate. The county magistrate will personally go to Zhong County to meet His Majesty." Xuandu put his palms together and said, "Those who win the hearts of the people win the world. I hope the imperial court can give justice to the girl and the people of Yang County. Grand Master, please believe in the imperial court and His Majesty." County Governor Chen heaved a sigh of relief and said, "The most important thing now is to find that evil spirit. We can't let her continue to do whatever she wants. We have to find the culprit behind this and return peace to Yang County." After saying that, County Governor Chen suddenly said, "I wonder if Master Puji can help to convert this evil spirit." Xuandu said, "Uncle Master has been in seclusion since last month to meditate on freedom. I don't know when he will come out." County Governor Chen sighed and said, "Master Puji's dharma is profound. If he can help, he will definitely be able to eliminate the evil spirit's chi of Yin and convert her. If the imperial court sends someone else, I'm afraid her soul will dissipate." In the duty room where Li Mu was, he put down his pen and rubbed between his eyebrows. His head was buzzing. Bai Tingxin's foot was hit by Xuandu's alms bowl. It seemed to be a little serious. She was in so much pain that she lay on the table and cried. Her crying annoyed Li Mu. She was a snake demon in human form. Even if her legs were broken, she would not be like this. The problem was that Xuandu's alms bowl was not an ordinary object. It had been blessed by the light of Buddha for many years. She was hit by the alms bowl. Even if she ran her mana to heal herself, it was useless. Li Mu had a headache because of her noise. He simply walked out of the duty room. Out of sight, out of mind. After a while, Li Si also walked out of the duty room. He glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you going to help her?" Li Mu was surprised and said, "Didn't you say that if I don't like a woman, I shouldn't be too nice to her and it's best not to provoke her? Besides, if I get too close to her, how can I explain it to Han Yan?" Different from when he was in Yangqiu County, Li Mu was now considered a man with a family. When he met other women outside, he had to be careful with his words and actions. He always thought of Lu Hanyan and remembered Li Si's teachings. Li Si rubbed between his eyebrows and said, "It's mainly because of her noise that I have a headache. Besides, if she continues crying like this and others see her, they will think that you did something to her. Do you think you can explain it like this?" Li Mu thought about it carefully and felt that Li Si's words made sense. If he let her continue crying like this, he was afraid that someone would really misunderstand. There were already people who misunderstood that he had hooked up with the White Demon King. In this way, the matter between him and the snake would be even more unclear. Therefore, Li Mu walked into the duty room and said to the sobbing Bai Tingxin, "Can you go somewhere else and cry? I can't read the file if you cry like this." Bai Tingxin raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. She cried even louder. Li Mu covered his ears and gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll take it that I'm scared of you." He squatted down and held Bai Tingxin's ankle. Feeling the intense pain from her foot, Bai Tingxin's tears rolled down her face. She scolded, "I'm already like this, and you're still bullying me. Li Mu, you're not human. After scolding, she felt a tingling sensation from her foot. It didn't seem to hurt as much. This feeling made her feel comfortable to the bone. She almost couldn't help but moan. After a few short breaths, her pain completely disappeared. The golden light on Li Mu's hand disappeared. He stood up and looked at Bai Tingxin faintly. I'm human, you're not. The place where she was hit didn't hurt as much. Bai Tingxin stood up and jumped around in disbelief. She found that no matter how she moved, it didn't hurt. Of course, she couldn't feel the comfortable feeling that made her intoxicated. She rolled her eyes and fell back into the chair. She frowned and said, "Ouch, it hurts." A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's forehead. There must be something wrong with this snake's brain. Even if he used the Buddha's light to heal her bruises, it couldn't withstand her torment. She reaped what she sowed. Li Mu didn't plan to help her anymore. Just as he was about to sit back in his seat, he heard another ear-piercing cry. Li Mu reached out and covered her mouth. When Bai Tingxin's eyes widened, Li Mu's hand suddenly hurt. He quickly withdrew his hand. Bai Tingxin said fiercely, "I said, if you touch my mouth again, I'll bite you." Then, she realized something and asked Li Mu, "Which hand did you use to touch my foot?" Li Mu raised the hand that was bitten by her. Bai Tingxin was stunned for a moment. She covered her mouth and ran out. She ran faster than when she wasn't injured. Li Mu immediately realized that she was faking it. Although the personalities of this pair of sisters were very different, they were the same in their love for freeloading. Arrestor Zhao walked in from outside. He looked back at Bai Tingxin, who was covering her mouth and running away. He looked at Li Mu in surprise. "It can't be." Li Mu asked, "It can't be what?" Arrestor Zhao was shocked. "Miss Tingxin is pregnant. Does the White Demon King know?" It wasn't easy for Li Mu to explain it to him. Arrestor Zhao was a little disappointed and said, "I thought you guys did it." If that's the case, the relationship between the county government and the White Demon King will be even closer. Maybe he'll help us this time. Li Mu didn't want to continue this topic. He asked, "How's the situation in Yang County?" "It's not optimistic." Arrestor Zhao shook his head and said, "The evil spirit is killing more and more people. Although the people she killed were all evil people, if this continues, the evil spirit on her body will become stronger and stronger. In the end, it might affect her mind. An evil spirit without a mind can't distinguish good from evil. It's a bigger threat to the North County than Chu Jiang of Gojoseon." His expression was serious as he continued, "What's worse is that Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has noticed the crisis in Yang County. The deaths of more than 10 cultivators were done by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's people. Their goal is to muddy the waters in Yang County and force the evil spirit to stand against the government. At that time, the evil spirit might really stand with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and become more difficult to deal with." Li Mu thought for a while and asked, "What will happen if the evil spirit falls into the hands of the imperial court?" Arrestor Zhao said, "Even if she has been wronged, she has committed an unforgivable crime. The chief culprits like the county magistrate of Yang County are already dead. She can't escape the dissipation of her soul." He sighed and said, "The evil spirit isn't something we can worry about. The county magistrate will deal with it. Those evil spirits under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon must be eradicated as soon as possible. We don't have enough people here. You and Miss Ting Xian will be in charge of a few villages in the east of Yang County." The situation in Yang County changed again and again in the past few days. Up until now, that ferocious spirit wasn't the most difficult to deal with. Even though she'd killed many people, and they were all treacherous villains that deserved to die, King Chu Jiang was different. Many cultivators had already died at their hands, and they'd shifted the blame to that ferocious spirit. While they were taking the opportunity to harvest the cultivators' souls, they also wanted to pull the evil spirit to their side. After Arrestor Zhao finished explaining Li Mu's task, Xuandu came in from outside. He bowed to Li Mu with one hand and said with a smile, "Benefactor, long time no see." Li Mu said, "Master Xuandu, long time no see. How is the abbot?" Xuandu said, "Benefactor Li saved my life. The abbot has completely recovered. He often misses Benefactor Li. It was not a good thing to be missed by Xuandu and the abbot of Jinshan Temple." Li Mu smiled and changed the topic. "Master Xuandu, are you also here for the evil spirit?" Xuandu said, "I wanted to send the evil spirit back to Jinshan Temple and use Dharma to reform her. I didn't expect her cultivation to be so profound. I'm not her opponent. If I could trap her, I'm afraid I'll need Benefactor Li's help." Li Mu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Xuandu and said, "I want Master Xuandu to promise me one thing." Xuandu said, "What is it?" Li Mu sighed and said, "That girl suffered a lot when she was alive. Even when she became an evil spirit, she never hurt innocent people. I hope you can save her." Xuandu didn't hesitate for long. He put his palms together and said, "Amitabha. I promise you." "Damn you, Li Mu. You touched my feet and my mouth. You." Bai Tingxin walked in angrily and pointed at Li Mu. She was about to speak when she suddenly saw Xuandu standing beside Li Mu. Xian Du revealed a benevolent expression and smiled at her. "Ah!" Bai Tingxin screamed, turned around, and ran out quickly. Chapter 167. Xuandu seemed to have left a huge psychological shadow on Bai Tingxin. When she came to the room for the second time, she poked her head out and looked around. When she saw that only Li Mu was there, she walked in with relief. "That monk left." "He left." Bai Tingxin patted her flat chest and said, "That monk is too scary. I hate monks and their bowls." She moved a chair and sat in front of Li Mu. She stretched out her leg and said, "My leg still hurts. Can you treat it for me again?" Demons seemed to enjoy the feeling of Buddha's light entering their bodies. Bai Yinxin was like this, Bai Tingxin was like this, even Xiao Bai liked to snuggle in Li Mu's arms and let Li Mu use Buddha's light to expel the demon aura for her. Of course, after she transformed, she could no longer enjoy this treatment. "I'm not your doctor. If it still hurts, you can use your mana to heal yourself." Li Mu rejected the green snake and said, "I still have errands to run. You can play here by yourself." Chu Jiang of Gojoseon subordinates took advantage of this incident to wreak havoc in Yang County. Li Mu was responsible for the stability of several villages. Arrestor Zhao originally wanted him and Bai Tingxin to be in charge together so that they could take care of each other. However, Li Mu had Bai Yi in his hands. Unless Chu Jiang of Gojoseon personally came, his ghost generals were not afraid at all. Bringing Bai Tingxin with him would be a burden. Seeing Li Mu leave alone, Bai Tingxin quickly chased after him and shouted, "Zhao said to let me go with you. Wait for me, Yang County, inner office." The feminine man woke up from his bed and felt that his bones were falling apart. He roared, "Where is that damned monk? Men, take him down." Two figures walked in and said, "Sir, you're awake." The feminine man looked at the two divinity realm cultivators and said angrily, "You're only back now. Where the hell did you go?" The two of them looked at each other and said, "Didn't my lord ask us to capture that evil spirit?" The feminine man struggled to get up and asked, "Did you catch that evil spirit?" A theurgy cultivator replied, "No, the two of us aren't her match." The feminine man gritted his teeth and said, "Trash, don't bother about that Een spirit. Go and capture that monk. He dared to murder an official of the imperial court. I want his head to roll." Another divine arts cultivator said, "We can't capture that monk. He's a disciple of Heart sect and has already cultivated a golden body. We can't beat him or capture him." The feminine man took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. He said, "No matter what, we have to give Lord Assistant Minister an explanation for this matter. Investigate it for me. Investigate the birth of that evil spirit. Investigate it thoroughly. Yang County, a village in the east. A black fog escaped from the village, but it was cut down by a sword light that came from behind. Li Mu killed a vengeful spirit that was harming the common people with a single sword strike and collected the scattered soul force. In another direction, there was a black fog that was about to escape into the distance. Li Mu wanted to give chase, but Bai Tingxin's voice came from behind. Don't move, let me do it. She quickly gave chase and shot out a green light. The green light entered the black fog, which churned for a while before gradually calming down. She extracted the soul force from the black fog and condensed it into a small ball. She ran to Li Mu and said, "For you." Li Mu said, "I can deal with it myself." Bai Tingxin stretched out her hand and said, "I don't care. I killed that ghost anyway." Li Mu took the soul ball and didn't waste time talking to her. His palm emitted a golden light and touched Bai Tingxin's hand. Bai Tingxin closed her eyes and revealed a satisfied expression. After a while, Li Mu retracted his hand. She opened her eyes and said with dissatisfaction, "How can you be so fast? The previous times were much longer than this time." Li Mu said, "This ghost's soul force is too weak. When you catch a powerful one next time, it will naturally take longer." Chu Jiang of Gojosian took advantage of the situation. In the past few days, many ghosts appeared in Yang County, causing chaos in all the villages. Li Mu and the others followed the orders of the county governor to get rid of these ghosts. Li Mu was still in the soul condensing stage. Although the soul power of these evil ghosts was not much, it was better than nothing. Many little drops make an ocean, so it was still somewhat useful. Bai Tingxin saw that Li Mu needed the soul force, so she offered to help Li Mu kill the ghosts and retrieve their souls. Of course, it was not for free. Every time she killed a ghost, she would contribute a portion of soul force to Li Mu. She would ask Li Mu to use the Buddha's light to make her feel comfortable. After careful consideration, Li Mu realized that this was a profitable deal. He only needed to pay a little bit of magic power to get a free long-term job. Why not? The cooperation between the two continued happily. Most of the time, Li Mu needed to stand by and watch. Bai Tingxin would help him kill the ghosts and retrieve their souls. She would condense the soul force and send it over. This was the first time Li Mu felt that it was not a bad thing to have this snake by his side. Unfortunately, these ghosts were too weak. If he could kill one or two soul realm ghosts, it should be enough for him to condense the remaining two souls. Li Mu suddenly thought of something and a bold idea emerged in his mind. He sent a message to Madame Chu. "Do you know where the 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojosian are?" The ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojosian were not gathered in one place. Like the green-faced ghost and Madame Chu, they had their own nests. The current Li Mu, with the help of Madame Chu, could easily deal with these fourth realm ghosts. Since Chu Jiang of Gojosian could send his subordinates out to do evil, Li Mu could also take the initiative to find them. Madame Chu said, "I don't know all of them. They are scattered all over the 13 counties in the North County. I only know a few of them." Although Li Mu did not want to be remembered by Chu Jiang of Gojosian, he had already killed one of his ghost generals. Killing one or two was still killing. He might as well use them to help him condense his soul. After making up his mind, Li Mu stood up and said to Bai Tingxin, "You go back to the county office first. I'll go out and do something." Bai Tingxin said, "I'm not going. I want to go with you." Li Mu said, "Be good. Wait for me to go back. I'll let you feel comfortable for 2 hours. It's a deal." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Tingxin disappeared in front of Li Mu at an incredible speed. Without her dragging him down, Li Mu did not have so many scruples. With a thought, Bai Yi flew out of the scabbard. Li Mu jumped on the sword and turned into a stream of light, quickly disappearing into the sky. In a valley in the north of Yang County. This valley was shrouded in smoke and miasma all year round. Very few people came close. It was rumored that there were man-eating evil spirits in this valley. Although no one had ever been eaten, the nearby people would take a detour when they came here. Even hunters and woodcutters would not come close to this place. Outside the valley, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Li Mu felt the extremely dense yin qi in the valley and said, "You really know how to pick a place." Madame Chu revealed herself and said, "That red-haired ghost is here." She released her aura. After a while, thick fog rolled in the valley. A short man walked out of the thick fog. The man was short and only reached Li Mu's waist. He had conspicuous red hair. When he saw Madame Chu, he was shocked and said, "Madame Chu, you're not dead." He sized up Madame Chu and said in joy, "Not only are you not dead, but you've also advanced to the soul realm. Why are you looking for me? Have you thought it through and agreed to dual cultivate with me?" Madame Chu did not answer. What greeted the man was a sharp sword that shone with a cold light. The short man was shocked and said, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of His Highness' punishment?" He hurriedly dodged and was slashed a few times by Madame Chu. His face was filled with anger and he said loudly, "Fine, if you want to play, I'll play with you." He stuck one hand into his chest and pulled out a huge mace from his body. Holding it with both hands, he waved it with the power of thunder. After the red-haired man had a weapon, Madame Chu could not gain the upper hand. Li Mu hid in the dark and watched. Although they were both at the fourth realm, Madame Chu had just advanced and her magic power was not as good as this red-haired ghost's. In the same realm, the difference in strength would be great. Those that Li Mu knew, such as Su He, Xuandu, and Commandery Officer Shin, were all at the peak of the fourth realm. The Tiger Demon and the Green Bull Demon were slightly weaker. Madame Chu, who had just advanced, would not be able to last long under their hands. According to Madame Chu, this crimson-haired ghost was a soul realm ghost cultivator, and he was ranked at the 14th position amongst the 18 ghost generals under King Chu Jiang. With Madame Chu's cultivation, it probably wouldn't be long before she lost. Li Mu walked out from behind the tree and formed a hand seal. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and hit the red-haired ghost's head. All his hair stood on end. Although his soul was not directly destroyed, the aura on his body instantly withered. His originally solid soul body immediately became a little illusory. When Li Mu was in the soul-tempering realm, he could already kill third-realm demons with lightning techniques. Now that he was in the soul-condensing realm, although he could not kill fourth-realm demons instantly, this move could be used as a sneak attack. It could be used as a surprise attack and cause considerable damage to fourth-realm demons. Li Mu's sneak attack was successful. The red-haired ghost's body faded and his aura withered. Madame Chu instantly turned the situation around. The red-haired ghost was flustered and exasperated. He looked at Li Mu and said angrily to Madame Chu, "You actually colluded with humans. His Highness will not let you off." Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck his head. The red-haired ghost could not dodge in time and his body became even weaker. He was angry and shocked and hid back into the fog. Madame Chu did not waste the opportunity and chased after him with her sword. Li Mu felt waves of magic power coming from the fog. After a while, Madame Chu walked out of the fog with a solid soul ball floating in her palm. The 14th Ghost General under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was dead. Madame Chu handed the soul ball to Li Mu and said, "The 12th Ghost General under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is also in Yang County. Also, the Rakshasa Ghost and the Long-Tongued Ghost are in Yu County, which is adjacent to Yang County." Chapter 168. In the north of Yang County. A figure descended from the sky and landed on a cliff that was about 1,000 feet tall. A cloud of mist surged out of the Bai sword. Madame Chu appeared and said to Li Mu, "There's a ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon called the Big Head Ghost. He's ranked 12th among the 18 ghost generals. His strength is even stronger than the red-haired ghost. He lives in a cave under this cliff." Li Mu looked at the cliff below and said, "Go down and lure him up. I'll ambush him from above." Madame Chu nodded and flew down the cliff. She descended several dozen feet, and a pitch-black hole appeared on the cliff face. The hole was hidden under the weeds. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice it. The inside of the hole was eerie. Madame Chu entered with her sword. Soon, a wave of magic power came from the hole. Not long after, Madame Chu escaped from the hole in a sorry state and floated up the cliff. A ghostly figure with a huge head chased out of the cave. This ghost's head was huge, and his body was only half the size of his head. His eyes were like lanterns, and there was a huge dustpan-like mouth on his face. Traces of black liquid flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He grinned his terrifying huge mouth and clicked his tongue. "It's actually Madame Chu. She's even advanced to the soul realm. If I can devour her, my strength will be able to enter the top 5 ghost generals and be put in an important position by His Highness." The big head ghost raised his head to take a look and quickly chased after them. However, just as he flew up the cliff, a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky and struck his head. Madame Chu disappeared. A young man holding the sword she was holding just now was looking at him with a smile. This was the last consciousness of the big head ghost. The purple lightning directly erased his intelligence and turned his body into soul power. Li Mu stretched out his hand. The soul power of the big head ghost turned into a soul ball and was absorbed into his body. Madame Chu's magic power was much weaker than Su He's at that time. When he was possessed by Su He, Li Mu's thunder dharma and various mystiques could rival those in the creation realm. However, by borrowing Madame Chu's dharmic powers, Li Mu could only be invincible in the 4th realm. This was the most accurate assessment he had of his own strength after several battles. With the help of Dao techniques, he could unleash a shred of 5th-tier power. Killing a normal 4th-tier cultivator was not a problem. However, if he encountered a true 5th-tier cultivator, his power would still be insufficient. With this kind of strength, it was difficult to deal with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, but it was easy to deal with the ghost generals under his command. According to Madame Chu, apart from the first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, the strongest of the other ghost generals was only at the peak of the 4th realm. Half a year ago, the first ghost general had just reached the specter realm under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's nurturing. The middle 3 realms of ghost cultivators were the Baal Soul, Specter Soul, and Origin Soul. They corresponded to the Taoism's mystiques, Creation Realm, and Dongxian, and the Buddhism's Golden Body, Dharma Idol, and Freedom. Madame Chu, the red-haired ghost, and the big head ghost were Baal Souls. Su He was a Baal Soul that was very close to the Specter Soul. With Li Mu's current strength, it was nigh impossible for him to defeat a Specter Realm Phantom General. He collected his thoughts and looked at Madame Chu. Next. Madame Chu thought for a moment and said, 50 li from here, in Yu County, there's an abandoned old mansion. The Rakshasa ghost is there. He's ranked 9th among the 18 ghost generals. Feeling the surging soul power in his body, Li Mu's eyes burned with passion. He could condense all 3 souls if he killed another Baal Soul. Let's go. Yu County. In an unknown village, a ferocious-looking man was kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling as he pleaded, "Grandpa Ghost, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." In front of him, there was a human-shaped black mist. One could only vaguely make out the silhouette of a human within the black mist. There were 2 blood-red rays where the eyes should be, and they seemed to be able to draw one's soul away. The villagers were kneeling on the ground. Even though their faces were pale, there was a hint of delight in their eyes when they looked at the ferocious-looking man. The ferocious-looking man who was kneeling on the ground had lost his usual ferocity. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and there was a pungent smell coming from beneath him. "You deserve to die." An inhuman voice sounded from the black mist. As soon as the voice sounded, 3 silhouettes floated out from the ferocious-looking man's body. They turned into specks of light that were absorbed by the black mist. After absorbing the specks of light, the blood-red rays at the top of the black mist seemed to become even more glaring. The black mist swept away, and the villagers were still kneeling on the ground. After another quarter of an hour, a brave man stood up and ran to the side of the ferocious-looking man to take a look. He shouted, "Dead, he's dead." When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited. "He's finally dead. We can live a good life in the future. The heavens have eyes. It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead." The last trace of fear they had for the ferocious spirit disappeared with the man's death. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction that the black mist had disappeared. The black mist drifted all the way until it was blocked by a black-robed figure in a remote mountain. A voice quickly sounded from under the black robe. "I am the #1 ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Your Excellency has killed so many people. The Imperial Court will definitely send experts to eliminate you. No matter how high your Excellency's cultivation is, you won't be able to defeat the Great Zhou Court. Why don't you pledge allegiance to His Highness Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? His Highness will guarantee your safety." Scram. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, a cold and emotionless voice came from the black mist. The black-robed man said, "Your Excellency, you have to think carefully." The aura in the black mist became extremely unstable. The black-robed man's expression changed and he immediately moved out of the way. Looking at the black mist drifting away, the fear on his face gradually disappeared. How could such a thing happen? His face was filled with disbelief as he muttered, "It's only been a few days and she already has such a terrifying cultivation. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before even His Highness won't be her match." In the forest, 2 more ghosts floated out. One of them said with a trembling voice, "This ghost's pressure is even more terrifying than what His Highness gave me." The black-robed man looked at him and said, "That's because she doesn't know how to cultivate. If this continues, I'm afraid her intelligence will be assimilated by the ferocious spirit and she will completely become a ferocious spirit that only knows how to kill. At that time, the northern county will be interesting." One of the ghosts laughed and said, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more beneficial for us?" The black-robed man stretched out his hands, and a soul ball condensed in each of his palms. He put the soul ball into the bodies of the 2 ghosts and said, "The green-faced ghost is dead, and Madame Chu is missing. There are only 16 of the 18 ghost generals left. This is the soul power of the cultivators I've collected over the past few days. The 2 of you are only a step away from the soul realm. When you go back, refine it well and try to advance to the soul realm as soon as possible." "Thank you, my lord." The 2 ghosts were so excited that their soul bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground to thank him. At this moment, another soul shadow rushed over from behind. Before it arrived, it shouted loudly, "My lord, bad news, bad news." The black-robed man said coldly, "What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Was the ferocious spirit captured?" "No, no." The soul shadow said with a trembling voice, "The red-haired ghost, the big-headed ghost, and the Rakshasa ghost, they were killed." "What?" The black-robed man's expression changed when he heard this. He grabbed the soul shadow's neck and said angrily, "What did you say? Say it again." The soul shadow said in fear, Their soul lamps were extinguished." Just as he finished speaking, black fog kept surging out from the black-robed man's body. That was a sign that he was extremely angry and his magic power was out of control. They had spent countless resources to create the 3 Soul Realm Ghost Generals. They had only created 15 Ghost Generals of this level in 5 years. The death of these 3 Ghost Generals was equivalent to their 1 year of hard work being in vain. How did that person know where they were? The black-robed man's voice was extremely cold and suppressed to the extreme. There must be a mole among us. Chapter 169. Yu County. In an ancient tomb somewhere in the mountains. A cloud of gray mist covered an area of dozens of feet. Li Mu formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and the gray mist gradually dissipated. Whoosh! A blood-red tongue suddenly flew out from the mist. It was extremely fast and created a gust of wind. It went straight for Li Mu's head. Clang! Li Mu slashed out. The Bai sword struck the tongue and produced a metallic sound. Sparks flew from the tongue and it suddenly retracted. The mist was completely blown away by the gust of wind, revealing a thin ghostly figure inside. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's 18 ghostly generals. Apart from Madame Chu, 4 of them were in Yang County and Yu County. The red-hair ghost and the big head ghost in Yang County had already been killed by Li Mu. A few hours ago, the Rakshasa ghost hiding in an abandoned house in Yu County had also been killed by the Bai sword. The last long-tongued ghost lived in this ancient tomb. It was not weak and was ranked 7th among the 18 ghostly generals. It had been resisting Li Mu for a long time. The thin ghostly figure was covered in black gas, only revealing 2 eyes. His eyes were glowing fiercely as he looked at Madame Chu and said angrily, "Damn it, Madame Chu, you actually betrayed His Highness. Have you ever thought about your end?" Madame Chu floated above and said coldly, "Worry about your fate first." After saying that, she urged Bai to meet the attack head-on. The long-tongued ghost used its tongue as a weapon. Its tongue was extremely flexible and could be hard or soft. It was actually on par with Madame Chu, who was wielding the Bai sword. This was even after Li Mu had exhausted most of its spiritual energy. After all, as the 7th ghostly general, its strength was much higher than Madame Chu's. Li Mu stood far away. Occasionally, he would send down a bolt of lightning. Although the long-tongued ghost dodged most of the time, it was still flustered. Madame Chu seized the opportunity and gradually gained the upper hand. The long-tongued ghost tried to escape several times but was forced back by Li Mu's lightning technique. He was struck by Madame Chu's sword again. He couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. He asked, "Damn it! Do you dare to fight me for real without looking for help?" Madame Chu sneered, and the momentum of her sword became even sharper. The long-tongued ghost had already lost more than half of his mana, and was gradually losing ground to Madame Chu. After being stabbed a few more times, he was accidentally struck by a bolt of lightning, and his soul was already extremely illusory. Just as he was about to fall into despair, a monstrous killing intent suddenly came from the distant horizon, followed by an extremely angry voice. "You're courting death." Sensing this extremely familiar voice, the long-tongued ghost heaved a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Lord Soul, save me." When Madame Chu felt this incomparably powerful aura, her expression changed drastically. Taking advantage of the moment when the long-tongued ghost relaxed, she pierced her sword through his chest and absorbed all of his soul energy. Then, she quickly flew to Li Mu's side and said anxiously, "Benefactor, leave quickly. He's the 1st ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He has already become a ghost spirit." A ghost spirit was equivalent to a cultivator in the creation and golden body realms. In terms of aura, he was slightly weaker than Master Puji of the Jinshan Temple. Li Mu held the Bai sword in one hand and formed a seal with the other. He said quietly, "Heaven and earth are limitless, borrow the power of the universe. The power of the universe is born from the heart, and it grows endlessly. Heavenly Lord Tai, as the law commands." The Bai sword buzzed, and countless sword shadows appeared behind Li Mu's back. Tens of thousands of swords moved together and slashed towards the black shadow in the distance. The black shadow's body suddenly exploded, turning into countless black gas. After the sword shadows slashed past, the black gas gathered together again. The art of soul division. Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. According to honored Master Thousand Illusions memories, soul cultivators who mastered this secret magic would be able to split their soul body into smaller parts when their life was in danger. That way, they would be able to avoid large-scale attacks. Li Mu did not hesitate to flee on his sword. The demon-slaying protection spell was the strongest move he could use at the moment, but it could not do anything to the first ghost general. Other than running away, he had no other choice. Using the army formula, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 1,000 feet away and sped in a certain direction. You can't run away. After witnessing the death of the long-tongued ghost with his own eyes, and in just a few short months, only 12 of the 18 ghost generals remained, the black figure known as Lord Soul was enraged. He quickly chased in the direction Li Mu had fled in, his extremely cold voice echoing in the air. I will grind your bones and scatter your ashes, extract your soul, and refine it. I will make your soul suffer the pain of being burned by ghost fire every day. Li Mu heard the threat of the first ghost general behind him and fled even faster. He pulled away from the black shadow again. Although he could not defeat the other party, he could not easily catch up. After killing 4 of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals, the first ghost general was obviously furious. He chased and cursed. Those who did not know better would think that Li Mu had dug up his grave and scattered his ashes. Li Mu channeled his mana, and the distance between the two was pulled apart again. He looked behind him and shook his head. It's just 4 ghost generals who died. Is there a need to fight so hard? Madame Chu thought for a moment and said, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon seems to value the 18 ghost generals very much. For the past 5 years, he has always wanted to raise all of us above the soul realm and give us all the soul power he obtained, 18 soul realm. Li Mu thought for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, he can't be thinking of setting up the 18 prison formation, right? Over the past few days, Li Mu had digested a lot of the memories left behind by Venerable Thousand Illusions. He also had some understanding of some demonic methods. The 18 Hell Grand Formation was an extremely formidable Devil Dao Grand Formation. It was set up by 18 ghost cultivators at the ferocious Soul Realm, and coupled with King Chu Jiang taking the lead, it was capable of trapping a 6th realm expert at the Profound Insight Realm to death. The 18 ghost generals corresponded to the 18 hells. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon had painstakingly cultivated the 18 ghost generals. If it wasn't because he had obsessive-compulsive disorder, then it was because he wanted to complete the 18 prison formation. Of course, 5 of his 18 ghost generals had already died at the hands of Li Mu, and 1 had become Li Mu's ghost. There were only 12 of the 18 ghost generals left. At most, he could set up the 10 ghost trapping formation, and there would be 2 more substitutes. Without 8 ghost generals, the power of the formation would be reduced by more than half. It would only be left with less than 30%. No wonder this ghost general wanted to kill him. If it were Li Mu, he wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. There were ghosts chasing closely behind him, and he couldn't shake them off for a while. Li Mu changed direction and flew towards the mountains in the distance. As soon as he was chased by the first ghost general, he already had a plan in mind. The first ghost general's murderous aura was monstrous. Li Mu flew straight to a familiar mountain. Just as the ghost general was about to reach the mountain, a powerful demonic aura suddenly came from the mountain, followed by a cold snort. Scram! The ghost general's body quickly came to a halt as he stared at the mountain peak with a look of dread. In the north region, there was only one person who could have such a demonic aura. He floated in the air and clasped his fists. He said, "Greetings, White Demon King. I am the first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. I have no intention of disturbing you. This person killed 4 of my ghost generals. Please hand him over to me, an emotionless voice came from the mountain. If you don't scram in 3 breaths, you can stay here forever. Does the Demon King want to go against His Highness? 1. White Demon King, you, too. Before the word 3 came out, the ghost swept up a black fog and flew away without looking back. Li Mu landed somewhere in the mountain and clasped his fists. He said to the middle-aged man in front of him, "Thank you for saving me, White Demon King." The White Demon King asked, "How did you offend Chu Jiang of Gojoseon?" Li Mu said, "Chu Jiang of Gojoseon ordered his subordinates to do evil in Yang County. I killed a few of his ghost generals." The White Demon King had a strange expression. He said, "Most of the ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon are at the 4th realm. I didn't misjudge you to be able to kill them at the 2nd realm." Li Mu smiled embarrassedly. The White Demon King did not mention this matter again. He said, "Tingxin has troubled you these days." "It's no trouble." In front of the White Demon King, Li Mu naturally could not despise his daughter. He said, "In the past few days, Miss Tingxin has also helped the people get rid of evil and killed several evil ghosts. Tingxin is stubborn. Little brother, you have suffered." The White Demon King looked into the distance and said, "That ghost hasn't left yet. I'll get 2nd brother and 3rd brother to escort you back." Bai Yinshin ran out from behind and said, "I want to go too." When he saw Bai Yinshin, Li Mu's legs went weak out of reflex. The White Demon King asked, "What are you going to do?" Bai Yinshin said, "I'm worried about Tingxin outside. I want to protect her." In the end, the White Demon King agreed to let Bai Yinshin go with him. This made Li Mu feel a little guilty because the way the 2 sisters looked at him was the same. The current Bai Yinshin was already a core formation realm demon cultivator and was not weak. Under the White Demon King's instructions, she escorted Li Mu back to Yang County with the Green Bull Demon, the Tiger Demon, and the Rat Demon. Chapter 170. The Green Bull Demon and the Tiger Demon had already condensed their cores for many years. When the 2 of them joined forces, they could even suppress Su He. With Bai Yinshin and the Rat Demon, the 2 core condensation demons, the first ghost general did not appear again. Although he was a 5th realm ghost and might not be afraid of them joining forces, he was still afraid of the White Demon King. Bai Tingxin waited anxiously at the entrance of the county office. When she saw Bai Yinshin, she said in surprise, "Sister, why are you here?" Bai Yinshin snorted and asked, "Don't you want me to come?" Bai Tingxin quickly said, "No, no." The Green Bull Demon and the Tiger Demon followed Li Mu to the county office to escort him and bring the Rat Demon to admit his guilt. If other demons spread the plague in North County and cheated the people of their psyche power, they would not end well. However, County Magistrate Chen had to give face to the White Demon King. The Rat Demon stayed in the county office to make up for his mistakes, just like Bai Tingxin. Li Mu found Arrestor Zhao and asked, "How big is the credit for killing a ghost general in the vicious soul realm? Can I enter the earth room to choose a treasure?" 4th realm vicious soul. Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "According to the rules, if you kill a 4th realm demonic ghost, you can choose a treasure from the Xian house. You were able to enter the Xian house the last 2 times because the county magistrate made an exception." Li Mu asked again, "If I can't kill 1, what about 4? Arrestor Zhao was stunned and said, "Well, I have to ask the county magistrate." Not long after, he walked out of the front hall and said, "The county magistrate asked you to enter." Li Mu walked into the front hall of the county office and saluted, "Greetings, county magistrate." County magistrate Shen held the gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "If you can kill one of King Chu Jiang's ghost generals in the vicious soul realm, then when we return to the county magistrate's office, I will make an exception and allow you to enter the earth room to choose an item." Li Mu was delighted and asked, "If I can kill 4 of them, does that mean I can choose 4 treasures? Commandery Captain Shen glanced at him and said, I am a man of my word. If you can kill Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, I will give you the Earth Room. It was more appropriate for the county governor to say that. As a county lieutenant, he did not have such authority. However, Li Mu had no intention of killing Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He released Mrs. Chu and said, show me the evidence. Madame Chu waved her hand, and 4 images appeared in the air. Cultivators in the Jushen realm could replay what they had experienced as if they were taking a selfie. Cultivators in Dongxian were even more powerful with the dark light technique. They could cross space and observe the scene in another place in real time. Li Mu pointed at the 4 images and said one by one, this is the red-haired ghost, the 14th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. This is the big-headed ghost, the 12th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. This is the Rakshasa ghost, the 9th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. This is the long-tongued ghost, the 7th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. County Magistrate Shen spat out the wine in his mouth and said in surprise, you killed 4 more. Li Mu smiled and said, Mrs. Chu happened to know where these 4 ghost generals were. They had done a lot of evil anyway, so I killed them. Good. County Magistrate Shen stood up and said, I was right about you. When we return to the county office, I will allow you to choose 4 treasures in the Earth Room. Thank you, sir. Li Mu walked out of the front hall with satisfaction. When he arrived at the county office, he finally experienced the joy of being a constable. Not only could he get rid of evil for the people, but he could also gain soul power. When he returned to the county office, he would be rewarded handsomely. Double the reward, double the joy. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw the 2 snakes. Bai Tingxin glanced at Li Mu and said, you said it. 2 hours. In order to not let the green snake drag him down, Li Mu promised her that he would let her enjoy the light of Buddha for 2 hours after they returned. It was not good to go back on his word now. He walked in front of Bai Tingxin and said, let's go. Bai Yinxin asked suspiciously, what 2 hours? Bai Tingxin whispered a few words in her ear. No. Bai Yinxin shook her head and said firmly, you have already transformed into a human. You have to learn human etiquette. Haven't you heard that men and women should not touch each other? Li Mu agreed with Bai Yinxin. He had accumulated the soul power of the 4 ghost generals in his body. He wanted to refine them as soon as possible so that he could condense the 3 souls as soon as possible. He did not want to waste time on Bai Tingxin. Bai Tingxin shook her head and said, I don't care. I am not a human. I will not learn their etiquette. Bai Yinxin grabbed her wrist and said, I am your sister. I have the responsibility to discipline you on behalf of father. Don't, sister. Bai Tingxin looked at her pitifully and said, I helped him catch so many ghosts in exchange for this. I have been waiting for a long time, Bai Yinxin said firmly, no. I said no and it means no. Bai Tingxin hugged her arm and shook it gently. She said, how about I give you an hour? Bai Yinxin glared at her and said, do you think I will be tempted by you? After a while, Li Mu walked into the room. He turned around and asked, which one of you will go first? Bai Tingxin said, you are the elder sister. You go first. Bai Yinxin said, the elder sister should give way to the younger sister. You go first. Li Mu thought for a while and asked for their opinion, why don't you go together? The 2 sisters each had an hour. They would still waste 2 hours. It was better to go together. This way, he could save an hour. In terms of time management, Li Mu was very serious. After the 2 snakes discussed, they felt that there was no difference between who would go first and who would go later. They did not raise any objections. Li Mu wanted to just stay in the room. However, Bai Tingxin said that she wanted to go to the inn where she was staying. That way, she could lie down. Lying down was obviously more comfortable than sitting. Li Mu did not want to go through so much trouble. However, on second thought, there were too many people in the county. There might be people talking behind his back. It was better to go outside. He nodded and said, "Then let's go to your place." Seeing the three of them walk out of the county office, a county yamen constable poked his head out of the room and said, "Tsk. It's good to be young." Another constable added, "It's useless to be young. You also need to be handsome." Another constable said, "It's not enough to be young and handsome. Women these days still like men with strength. Young, handsome and strong. Highly regarded by the county governor. Not everyone is Li Mu. So, Li Mu has already taken the two daughters of the White Demon King. Isn't it obvious? Yang County. On the street, Li Si put his arm around Zhang Shan's shoulder and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhang Shan said, "It's because Lady Lu is worried about Li Mu. She left for so many days without any news. I came to take a look. What can happen to Li Mu? I'll take you to the county office to find him." Li Si had just opened his mouth when he suddenly realized something. He pointed ahead and said, "There's no need to go to the county office." "Isn't that him, Li?" Zhang Shan raised his hand and waved at Li Mu. Seeing him enter the inn with two young women, he was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, "Li Mu actually brought other women to the inn. And there are two of them." An hour later, Li Mu came out of the room on the second floor of the inn. When he walked down the stairs, his legs went weak and he almost fell down. Fortunately, a pair of hands reached out from the side and caught him in time. Li Mu turned his head and was about to thank him. When he saw the person, he was stunned and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhang Shan shook his head and said, "Li Mu, you disappoint me. Do you know how worried Lady Lu is about you? You actually brought women to a place like this." Li Mu explained, "You're mistaken. They're not human." Zhang Shan said, "I saw it with my own eyes. You don't have to lie to me. Although I work for Lady Lu, we're brothers. I'll help you hide it this time, but there won't be a next time," Li Mu said helplessly. "It's not what you think." Zhang Shan sighed and said, "Do you think I'm easy to fool? Or did you just sit in the room with those two women for an hour and drink tea and chat?" In fact, Li Mu really only sat there for an hour. He didn't even drink tea. He didn't want to waste time explaining and shook his head. "Go back and tell them that the matter in Yang County will take some time. When it's settled, I'll go back." In a first-class room on the second floor of the inn, Bai Yinxin and her sister showed a satisfied expression at the same time. Bai Tingxin moaned comfortably and said, "Sister, I feel that my cultivation has improved a little. Why don't we capture him and bring him back to help us improve our cultivation every day?" Bai Yinxin glanced at her and said, "Stop dreaming. Father won't let you do that. Is there any way to do this every day?" Bai Tingxin held her chin with one hand and suddenly said, "Why don't I just marry him? If I marry him, we can be together every day." Bai Yinxin glanced at her. She used to have such naive thoughts like her sister. Today, she already knew that marriage wasn't something that could be casually said. Every time she thought of the situation at that time, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. In the past few months, she missed the experience of that time. She missed the house and the water and even thought of Li Mu more often. She looked at Bai Tingxin and said, "If you marry him, you won't just do this every day. You'll have to wash his clothes and cook for him. You'll also have to sleep with him and give birth to his children, so it's so troublesome to get married. Then I'd better not get married." Bai Tingxin suddenly changed her mind and said, "Forget it. Even if I want to marry him, he won't like me. He already has a woman he likes." Bai Yinxin was stunned and asked, "What? He has a woman he likes?" Bai Tingxin was surprised and said, "Why are you making such a fuss?" For some reason, Bai Yinshin suddenly had a sour feeling in her heart and asked, "What does the woman he likes look like?" Bai Tingshin's face showed jealousy and said, "She's very beautiful. She has big breasts and a perky butt. Why do men like women like that? It'll be great if I'm a fox. Fox spirits have great figures. I can charm him to death." Chapter 171. After Chu Jiang of Gojoseon lost another 4 ghost generals, the situation finally calmed down. The evil spirits no longer harmed the people in and around Yang County. The evil spirit also left Yang County and began to appear frequently in Yu County. In just 2 days, it took the lives of a few more villains. After Li Mu sent Zhang Shan out of Yang County, he received another piece of news when he returned to the county office. The experts sent by the imperial court had arrived in the North County. It was said that they were in the creation realm. They were already on their way to Yu County to hunt down the evil spirit. Constable Zhao was about to leave the office when he said, "The experts sent by the imperial court have already gone to Yu County. We're about to head there with the county minister. Do you want to come along? It's rare to see a battle of this level. It's a good opportunity to broaden your horizons." Li Mu nodded and walked out of the county office with him. They boarded the flying boat and headed straight to Yu County. Yu County and Yang County were neighbors. After about half an hour, the flying boat stopped in the air. County Minister Qin stood at the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. Li Mu sensed a strong wave of mana coming from the wilderness in the distance. There were 2 auras, both of which were extremely powerful. One of them had a murderous aura that sent chills down one's spine even though it was so far away. The other aura did not lose out at all in terms of aura. The flying boat landed in the distance. Li Mu saw a man in green floating in the air. Opposite him was a ball of black fog that emitted a terrifying aura. Above the man in green's head, a long sword was shining with green light. It danced in the air and slashed at the black fog. Li Mu could feel the sharpness of the sword aura even from afar. When the sword aura slashed at the black fog, a part of the black fog dissipated. However, the aura within it became more and more violent. County Minister Chen's expression changed slightly. He said, "If this continues, I'm afraid she will completely lose her consciousness. There's no other way but to kill her." Li Mu looked at the black fog and sighed. 10 days ago, she was still a young girl in the prime of her youth, but now she had become like this. The death of the county magistrate of Yang County and his evil officials was not enough to be regretted. A portion of the black fog dissipated, and it seemed to have aroused the anger of the evil spirit as it swept towards the azure-clothed man. The green-clothed man formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the black fog. He said softly, "Freeze." The surrounding time seemed to have stopped, and the black fog suddenly stopped in mid-air. The green-robed man raised his hand and pressed forward. In the void, a huge transparent palm was formed and slammed towards the black fog. The black fog collapsed, but it condensed back together in the blink of an eye. However, its aura was weaker than before. Commandery Captain Shin shook his head and said, "Although her mana is strong, she doesn't know anything about ghosts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been defeated so easily." County Minister Chen looked worried and said, "The resentment in her body is getting stronger. The stronger the resentment, the stronger her strength will be. If she continues to be pressured like this, something might happen." A golden light flashed in Li Mu's eyes. When he looked at the black fog again, he realized that the color of blood was even stronger. At this moment, the azure-robed man formed a seal. The azure-robed man's flying sword shined brightly and condensed into a huge azure-robed sword in the air. He waved his hand and the huge sword slashed down at the black fog with lightning speed. There was no change in the black fog, but a cloud of thick black gas suddenly appeared under the ground. The black gas condensed into a huge knife and met the green light sword shadow. When the knife and the sword met, they were instantly annihilated. A strong blast of air spread out from the center of the collision. The clothes of the people in the distance were fluttering because of the blast of air. Li Mu looked at the black-robed man who appeared beside the evil spirit and quietly retreated behind County Minister Qin and Commandery Captain Xin. The first ghost general did not notice Li Mu. Instead, he looked at the evil spirit and said, "See, this is the face of the imperial court. They don't care how much injustice you have suffered. They watched helplessly as the corrupt official harmed you. If you kill the corrupt official for revenge, they will destroy your soul. Instead of dying in their hands, why not join us and fight against this hypocritical and unfair world?" Commandery Captain Shen looked at the black-robed man and slowly walked out. His eyes were full of killing intent. In the next moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, everyone present felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. Rumble. They looked up and saw that there were dark clouds gathering quickly in the sky. Lightning flashed and there seemed to be countless thunderbolts brewing in the dark clouds. Heavy snow fell from the sky, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. County Minister Qin and the azure-clothed man's faces suddenly became extremely serious. Boom! A huge purple thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and struck the azure-clothed man directly. The thunderbolt was extremely fast. The azure-clothed man hurriedly recalled his flying sword to block it. The flying sword dimmed under the purple thunderbolt. The azure-clothed man fell rapidly. When he landed on the ground, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The first ghost general was stunned for a moment and said with joy, "That's it." County Minister Qin was shocked and murmured, "Taoist techniques." In the black fog, a red light emerged and an inhuman voice was heard, "All of you must die." County Minister Qin looked regretful and said, "She has completely lost her consciousness." After the strange phenomenon occurred, the evil spirit's aura was rising rapidly. The azure-clothed man looked at County Minister Qin and said angrily, "What are you waiting for?" County Minister Qin appeared beside him and said, "If you did not trigger her resentment, how could this happen?" The azure-clothed man said coldly, "It's useless to say this now. She has lost her humanity. If we don't get rid of her today, there will be endless trouble in the future. Let's work together and get rid of her as soon as possible." The ghost general sneered and said, "You can try." In the blink of an eye, 2 more thunderbolts fell from the dark clouds. A bronze bell flew out from the azure-clothed man's sleeve and covered his head. The thunderbolts fell on the bronze bell and only made a bell sound before they disappeared. An ancient shield appeared in County Minister Chen's hand. He threw the ancient shield out and the shield expanded rapidly. The thunderbolts fell on the shield and disappeared without a sound. The dark clouds covered a large area, and several bolts of lightning struck towards the heads of Li Mu and the others. The thunderbolts were white and were not as powerful as the ones that attacked the azure-clothed man and County Minister Qin. County Lieutenant Shin made a gesture and a translucent light shield appeared. The white thunderbolts hit the light shield and were absorbed by the light shield. Li Mu looked up at the thunderbolts outside the light shield and a mysterious feeling arose in his heart. It was as if the thunderbolts would disappear with just a thought. So he really thought so. A few thunderbolts disappeared suddenly before they hit the light shield as if they had never appeared. Arrestor Zhao was puzzled. He scratched his head and asked, "Why did they disappear?" County Lieutenant Shin, who was trying his best to maintain the light shield, suddenly turned around and looked at Li Mu with surprise and astonishment. Li Mu looked at the dark clouds in the sky and the mysterious feeling rose again. It was as if the dark clouds in the sky would disappear completely with just a thought. Li Mu looked at the ghost general who was fighting with County Minister Qin and a thought came to his mind. A thick purple thunderbolt suddenly fell and struck the ghost general's head. The ghost general's body broke into pieces and then reformed. He dodged the thunderbolt that was enough to seriously injure him. He looked back at the black fog and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" The black fog surged. In the fog, Two blood-red eyes suddenly looked in the direction of Li Mu. The moment it saw Li Mu, the black fog began to churn violently as if it was boiling. In the next moment, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the black fog actually disappeared into the distance in an instant. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The Ghost General saw this and was stunned for a moment before he fled without hesitation. The evil spirit escaped and he was the only one left. He was no match for the two creation realm cultivators. County Minister Qin and the man in green did not chase after him. They stood where they were and looked a little surprised. After a while, County Minister Qin shook his head and said, "The evil spirit is too strong and has the help of the Ghost General. We can't subdue her with just the two of us. Let's go back to the county office and discuss further." Li Mu had just returned to the county office when Arrestor Zhao came in and said, "His Excellency is looking for you." Li Mu knew that what happened just now had attracted County Lieutenant Shin's attention. Although he did not want others to know that he was the cause of the evil spirit's appearance, he also knew that the reason why the Yamen had not investigated this matter was because the matter of the evil spirit had not been solved. When the matter in County Yang was settled, they would definitely investigate the Yunyan Pavilion. At that time, if Li Mu did not take the initiative to come forward, Lu Hanyan would have to bear all the responsibility. Arrestor Zhao brought Li Mu over and left. Li Mu walked into the front hall and found that County Lieutenant Shin and County Minister Qin were both there. County Lieutenant Shin looked at him and said, "Sit down." Li Mu found a chair and sat down. He knew County Minister Qin and County Lieutenant Shin well. Instead of waiting for the Imperial Court to find out, it was better to be honest with them. County Lieutenant Shin asked directly, "What happened just now?" Li Mu said directly, "It was me." County Minister Qin was shocked and said, "How could you control the Taoist magic arts of the evil spirit?" "Unless it was you who created this Taoist magic arts," Li Mu explained in detail, "I was the one who told the story of Do Yi's injustice in the tea house. At that time, I also didn't know that that line of the play would trigger a vision of heaven and earth and create this kind of Daoist technique." Sure enough. County Lieutenant Shin's face showed that he understood and said, "Although you didn't create this Taoist magic arts were created because of you. That evil spirit was also born because of you." Li Mu asked, "Will the Imperial Court hold me accountable for this?" County Minister Qin thought for a while and said, "The county governor has already gone to the capital to meet the emperor, but there is no result yet. Although this happened because of you, it is not your fault. If the Imperial Court holds you accountable, the county government will do its best to protect you. I have a perfect plan." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. Xuandu walked in from outside and looked at Li Mu. He said, "If Benefactor Li becomes a monk in the Jinshan Temple, you will be a disciple of Buddhism. Although the evil spirit was born because of you, it is not your fault. If the Imperial Court holds you accountable, we Buddhists can take care of it." Chapter 172. County Commandant Shin thought for a while and said, "That's a good idea. Li Mu, you can think about it. Even if the county government can't protect you, the Heart Sect can. After you escape this disaster, you can return to the secular world and it won't affect your marriage." Xuandu looked at County Commandant Shin but did not say anything in the end. County Minister Qin shook his head and said to Li Mu, "You don't have to worry too much. In recent days, the matter of the evil spirit has spread to all the counties. The people know who is right and who is wrong. The most important thing now is to convert the evil spirit. If her spiritual intelligence is completely eroded by the evil spirit, for the safety of the people in North County, we have to get rid of her. She can still be saved now," County Commandant Shin reminded him. "The stronger her resentment, the stronger she will be. If we push her too hard, it will be counterproductive." County Commandant Shin thought for a while and looked at Li Mu. He said, "Whoever started the trouble should untie it. That evil spirit was born because of Li Mu. I'm afraid only you can convert her." Li Mu nodded and said, I'll try. There's no time to lose. We have to settle this before the Imperial Court sends more experts. If this continues, we won't be able to deal with it. County Commandant Qin said again. Xuandu stepped forward and said, I'm willing to go with Benefactor Li to find the evil spirit. County Commandant Qin and County Commandant Shin had reached an agreement with Li Mu and Xuandu about the evil spirit. County Commandant Qin stayed in the county government and delayed the creation realm expert from the Imperial Court. Li Mu, Xuandu, and County Commandant Shin left the county government to find the evil spirit. The three of them stood on the flying boat. County Commandant Shin sighed and said, dozens of years ago, someone died with great resentment and turned into an evil spirit. Her strength was comparable to that of the sixth realm, Dongxian. However, after she took revenge, she did not stop. Instead, she brought disaster to the world. Thousands of innocent people died in her hands. That time, even the mighty Transcendence Realm expert was alarmed and killed her personally. This poor monk has also heard of this matter. Xuandu said, with the resentment of a mortal, they would at most turn into an evil spirit after death. That woman was wrongly killed by the authorities and turned into a malicious spirit. In reality, she was controlled by the demon sect, which is why she has such a terrifying cultivation level. This time, it's completely different. A mortal pointed at the sky and cursed before she died, and she was actually recognized by the heavens and earth. She has a 5th level cultivation level. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, unable to distinguish good from bad, misjudging the wise and the foolish. Xuandu looked at Li Mu and praised, pointing at the sky and cursing the earth. In today's world, only Benefactor Li has such courage. Li Mu said awkwardly, Master, you flatter me, he wasn't that noble, nor was he that angry. At that time, he just wanted to help the Yunyan Pavilion attract more business. He didn't expect that just a few words would cause such a serious consequence and bring him a lot of trouble. County Captain Shin said regretfully, I thought that the incident decades ago would teach them a lesson. I didn't expect the same thing to happen decades later in the North County. Amitba. Xuandu shook his head and said, the people of this world are ignorant. They repeat the same mistake over and over again. This poor monk has saved countless people, ghosts, and demons over the years, and I finally realized that it's easier to save demons and ghosts than it is to save people. After leaving the county, County Captain Shin took out a compass. The needle on the compass spun quickly and finally pointed in a direction. Soul Realm ghost cultivators were able to conceal their auras and avoid the detection of talismans and magic treasures. However, the resentment of the ferocious spirit surged into the sky and it had killed many people, so it was surrounded by blood qi and baleful qi. Even if it was a few tens of kilometers away, it could still be easily noticed. The flying boat flew forward for a few miles and finally landed on a barren mountain. This was obviously a mass grave. There were protruding tombs everywhere. Some tombs had wooden tablets in front of them, but most of them were just lonely mounds. In front of one of the mounds, there was a cloud of black fog. The fog was tumbling and countless human faces appeared on the surface. These people looked ferocious and were roaring silently at Li Mu and the other two. Amitba. Xuandu said mercifully, Lady, there is no end to the sea of bitterness. Turn back and you will be saved. A painful voice came from the black fog, I can't turn back anymore. After this voice came out, the tone changed. 2 red lights shot out from the black fog and said coldly, Die, 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 all of you will die. County Captain Shin shook his head and said, the murderous aura has already corroded her mind. She will soon become an evil spirit that only knows how to kill. Xuandu put down his Buddhist staff and said, if you want to save her, you have to get rid of the murderous aura outside her body. Seeing the black fog coming towards them, Li Mu took a step forward. The black fog suddenly stopped in midair. A painful voice came from the black fog again. No, no, I can't hurt benefactor. Now, Xuandu suddenly said. His body emitted a golden light. County Captain Shen threw out a few flags. These flags were inserted deep into the ground. The flags flashed and formed a formation that trapped the black fog. When the black fog came into contact with the golden light, it made a chi sound and a painful roar came from the black fog. In the next moment, lightning flashed above the three of them. Dark clouds gathered again and snowflakes began to fall. Li Mu raised his head and glanced at the sky. With a wave of his sleeve, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and so did the lightning. He sighed. His palm emitted a faint golden light. He reached out his hand to the black fog and said, "Stop. If this continues, there will be no turning back." The red light flickered and the black fog rolled violently as if it was struggling. Benefactor, finally, a small trembling hand reached out from the black fog and slowly grasped Li Mu's hand. The golden light flowed through their hands and into the black fog. The black fog slowly dissipated and a young girl appeared. It was the young beggar that Li Mu had seen twice. She was surrounded by murderous aura and blood qi. She slowly knelt in front of Li Mu and cried, "Father is dead. I am also dead. I have killed so many people. Benefactor, what should I do?" Li Mu squatted down and gently stroked her hair. He said, "You are not wrong. It is us who have wronged you. It is the imperial court who has wronged you." Wah! The young girl threw herself into Li Mu's arms. Tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried so sadly that she wanted to die. She was a soul. As soon as her tears fell, they dissipated in the air. County Commandant Shen looked up at the sky and sighed. He looked guilty. Xuandu chanted the name of Buddha and looked sad. He looked at Li Mu and said, "If she goes back with you, she will be punished by the imperial court. The murderous aura in her is too strong. It can't be removed in a day. Why don't I take her back to the Jinshan temple and use the dharma of the monks to slowly remove the murderous aura in her body and help her transcend?" The murderous aura in her body was too strong. Li Mu's Heart Sutra could not remove it in one go. Going back to the Jinshan temple with Xuandu and using the dharma to slowly purify her was the best choice for her. Li Mu looked at the young girl and asked, "Are you willing to go back with Master Xuandu?" The young girl nodded and said, "I will listen to you, benefactor." Li Mu looked at her and said, "The murderous aura in your body is too strong. It will affect your mind and it will not be good for your future cultivation. Go back with Master Xuandu first. He can remove the murderous aura in your body and protect you." The young girl looked at the grave under her feet and said, "I want to erect a tombstone for my father." County Commandant Shen waved his hand and summoned a huge rock in the distance. Li Mu used his mind and Bai flew out. After a few strikes, the huge rock turned into a tombstone. At the young girl's request, Li Mu used Bai to carve 2 lines of words on the tombstone. "Tomb of my late father, Mr. Su. Unfilial daughter, Xiao Yuli." Su Xiaoyu was the young girl's name. The young girl knelt in front of the tombstone and kowtowed silently. After getting up, she knelt in front of Li Mu and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. She said, "Benefactor, I will repay your kindness in the future." Amitba. Xuandu picked up the Buddhist staff and said, "Miss Xiaoyu, let's go." Xiaoyu bowed to Li Mu and left with Xuandu. In the end, Xuandu looked back at Li Mu and said, "If the imperial court makes things difficult for benefactor Li, the door of the Jinshan temple will always be open for you." Watching Xuandu leave, County Commandant Shen put his hand on Li Mu's shoulder and said, Li Mu, you have really impressed me. I am looking forward to seeing what kind of waves you will make when you go to Zhong County." Li Mu sighed and said, "After this, I am afraid I will not be able to be a constable for long." "You won't." County Commandant Shin said with certainty, without people like you, the great Zhou court would be a pool of stagnant water. Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy wealth and have a longer life. Many people can see through this, but how many would dare to point at the sky and curse like you and say it out loud? Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief that he could save the little beggar. He thought of something important and asked, Sir, why can Xiaoyu use that Taoist technique but I can't? County Commandant Shin's eyes were deep as he said, Taoist techniques are mysterious and vast. Until now, no one has been able to see through all of its mysteries. Although that Taoist technique was created by you, to use it, one needs to communicate with heaven and earth through grievances. You don't have her grievances, so naturally you can't use it. Li Mu was a little disappointed. The might of that Tao technique was even stronger than the Lin character. Perhaps even little Jade had not displayed its full might. She had created such a powerful thing, yet he himself was unable to use it. When the two returned to the county government on County Commandant Shin's flying boat, County Commandant Shin walked out of the front hall and looked at County Commandant Shin. County Commandant Shin glanced at Li Mu and nodded slightly to him. County Commandant Shin smiled and walked into the front hall again. He said to the man in black, It's time to find that evil spirit. Chapter 173. The man in blue and County Minister Chen left the government office. 2 hours later, they came back. County Minister Chen walked into the government office and said regretfully, There is no trace of her in the 13 counties in the North County. She either left the North County or was killed by a strong cultivator passing by. What a pity. She is also a pitiful person. The man in blue said with disdain, This is the dirty business of the North County. Why are you sighing? If you are strict, how could such a tragedy happen? County Minister Chen asked, Fellow cultivator, you have lived in the Central County for a long time. Don't you know that there are some things that we can't do anything about? The man in blue sneered and said, You can't do anything before, but you can deceive people afterwards. County Minister Chen was puzzled and asked, Fellow cultivator, what do you mean? These things have nothing to do with me. As long as the evil spirit doesn't cause trouble, my mission is completed. The man in blue didn't continue the topic and said, I was ordered by the imperial court to kill this evil spirit. Now that the evil spirit has been suppressed, I have to return to the Central County. See you later. He saluted County Minister Chen with his fists and flew up into the sky. County Minister Chen walked out and asked, Did he see through it? Who knows? County Minister Chen smiled and said, Some things are hard to be confused about. Hurried footsteps came from the back of the government office. The feminine man ran out and asked anxiously, Where is he? County Minister Chen looked at the man with the bruises on his face and said, He left. The case hasn't been solved yet. How can he leave first? The feminine man revealed an angry expression and said, I've already found out that the evil spirit appeared in the northern county because of a tea house called the Yunyan Pavilion. I ordered the northern county to arrest everyone involved in the Yunyan Pavilion and wait for their punishment. County Minister Chen looked at him and asked, What happened to the tea house? The feminine man said coldly, The tea house told a story. Is it a crime to tell a story? A normal story is naturally innocent, but that story created a peerless evil spirit, causing the county magistrate's family to be annihilated, causing so many innocent people to suffer. Have you ever thought about the purpose of the tea house telling this story? Who is behind it? What is their motive? Who is the story mocking? What are they trying to subvert, destroy, and insinuate? The feminine man's face was gloomy as he said, Those who do good suffer poverty and have a shorter life, while those who do evil enjoy riches and have a longer life. What kind of audacious person is this? How dare he speak such arrogant words? How dare he talk about politics and criticize the imperial court? If we don't kill him, we won't be able to establish our prestige. That fierce spirit is created by the world. Could it be that Dr. Feng wants to destroy the world? A calm voice came from the entrance of the county government. The effeminate man turned around and saw a white-haired old man walking in. The feminine man was startled and said in shock, "Censor Chi, why are you here?" The old man said calmly, "I am here on His Majesty's orders regarding the North County's ferocious spirits." Li Mu sat in the duty room and looked at Bai Yin-shin and Bai Yin-shin. He could already confirm that demons were easily addicted to the Buddhist light triggered by the Heart Sutra, just like how Li Mu was addicted to dual cultivation with Lu Hanyan. He had experimented with ordinary sutras on them. From the sisters' reactions, he concluded that the deciding factor that made them addicted was the Heart Sutra and not the Buddhist light. In his previous life, when he was seriously ill, his mother went to all kinds of temples for him. She even bought a pile of Buddhist classics. Not only did she recite the sutras every day, she even asked Li Mu to do it with her. Li Mu braced himself and read a small portion of those Buddhist sutras. After his mother died, he never read them again. In the past few months, Li Mu had tried countless times. Among all the sutras he remembered, he found that only the Heart Sutra could resonate with the world in this world. Up until now, he had not understood all the mysteries of the Heart Sutra. The white snake and the green snake sisters looked at Li Mu with longing in their eyes. Li Mu was unmoved. Except for Lu Hanyan, any woman, ghost, or demoness who was addicted to him would be troublesome. Bai Tingshin's lips moved, as if she finally could not help but say something to Li Mu. Constable Zhao walked in happily from outside and said, "Li Mu, the imperial court is here. Hey, don't be in a hurry to pack your things. This time, it's a good thing." Constable Zhao stopped Li Mu from running away and said, "The imperial censor is here on the orders of Her Majesty. Her Majesty's first imperial edict is to exonerate the little girl. Not only that, she also asked the North County government to erect a statue of the county magistrate and his family. She asked them to kneel in front of the yamen and accept the curses of the people. It's a warning to the officials of the county." After Constable Zhao finished speaking, he said respectfully, "Long live the Empress." Li Mu was concerned about something and asked, "The imperial edict didn't mention me, right?" Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "No." Just as Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Then, 3 people walked in from outside. One was County Lieutenant Shin, the other was County Minister Shin, and the last person was an old man with white hair. Li Mu had never seen him before, but when he saw the old man, his gaze could not help but freeze. In Li Mu's view, this old man clearly did not have any cultivation, but Li Mu felt a familiar aura from his body. It was the aura of psychokinesis. Li Mu carefully sensed that around the old man's body, he sensed a thick psychokinesis that was almost condensed into a solid substance. After the old man walked into the duty room, Bai Yin-shin and her sister frowned. They only felt uncomfortable all over and quickly walked out. County Lieutenant Shin walked forward and looked at the old man. He said to Li Mu, "This is Imperial Censor Chi. He is here on Her Majesty's orders to solve the matter of the evil spirits in the North County." Li Mu stood up and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Imperial Censor Chi." Imperial Censor Chi looked at Li Mu and said, "I didn't expect that the person who could say such an earth-shattering thing would be such a young man. It really makes me feel ashamed." This imperial censor from the Middle County did not seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter. Li Mu was slightly relieved. Imperial Censor Chi did not say much to Li Mu. He only asked him to make a copy of the original story of Do-E's Injustice. After Li Mu finished copying, he handed it to County Lieutenant Shin and asked, "There's nothing more to do in the Yang County. Can I return to the capital?" County Lieutenant Shin nodded and said, "There's nothing else for you to do here. You can go back first." Because of Miss Xiaoyu's matter, Li Mu had been feeling very depressed these days. The dead could not be brought back to life. The current ending was already considered the best. Her Majesty's Imperial Edict had concluded this matter. She was brought back to the Jinshan Temple by Xuandu to be redeemed. The county magistrate of the Yang County and the others would forever be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Li Mu guided Xiaoyu back and killed the 4 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He obtained enough soul power to completely condense the 3 souls and enter the spirit concentration realm in half a month. For him, the condensing of the 3 souls did not require much effort to collect emotions. It was far less complicated than the refining of the 7 souls. The time it took was also far less than refining the soul. He went back to the duty room to pack his things. Bai Tingxin leaned against the door and asked, "Are you leaving?" Bai Tingxin was punished by the White Demon King because she used to absorb the yang qi of others. Now that her sentence was over, she could return to the mountain. Li Mu carried his bag and waved to her. "See you again if fate wills it." "Wait." Bai Tingxin immediately ran in and said, "Since you're leaving, why don't you?" Li Mu thought for a while and said, "This is the last time." Bai Tingxin beamed with joy and said, "Wait, I'll go get my sister." The White Demon King had done Li Mu a favor. This was the last time to repay the favor. Li Mu did not want to stay a moment longer after using up a portion of his mana to fulfill Bai Tingxin's wish. After leaving the county, he flew on his sword and went straight to the county. In the duty room, Bai Tingxin waved her hand in front of Bai Yinxin and asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" Bai Yinxin stood up and said, "Nothing, let's go back." Bai Tingxin held her hand and walked out of the county office. She said, "Cultivating in the mountain is so boring. Let's come out and play with Li Mu in a few days." The two walked out of the county office. Soon, the feminine man also walked out of the door and said, "Back to Zhong County." A magic cultivator behind him said, "If we go back like this, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain to the assistant minister." The effeminate man pursed his lips and said, "His Majesty sent the censor here. What can I do? The assistant minister can't blame us. It's his brother-in-law's fault for stirring up public resentment, deep in a desolate mountain in the North County." A black-robed man knelt at the entrance of a cave filled with ghastly qi. After a long time, a fleeting voice came from the cave, "What's the matter?" The black-robed man buried his head deeper and said, "Your Highness, I didn't do my job well. I didn't succeed in recruiting that evil spirit." The cave was silent for a while before a voice came out, "That evil spirit wasn't part of the plan. It's better to have her, but it's okay to not have her. As long as the 18 ghost generals can be gathered." The black-robed man trembled and said, "Something happened to the 18 ghost generals." The voice in the cave suddenly sank. "Other than the green-faced ghost and Madame Chu, what else happened?" The black-robed man's voice trembled. "Red-haired ghost, big-head ghost, Rakshasa ghost, and long-tongued ghost were killed by a human cultivator." The cave was silent for a long time before a voice said, "That means, only 12 of my 18 ghost generals are left. Do you know why I planned for 5 years?" The black-robed man knelt on the ground and quickly said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I'll gather the 18 ghost generals as soon as possible. Please give me half a year, there's no time." A sigh came from the cave and suddenly asked, "How long have you been with me?" The black-robed man immediately said, 5 years. The voice in the cave said, 5 years, I really can't bear to. The black-robed man was stunned and his expression changed. He turned into a ball of black mist and fled without hesitation. However, the next moment, a terrifying suction force came from the cave and sucked the black mist in. In the depths of the cave, 2 balls of light flashed and sighed, "With your soul power, it should be enough to gather the 18 ghost generals." Chapter 174. After returning to the prefecture capital, Li Mu finally had a few days of peace. All the constables who went to Yang County had half a month of vacation after returning. In this month, they spent most of their time outside. Li Mu finally had enough time to stay at home and spend time with Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan. However, while he was free, Lu Hanyan was busy. The Yunyan Pavilion was especially busy these days. The tea house was filled with customers from morning to night. In this half a month, the story of the evil spirit descending from Yang County, washing the county government with blood, killing corrupt officials, and killing evil officials had spread throughout the North County. The North County government did not deliberately hide this matter, so it was not difficult for the people to find out the inside story. It was said that the evil spirit was just an ordinary girl. Because she heard Do Yi's injustice in the Yunyan Pavilion tea house, she was wronged by the corrupt official of Yang County. Before she died, she imitated Do Yi and cursed at the sky, swearing that she would become a vengeful spirit after death. Her resentment and her vow moved the heavens and earth, causing them to pity her and turn her into a vengeful spirit. Taking revenge was simply too satisfying. After the news spread, countless people rushed to the Yunyan Pavilion, asking to hear Do Yi's injustice. Li Mu originally had some misgivings, but Constable Zhao personally went to the Yunyan Pavilion and passed on the orders of the county governor. Not only did the North County have to promote the story of Do Yi's injustice, but they also had to adapt it into an opera. It was said that the Empress was behind this. From this, Li Mu could see the determination of the Empress to clean up the officialdom. She wanted to use Do Yi's injustice and Su Xiaoyu's matter to intimidate the officials of the 36 counties in the Great Zhou. She wanted to make these officials respect the lives of the people at all times and reduce the number of wrongful cases. This was beneficial to gathering the people's hearts and gathering their willpower. As for the county magistrate of Yang County, he was set as a negative example. A stone statue of him was placed in front of the Yang County government. It would be cursed by the people and would be recorded in history forever. This action caused the imperial court's popularity in the Yang County and even the northern county to rise to unprecedented heights. Every day, the people who came to pay their respects to the state temple in the county city would line up several miles away from the entrance of the state temple. Some people would even wait outside the next night just to be the first to enter the next day. In recent days, the number of people in the state temple had exceeded that of any other Taoist temple. As for Li Mu, he also experienced the feeling of being famous. The North County officials obviously had to follow the emperor's orders and spread the news. However, the reason for this was actually a scandal in the northern county and even the imperial court. After all, this happened in the northern county. Strictly speaking, it was because the county governor and the county minister didn't do enough. If the county city had restrained the county magistrate earlier, this kind of injustice wouldn't have happened. Therefore, they could only find another way and push Li Mu out, creating the image of an upright minor official who was not afraid of power, dared to resist the darkness, and fought against the ugly forces. It was just the right time to shift the focus. It was Li Mu who said that Do Yi was wronged. That evil spirit was born because of Do Yi's injustice. Coincidentally, Li Mu was a constable in the county office and was someone from the imperial court. He could represent the county office and the imperial court. This way, as long as the imperial court handled this case well and didn't cause too much resentment, Li Mu's light would cover the darkness of the Yang County office. Furthermore, this case that was originally the fault of the northern county and a stain on the imperial court had become a good thing that was worth flaunting. It was also a way to gather people's hearts. Li Mu didn't want to be high profile, but when he walked on the streets, the people around him looked at him with admiration. He didn't need to take the initiative to guide them, and there was an endless stream of psychokinesis gathering on his body. He had nothing to say. This psychokinesis came from the trust of the people. If it could be maintained for a long time, it would be a very strong force. Even if it was immortal, with such strong psychokinesis, they could make demons retreat. Li Mu walked to the entrance of the county office. When the two constables saw him, they immediately said, "Greetings, Constable Li." After returning to the county office, County Magistrate Shen promoted Li Mu. Currently, he didn't have any constables under him and was directly responsible to County Magistrate Shen. Li Mu smiled at the two constables and walked into the county office. One of the constables looked at him and said with admiration, "When Constable Li first entered the county office, I knew that he was brave, but I didn't know that he was so brave. Not only did he scold the imperial court, he even dared to scold the heavens and earth." The other constables said enviously, "Constable Li is really a winner in life. He's only been here for 2 to 3 months and he's already been promoted to constable. He even has so many beauties by his side. I heard that the female shopkeeper of the Union Pavilion and the 2 daughters of the White Demon King are his women." Li Mu walked into the front hall. As expected, County Magistrate Shen was drinking. When he raised his head and saw Li Mu, he was slightly excited. He waved his hand and said, "Li Mu, you're here. Come and drink with me." "No, no." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "I'm actually here to receive my reward. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." County Magistrate Shen put down the wine pot and said, "You killed 4 of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals. I've already reported to the county magistrate and allowed you to enter the earth room to choose 4 things. I guess the imperial court will also reward you, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a few days." Li Mu was already familiar with the Xian room in the county office's treasury. However, this was his first time in the earth room. There were much fewer things here than in the Xian room. On the shelf where the fulu was placed, there were only a few pieces of earth fulu. Under normal circumstances, only Fortune Realm and See-Through Realm cultivators were able to write Earth rank talismans. Earth rank talismans were divided into 3 ranks, and the talismans here were all Earth rank low grade. County Magistrate Shen introduced them one by one. This is the Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman. A thunder technique is sealed in it. It can kill 4th realm demonic ghosts. It shouldn't be of much use to you. After all, you can kill ghost generals of the vile soul realm without the help of the Fulu. After refining the soul energy of the 4 ghost generals, Li Mu's 3 spiritual souls were very condensed. He could advance to the congregate realm at any time. When that time comes, he would be able to release purple thunder with his own mana. Of course, he would not use this opportunity on the Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman. County Magistrate Shen continued, "This is the Sword Talisman. A sword technique is sealed in it. It has the power of a creation realm cultivator. It can also kill 4th realm cultivators. You don't have to think about it. This is the 5 Elements Escape Talisman. Activating this talisman will allow you to use the 5 Elements Escape technique for 2 hours. This is the Earth Low-Grade Divine Travel Talisman. Activating it with the Congregate Realm Cultivator will allow you to travel at a speed comparable to that of Dongxian cultivators. However, it can only last for 1 hour." County Magistrate Shen introduced them one by one. After careful consideration, Li Mu chose the low-grade Divine Travel Talisman. The Earth low-grade Fulu could unleash the power of a creation realm cultivator and could kill 4th realm cultivators instantly. However, Li Mu could also suppress 4th realm cultivators with the help of Madame Chu. All the offensive Fulu were useless to him. However, the Earth low-grade Divine Travel Talisman was of great use to him. If he had this talisman with him that day, he would not have been chased by the first ghost general for so long and had to seek help from the White Demon King to escape. After choosing the Fulu, Li Mu looked at the row of Dharma treasures. The value of an Earth low-grade Dharma treasure was higher than the Fulu and elixir pills of the same grade. After all, the latter 2 could only be used once. If the Dharma treasure was cherished, it could send away several owners. Therefore, the Dharma treasures placed in the Earth low-grade Dharma rooms were only mystic-level superior-grade Dharma treasures. Of course, a Dharma treasure of this grade was much better than Li Mu's Bai. Bai was only a mystic-level inferior-grade Dharma treasure. However, its significance to Li Mu could not be measured by its grade. Li Mu did not choose a weapon. Instead, he chose an auxiliary flying boat Dharma treasure. Although sword kinesis flight was elegant, it could not carry people. The flying boat's speed was not slow. It could be big or small. It was a type of Dharma treasure that cultivators loved to use as a means of transportation. When Li Mu thought about how he could use it to take Lu Hanyan, Wan, and Xiao Bai on a scenic tour in his spare time and sleep on the boat when he was tired, he did not hesitate to choose it. County Lieutenant Shen walked to the next row of wooden shelves and continued to introduce. These elixirs can be divided into 4 categories. The first category is to strengthen one's foundation and improve one's Dharma power. The second category is usually used for healing. The third category is used in fights. After it explodes, it will be extraordinarily powerful. The last category is for special purposes such as the soul nurturing elixir and the demon transformation elixir. You will not be able to use them. Li Mu picked up a milky white porcelain bottle and asked, "What is the demon transformation elixir?" County Lieutenant Shen explained, "This elixir can dissolve the demon aura on demons. Cultivators will not be able to discover their demon identity unless they deliberately open their third eye. Some of the officials and nobles in Zhong province who like demons will let them consume this elixir to prevent them from being accidentally injured by cultivators." Li Mu put away the elixir and said, "I'll take this." With this elixir, the demon aura on Xiao Bai's body could be completely dissolved. She would not have to hide her aura and stay at home every day. She could happily go shopping and listen to music with Wan. County Lieutenant Shen looked at him and said, "If you want it, I'm afraid 1 elixir is not enough." Chapter 175. That's enough, only Xiao Bai could use this kind of elixir. Li Mu glanced at the many porcelain bottles on the shelf and asked, "Does the county government have any elixirs that can help ghosts condense their bodies?" County Magistrate Shen looked at him thoughtfully. After a while, he asked, "You even have ghosts in your house?" Li Mu said, "I'm just asking." County Magistrate Shen's eyes seemed to have a deeper meaning. He said, "Ghosts don't need elixirs to condense their bodies. Third realm evil spirits can condense their bodies by themselves. Ghost cultivators in the soul realm can condense their bodies no different from ordinary people. It's said that ghosts in the 9th realm can reverse life and death and reconstruct their bodies. However, I've only heard of it. I've never seen it, then forget it." Li Mu originally thought that if there really was such an elixir, he could save one for Su He. Since there was no such elixir, he didn't want to waste this opportunity to choose. Fulu, Dharma treasure, and elixir, he chose one of each. Last chance, Li Mu chose high-quality spiritual jades. The Fulu and Dharma treasure were his, the demon transformation elixir was for Xiao Bai, and the spiritual jades were for Lu Hanyan and Wan. Everyone had a share. County Magistrate Shen looked at the shelves and said, "Fortunately, you don't have to pay for the reward given by the imperial court. Otherwise, this earth pavilion would have been emptied by you." Carrying the heavy spiritual jades back home, Li Mu immediately realized that Zhang County magistrates had advised him to come to the county government for his sake. Compared to the county government was really rich. Not only could it satisfy his cultivation resources, but it could also support a large family. After tasting the benefits, Li Mu began to think about the remaining 12 ghost generals under his command. Li Mu hadn't used up all of the soul power from the 4 ghost generals. He still had some left and had successfully helped Lu Hanyan condense her first soul. After killing 2 more ghost generals, the 2 of them would be able to advance to the conglomerate realm. When their spiritual power reached the peak of the Jushen realm, they could begin to cultivate together. With the help of the pure yang and pure yin bodies, they could break through to the middle realm. Li Mu gave half of the spiritual jades to Lu Hanyan and said, "Leave the Yunyan pavilion to Zhang Shan. Cultivate well and try to reach the Jushen realm." Lu Hanyan held the spiritual jades in her hand as she cultivated. Li Mu walked to Xiao Bai's room and handed her the porcelain bottle. He said, "There is a demon transformation pill in here. After you eat it, the demon aura in your body will be dissolved and you won't be seen by other cultivators. You can go out and play with Wanwan in the future. Li Mu originally wanted to wait for Xiaobai to transform before teaching her the Buddhist scriptures. Later, he learned that the Heavenly Fox clan had their own unique cultivation methods. Their cultivation methods were enough for them to reach the 9th realm. They didn't need to cultivate these unorthodox methods. The 4 paths of Buddhism, Taoism, demon, and ghost could all be cultivated to the 9th level. As for the other paths of cultivation, they had long been eliminated by the cultivation world, either due to the lack of subsequent cultivation methods or their own flaws. Although the Fox Demon clan was also a demon, they didn't walk the demon path. A clan that was independent of the Buddhist, Taoist, demon, and ghost paths and had their own 9th realm inheritance was extremely extraordinary. Once a Fox Demon could reach the upper 3 realms, it would definitely cause a commotion in the cultivation world. Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the bed and took the porcelain bottle. She said obediently, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu said, "Take it now. I'll protect you." The higher the grade of the pill, the stronger the spiritual energy it contained. Taking it would be dangerous and required someone to protect her. Xiaobai swallowed the demon transformation pill and the aura in her body began to surge. Li Mu sat cross-legged behind her and placed his hand on her back. He used his own dermic powers to help her calm down the surging spiritual energy in her body. The spiritual energy in her body gradually calmed down and the demon aura also gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Li Mu couldn't detect any trace of demon aura from her body. Without using his heavenly eye, he couldn't see her true form. After transforming, Xiaobai cultivated even more diligently. Li Mu knew the reason why she was cultivating so hard. The human cultivator who injured the rat demon's wife was in the transcendent realm. Only by cultivating the 4th tail would she have any hope of revenge. He left half of the remaining spiritual jade for her and stroked her head. He said, "Cultivation needs Zhang Yu Qi. You don't have to work so hard." Xiaobai rubbed her head against Li Mu's head and curled up in his arms. Before she transformed, she loved to lie in Li Mu's arms like this and let Li Mu gently stroke her fur. Li Mu was already used to it. Now, being snuggled up by such a delicate girl, Li Mu couldn't be the same as before. Xiaobai also seemed to realize something. In the next moment, Li Mu felt his arms lighten and there was only a piece of clothing left. A small white head poked out from under the clothing. Xiaobai whispered, "This way, Sister Lu won't quarrel with benefactor." Although the girl and the little fox were both her, Lu Hanyan clearly wouldn't be jealous of a fox. Xiaobai's growth surprised and pained Li Mu. As usual, he gently stroked her fur. Xiaobai closed her eyes and quietly nestled in his arms. Before long, Lu Hanyan walked in from outside. Seeing Xiaobai in Li Mu's arms, she said in surprise, "Xiaobai, why did you change back? Come, let me hug you." Xiaobai obediently came out from Li Mu's arms and jumped into her arms. Lu Hanyan hugged her and lovingly stroked her head. Then she said to Li Mu, "Someone from the yamen just came and asked you to go to the county yamen." Li Mu thought that there was a case. When he arrived at the yamen, he went straight to the front hall and asked County Magistrate Shin, "Sir, what happened?" County Magistrate Shin burped and walked to the back hall. He said, "It's nothing. Someone wants to see you. Go and see for yourself." Li Mu walked to the back hall and saw a familiar figure. After being stunned for a moment, he strode forward and asked, "Why are you here?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked around expectantly. Han just shook his head and said, "Don't look. She's not here." Li Mu looked away and punched Han's shoulder. He asked, "Why did you go down the mountain?" Hanja glanced at him and said, "It's because of you." Li Mu was stunned. "Me?" Hanja looked at him and said, "I went down the mountain this time under the orders of the headmaster and the chief to see you." Li Mu was not convinced. He said, "Are you saying that the headmaster of the F-Lu school asked you to see me?" As far as Li Mu knew, the chief of the F-Lu school was a transcendent powerhouse, a true upper realm powerhouse. To Li Mu, the powerful and invincible Thousand Illusions Shangren was just a slightly stronger ant in front of a transcendent powerhouse. How could such an existence know about him? You don't have to doubt it. I was indeed ordered by the headmaster to come to the county yamen to see you. Hanja looked at him and said, "It's not just the headmaster. In all of Mount Baiyun, in the ancestral court of F-Lu school, there is no one who doesn't know your name. In the cultivation world, besides you, there is no second person who dares to point at the heavens and curse the earth." Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Enough nonsense. What business does the F-Lu school's headmaster have with me?" Hanja asked, "Do you want to become a disciple of the F-Lu school?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't want to." Several months ago, in Yangqiu County, the chief of the fifth branch of the ancestral court of F-Lu school, Daoist Yan Jinko, and the chief of the fifth branch of the Xuanzong, Daoist Miao Dun, both invited Li Mu once, but he refused. At that time, Li Mu wanted to be free. This time, although the reason for his refusal was different, the result was the same. Hanja didn't expect Li Mu's reaction to be so calm. He asked in surprise, "Why?" Li Mu said, "I'm doing well in the county yamen. I have no interest in joining any sect." Hanja looked at him and asked, "Don't you want to see her?" Li Mu was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is she doing well?" Hanja shook his head and said, "I don't know. After junior sister Li advanced to the divine power stage, she left the sect." Li Mu didn't expect Li Qing to advance to the divine power stage so quickly, nor did he expect her to leave the F-Lu school. Hanja sighed and said, "I've never seen anyone cultivate as hard as she does. Among the younger generation of disciples, her cultivation can be ranked in the top 5, but her effort in cultivation is undeniably number 1. Until now, I still don't know why she's working so hard in cultivation." She didn't say where she went. No. The sect doesn't have many restrictions on the divine power stage disciples. Everyone has their own destiny. Junior sister Li is focused on the Tao. Perhaps she went to find an opportunity to advance. Let's not talk about this. Hanja waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about you. I just heard from the constables that you've hooked up with a rich woman and 2 snake sisters." Chapter 176. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Don't listen to their nonsense." Hanja said, "I think they are telling the truth. They don't seem to be lying." A young girl walked in from outside and looked at Li Mu curiously. She asked Hanja, "Senior brother Hanja, is he your friend who created the Taoist technique?" Hanja nodded and introduced her to Li Mu. "This is junior sister Qin, senior brother Qin's younger sister. She insisted on following me down the mountain." Speaking of senior brother Qin, Hanja couldn't help but feel sad. Li Mu patted his shoulder and said, "I'll go call Zhang Shan and Li Si. Let's go out and have a drink." Hanja smiled and asked, "They are also in the county capital?" Reuniting with old friends was something worth celebrating. Although Li Mu and Hanja didn't get along well, they had gone through a few life and death situations together and had formed a friendship. Zhang Shan was usually at the Yunyan Pavilion. They could go there to find him. Li Si was a bailiff of the county government, but he rarely came here. He spent all his time with Chen Miao Miao. The 3 of them arrived at the county minister's manor and asked the guard at the door to pass on the message. After a while, Chen Miao Miao walked out with Li Si. Hanja looked at Li Si and then at Chen Miao Miao. After a moment of shock, something seemed to have collapsed in the depths of his eyes. Chen Miao Miao sent Li Si to the door and said, "Go ahead. I'll wait for you at home." As the 4 of them walked towards the Yunyan Pavilion, Hanja asked in disbelief, "That girl just now was?" Li Si said, "Her name is Miao Miao. She is my fiancée." Hanja was stunned for a while before he shook his head and said, I really didn't expect you to find such a girl. With your ability, I thought you would. Li Si sighed, I didn't think about it before. Maybe this is fate. Hanja let out a sigh. It's only been a few months and all of you have families. I'm the only one who's still alone. Junior sister Qin, who had been following beside him, raised her head and glanced at him. Then, she lowered her head again and didn't say anything. Li Si thought for a moment and asked, do you want me to introduce you to a few? Hanja said happily, sure. Li Si said, Miao Miao still has a few cousins. Hanja's expression changed. He looked at Li Mu and said, Li Mu, you have a lot of beautiful women around you. Why don't you introduce one to me? She doesn't need to be as beautiful as Lady Lu. Someone like Junior Sister Qin is enough. Junior Sister Qin gritted her teeth and snorted. Although Li Mu had a lot of beautiful women around him, Lu Hanyan was his, Wan Wan was his, and Xiao Bai was also his. The only ones he could introduce to Hanja were Xiang Xiang and Rong Rong from Spring Wind Pavilion. However, Hanja would definitely not marry a prostitute. He shook his head and said, I don't know a beautiful woman suitable for you. Hanja thought for a moment and said, if you don't have a woman, a banshee will do. Do your two snakes have any cousins who can transform? I heard that snake demons are good at dancing. I like those who can sing and dance. Li Mu shook his head and said, no. Hanja looked at him disappointedly and said, you are still so stingy. Junior Sister Qin snorted and stomped her feet. She walked forward alone. Hanja sighed and said, you said that I'm not ugly and my cultivation is not bad. Why can't I find a dual cultivation partner? Li Si patted his shoulder and said, it doesn't matter if you can't find one now. You will have a chance in your next life. The few of them chose a restaurant beside the Yunyan Pavilion to have their meal. This restaurant was the property of the Su clan. The Su clan's property spread all over the county. Manager Su had taken care of them since Yunyan Pavilion opened. After Hanja sat down, he said to Li Mu seriously, you should seriously consider what I just said. Becoming a disciple of Fulu School will be very beneficial to your future cultivation. In recent years, this is the only chance for the headmaster to personally ask. Li Mu smiled and said, I have already thought it through. In order to condense his last soul, he needed to stand among the common people. Moreover, compared to the Green Lamp ancient temple and the mountain, Li Mu preferred to stay in the yamen. Hanja sighed and shook his head. I knew I couldn't persuade you. The headmaster should have sent Junior Sister Li earlier. Li Mu raised his wine cup and changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Drink. Hanja's alcohol tolerance was not high. This was something that Li Mu and the others already knew. After drinking a few cups, his chatterbox was completely opened. Li Mu, oh Li Mu, I used to think you were the most cowardly. Now I know I was wrong. Pointing at the heavens and cursing the earth. Who in the great Zhou's cultivation world is more daring than you? You don't know, but a senior brother from the third branch imitated you and cursed the heavens and the earth. In the end, he was struck by lightning and his cultivation was crippled. He almost couldn't be saved. Your name has already spread throughout the 7 branches. We all think that you are the bravest man in the North County. No, in the entire Great Zhou, the various races of the 10 continents and 3 islands all worship the heavens and the earth. Among them, cultivators worship the heavens and the earth the most. Tao techniques, supernatural powers, demon techniques, and ghost techniques all borrowed the power of the heavens and the earth. Whether it was demons, ghosts, spirits, or human cultivators, they all revered the heavens and the earth. When mortals encountered injustice, they would often curse the heavens and the earth for being heartless. However, not many cultivators dared to do so. After all, their power was bestowed by the heavens and the earth. If they disrespected the heavens and the earth, they would easily be punished by the heavens. Li Mu didn't think of this at the time. He thought that there shouldn't be many stupid cultivators who would imitate him. In a dilapidated temple outside the county city, a slovenly Taoist priest in a dirty Taoist robe formed a seal with one hand and pointed at the sky with the other. He shouted, "Earth, you can't tell good from bad." "What is earth?" "Heaven, you," rumble. A purplish-black bolt of lightning descended from the clouds. The Taoist priest's figure disappeared from the spot. The dilapidated temple collapsed with a loud bang, leaving behind only ruins and a huge scorched pit that was dozens of feet deep. In the open space outside the dilapidated temple, there was a flash of light. The Taoist priest's staggering figure appeared. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Another bolt of lightning descended, striking the Taoist priest's head. The Taoist priest jumped up and down in the open space. He shouted, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't strike me. I won't dare to curse again." More than 10 bolts of lightning descended before the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The Taoist priest sat in a scorched pit. His face was full of shock. He muttered, "Taoist magic. It's really Taoist magic. It's a pity that I can't learn it. I have to be struck for nothing," he sighed. His face was full of envy. He said bitterly, "Why can't it be me? Damn it. How can it be so easy for others to create Taoist magic? When can I transcend? No, I have to ask for advice. Could it be that there's some technique in it?" Yuntai County, south of the North County. In a tea house in the county city, the rhythmic voice of a storyteller was heard. Before Doi died, she made 3 great wishes. Blood splattered everywhere, snow in June, and drought for 3 years. Heaven and earth felt wronged. Her 3 vows came true one by one. There were no empty seats in the tea house. If one looked carefully, there were not only ordinary people, but also the county governor of Yuntai County, the county minister, the county lieutenant, and the county magistrate. The storyteller had never seen such a scene before. His heart trembled. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. However, he still had to control his emotions and tell the story honestly. After the story of Doi's injustice, everyone in the tea house was in a heavy mood. The county governor of Yuntai County looked at the people behind him and said, "I hope you will take note of what happened in the North County and Yang County. Such things are not allowed to happen in Yuntai County." Yes, more than 10 county magistrates nodded solemnly. Before the evil spirit appeared in the North County, no one would have thought that such a thing would happen. The county magistrate's family was slaughtered. The county magistrate of Yang County was massacred. It was a wake-up call for all of them. If such an evil spirit appeared in their area because they didn't care about human lives, their political achievements would be secondary. What they were afraid of was that the evil spirit would kill them and their families would be wiped out. They would be blamed by the imperial court and their statues would be placed in front of the government office. They would be cursed by tens of thousands of people. A county magistrate sighed and said, "This story, Doi's injustice, describes the corruption of some local officials and the fact that they were wrongfully imprisoned. It's a story, but it's a reflection of reality. You and I know about these things, but no one dares to say it. I didn't expect a small official in the North County to be so brave." Another county magistrate added, "I heard that he's also a cultivator. A cultivator actually dares to point at the heavens and scold the heavens and earth. I don't know if he's young and ignorant or just hot-blooded." Another old county magistrate sighed and said, "Emperor Wen used 50 years to create a peaceful era for the Great Zhou. The people's faith reached the peak of the founding of the country. In just a short decade, half of Emperor Wen's efforts were destroyed. Although Her Majesty wants to win back the people's hearts, there are many obstacles in the imperial court. This incident in the North County is enlightening. I hope it can awaken some people's conscience. Don't destroy the hundreds of years of foundation of the Great Zhou for the sake of the imperial court. The evil spirit in the North County seemed to be a matter of the North County, but the meaning behind it was extraordinary. Among them, there was the Empress' determination to clean up the government. There was also the competition between the various forces in the imperial court. Although the result was unknown, this incident was a turning point in the imperial court and would be recorded in the annals of history. Nanyang County, Yunzhong County. Hanyang County, Jiangyin County. Jiujiang County, Yushan County. The story of Dou Yi's injustice was passed down in the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. Perhaps some people had already forgotten the name of the small official in the Yang County, but they would not forget that in the North County, there was a hot-blooded small official who dared to face injustice and scold the heavens and earth. Zhong County. Great Zhou Imperial Palace. A young female official walked into the deep palace and placed a file on the table. She said softly, "Your Majesty, this is the file sent by the North County." Behind the table, a white and slender hand opened the file and said softly, "Li Mu." Chapter 177. In the deep palace, there was no sound at all. One could hear a pin drop. A moment later, a dignified voice came from the curtain behind the table again. "What do you think?" The young female official stood with her hands down and said, "He's so courageous at such a young age. He can distinguish right from wrong. If he's nurtured, he can be a good official. It's a waste to let him stay in the North County." Behind the table, the slender hand put the file aside and picked up another memorial. "You can make the arrangements." The young female official crossed her hands and bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." North County City, Restaurant. When Li Mu picked up his wine cup, he sneezed a few times and rubbed his nose. When he looked across, he saw that Hanja was already lying on the table like a pile of mud. Zhang Shan and Li Si helped him out of the restaurant. Li Mu said to junior sister Qin, "I'll leave him to you." Junior sister Qin nodded and asked Li Mu, "Are you really not going to Fulu school?" "I'm not going." Li Mu smiled and said, "Help me thank the sect master for his good intentions." "All right then." Junior sister Qin carried Hanja on her back and said, "We're leaving." Li Mu watched the two of them leave and suddenly felt a little melancholic. Li Si asked, "What's wrong? Do you miss your boss?" Li Mu did not answer. Li Si patted his shoulder and said, "The more you can't get someone, the harder it is to let go. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't always think about the past. Cherish the present." Seeing Hanja, Li Mu could not help but think of Li Qing. However, it was not like what Li Si had said. In order to prove that he cherished the present, Li Mu personally cooked soup for 4 hours and sent it to Lu Hanyan, who was busy in the Yunyan pavilion. Lu Hanyan was reviewing the manuscript. Without raising her head, she said, "Put it aside first. I'll drink it later." "It'll be cold soon." Li Mu picked up the spoon and brought it to her mouth, saying, "Open your mouth, I'll feed you." Lu Hanyan opened her mouth and drank a mouthful of soup. Suddenly, she looked at Li Mu and asked, "Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Did you do something wrong?" Li Mu felt inexplicably guilty. Then, he shook his head and said, "What guilt could I have? I was kind enough to feed you, but you actually doubted me. You can drink the rest yourself." After deceiving Lu Hanyan, Li Mu returned home and prepared to go into seclusion for a few days to fuse his 3 souls into one and completely form his primordial spirit. Although the 3 souls and the primordial spirit were both soul bodies, they were fundamentally different. Before forming the immortal soul, if one's physical body died, he could only become a ghostly cultivator and could not be called a human. Even if one's cultivation reached a high level in the future and reconstructed his body, it would still be fundamentally different from a real mortal body. When ghosts possessed the bodies of living people, it was called possession. When the primordial spirit devoured the souls of others, it could borrow their bodies to be reborn. For cultivators who formed the primordial spirit, as long as their primordial spirit was not destroyed, they were not really dead. Li Mu used a few days to finally fuse his 3 souls into one and form his primordial spirit, stepping into the assembled spirit realm. After that, the cultivation would not be so complicated. Step by step, when the accumulation of mana was enough, he could break through to the middle 3 realms. It was just that this process would be very long. Li Qing's rapid progress was because she had more than 10 years of accumulation before she reached the assembled spirit realm. Under normal circumstances, with Li Mu's cultivation speed, it would take several years to reach the peak of the assembled spirit realm from the early stage. Other than yin and yang dual cultivation, the fastest way to increase the speed of cultivation was to use spiritual jades. Li Mu prepared to go to the county office to see if there were any suitable tasks that he could use to exchange for spiritual jades. At the entrance of the county office, Li Mu met a beggar. After taking a closer look, he found that the beggar was somewhat familiar. Li Mu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Senior, what are you doing here?" The slovenly Taoist priest brushed the messy hair on his forehead and said in surprise, "Why is it you again?" He looked at Li Mu and clicked his tongue. "The first time this old man saw you, you were just an ordinary person. The second time I saw you, you were about to condense your soul. It's only been 2 months, and the third time I saw you, you've already condensed your soul. Your path of cultivation is not small at all, it's nothing." Li Mu said politely and asked, "Senior, is there anything I can help you with?" "You came at the right time." The Taoist priest pointed inside the county office and said, "There is a person called Li Mu. Is he in your county office? Call him out. I have something to ask him." Li Mu was stunned for a moment and said, "I am." The Taoist priest stared at him and asked, "You are Li Mu, the guy who pointed at the sky and cursed the earth but was not struck by lightning?" Li Mu nodded and said, "That's me. Come, come, come." The Taoist priest pulled Li Mu to the steps of the side door and sat down. He said expectantly, "Tell me, how did you create that Taoist technique of yours? Do you have any experience to impart to me?" Li Mu was pulled to sit on the steps. He shook his head and said, "I don't have any experience. I just told a story." The Taoist priest scratched his head and said in annoyance, "Damn it. You can create Taoist techniques by telling a story. I have tried for 20 years and didn't even get a fart." This old bastard, in the end, he did not dare to curse the heavens. He covered his mouth and muttered a few words. He sighed and said, "There is no justice, no justice." Li Mu was puzzled and asked, "Senior, do you want to create your own Taoist technique?" The Taoist priest glanced at him and said angrily, "If you don't create your own Taoist technique, how can you transcend?" Li Mu used to guess that the Taoist priest's cultivation should be above the creation realm. Now, he was almost certain that he was a strong person in Dongxian, and not an ordinary Dongxian. It was very likely that he was a cultivator at the peak of Dongxian like the Thousand Illusions Venerable. From Dongxian to transcendence, it was the transformation from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms. Ordinary guidance cultivation could not cross this gap. Only by creating one's own Taoist technique, gaining the recognition of heaven and earth, and being tempered by the power of heaven and earth, could one break through the barrier of Dongxian to transcendence. This was the reason why Miss Xiaoyu's cultivation was at the 5th realm when she had just died. Although this Taoist technique was created by Li Mu, it was not comprehended by Li Mu himself. Li Mu was only borrowing Taoist techniques like the 9 syllables. Otherwise, his current cultivation would be far beyond the spirit condensation realm. If one day, he could cultivate to Dongxian, he would also need to comprehend his own Taoist technique before he could go further and step into the upper 3 realms of cultivation. Li Mu cupped his hands at the Taoist priest and said, "Senior, I hope you can comprehend your Taoist technique and transcend as soon as possible." The old man sighed and said, "There's no point in staying in the North County. Kid, I'm leaving. We'll meet again if fate wills it." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his body gradually faded in Li Mu's eyes and finally disappeared completely. Li Mu looked at the place where the old man was sitting with a face full of envy. The lower 3 realms of cultivation was only the most basic stage. With his cultivation at the 3rd realm, he could only pray for sunshine and rain in a small area, take things in the air, and draw some fulu. For example, walking on water and sitting on fire, controlling the wind and spitting out flames, chi restriction, and other techniques could only be learned after reaching the transcendent realm. In order to shorten the time needed to advance to the transcendent realm, Li Mu had to perform more meritorious deeds for the Yamen in order to obtain enough spiritual jades. Li Mu walked into the front hall and only saw Constable Zhao. He looked around and asked, "Where's Lord Shin?" Constable Zhao said, "He's drunk and resting in the back hall." "Why are you looking for Lord Shin?" Li Mu said, "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if the Yamen has any errands for the next few days." Constable Zhao lamented, "Everyone else avoids their jobs like the plague, but you're the only one who can't wait. No wonder it took me 20 years to get to the position of constable, but you only took 2 months. You can't compare people, you can't compare," Li Mu said. "My luck played a large part. Don't worry, I won't be jealous of you." Constable Zhao patted him on the shoulder and said, "However, I have to remind you that even though you've been in the limelight this time and have become famous throughout the great Zhou dynasty, you can't be careless. There are some things that you have to know." Li Mu sat opposite Constable Zhao and asked, "What things?" Constable Zhao asked, "Do you know why the imperial court spread the news about Yang County?" Li Mu nodded and said, "It's because His Majesty wants to intimidate the local officials and unite the people." Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "It's not as simple as you think. This seems to be a matter of our North County, but it actually involves the struggle between the old and new parties." Li Mu had always been in the North County and didn't know much about the imperial court. Hearing this, he asked, "What are the old and new parties?" Constable Zhao explained, "The new party is the party that supports Her Majesty the Empress. The old party is the nobles led by the Shao clan. They have always wanted Her Majesty to remain in the Shao clan. In the past few years, the 2 parties have been fighting openly and covertly, causing the entire imperial court to be in turmoil. It also has a great impact on the local areas. The people have suffered greatly." Li Mu asked, "What does this have to do with me?" "Of course it has to do with you." Constable Zhao glanced at him and continued, "His Majesty used this matter to unite the people of the North County and intimidate the local officials of the 36 counties. Naturally, the old party doesn't want to see this happen. The first imperial envoy to the North County was sent by the old party. They don't care about the people of the North County at all. The more the people of the imperial court are divided, the more advantageous it is for them. When His Majesty completely loses the people's hearts, it will be time for them to force His Majesty to return the throne." Li Mu frowned and said, "For the sake of the struggle between the parties, they don't even care about the lives of the people." Constable Zhao said, "A woman ascending the throne is not a legitimate position. Although the old party doesn't dare to openly oppose His Majesty, they have done many things in secret. Their power is intertwined and deeply rooted in the imperial court. Even His Majesty can't do anything about it." He looked at Li Mu again and said, "To a large extent, the incident in Yang County has won the hearts of the people for His Majesty. This is something the old party doesn't want to see. Although they won't do anything to you openly, you still have to be careful." Li Mu pursed his lips and said, "I'm just a constable. I don't want to get involved in these things. In life, there are too many things that are beyond one's control." Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "Whether you are willing or not, after this incident, in their eyes, you will be Her Majesty's man." Chapter 178. Li Mu did not belong to the new party or the old party, nor did he belong to the Empress. If one had to say who he was, he should be one of Lu Hanyan's men. He was only used by the new party to achieve some political goals for the Empress. The conflict between the new party and the old party was about the ownership of the imperial power. The conflict was mainly in the Middle County, which was thousands of miles away from the North County. No matter how far the old party's influence stretched, it could not reach here. He was not worried about being involved in the conflict thousands of miles away. He was just curious. The Great Zhou was not the Great Tang, nor was it the Zhou dynasty. The Shao royal family had been passed down for so long. How could the imperial power suddenly be controlled by a woman with a different surname? This matter was not described in detail in the history books. It was only mentioned in a few sentences. As for the gossip about the empress, no one knew if it was deliberately spread by the old party, but the people had always been talking about it. For example, when she was still the crown princess, she was not liked by the crown prince. When the previous emperor died and the crown prince ascended to the throne, she was still a virgin. Another example was that not long after the crown prince ascended to the throne, she used despicable means to murder the crown prince. She deceived everyone and obtained the approval of the ancestral temple. She obtained the emperor's qi and transcended. She intimidated the Shao royal family and seized the imperial power from them. In recent years, there had been a lot of criticism about a woman becoming the empress. However, there was one fact that could not be denied. That was, the ruler of the most powerful country in the ancestral land was a young woman. The empress of the Great Zhou ascended to the throne at the age of 25. It had only been 3 years since then. She was only 9 years older than Li Mu, but she was already the most powerful woman on the continent. At the same time, she was also a powerhouse in the 7th realm. Li Mu was still young after all. If the slovenly Taoist priest thought of this, he would probably have a mental breakdown. He no longer paid attention to these things that had nothing to do with him. He said to Constable Zhao, "Lord Xin is awake. Please help me ask for leave. I want to go back to Yangqiu County." Constable Zhao waved his hand and said, "I will tell Lord Xin. Be careful." In the past 2 days, 3 just hen cultivators died mysteriously. It's not very peaceful outside. The Yunyan Pavilion had 4 shops in Yangqiu County, but only 2 in the county capital. Now that the shops in the prefectural capital were on the right track, Lu Hanyan wanted to go back to the county to take a look. Li Mu offered to accompany her. While Lu Hanyan was inspecting the store, he could go to Clearwater Bay to see Su He. The 3 humans and 1 demon returned to Yangqiu County City from the county city. The flying boat that Li Mu had exchanged from the Earth Pavilion last time was finally of use. Although Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan had been cultivating for a few months, this was their first time in the sky. They hugged Li Mu's arm tightly before they dared to look down from above. The speed of the flying boat was extremely fast. The journey that would have taken more than half a day only took 4 hours this time. Lu Hanyan went to the store to check the accounts while Wan Wan and Xiao Bai accompanied her. Li Mu left the county town and headed towards Clearwater Bay. Just as he walked into Su He's illusion, Li Mu sensed 2 streams of yin qi. 2 female ghosts, one big and one small, were sitting cross-legged outside the wooden house, cultivating. Compared to the last time Li Mu saw them, their auras had improved significantly. They were probably not far from the 3rd realm. "Young master, you're here." Sensing Li Mu's aura, the older female ghost immediately woke up from her cultivation. When she saw Li Mu, she stood up abruptly and exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu still did not sense Su He's aura. He asked, "She hasn't come out of seclusion yet?" The female ghost said, "Sister Su came out once and taught us some cultivation methods. Then she went into seclusion again. She said that she would need a few more months to come out of seclusion completely." Su He's seclusion this time was longer than expected. The 1,000 illusions Venerable Master's cultivation was too high. Even a fragment of his soul contained immense soul power. Su He was already close to the peak of the 4th realm. When she came out of seclusion after refining the 1,000 illusions Venerable Master's soul power, she would probably be a 5th realm ghost. The first ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and Miss Xiaoyu, who had enjoyed the benefits of creating new Dao techniques, were in this realm. Li Mu was a little disappointed that he did not see Su He. However, there was nothing he could do. He walked to the edge of the lake and stared at the dark green water in a daze. He did not forget that there was still a huge threat to Su He at the bottom of the lake. Once the female corpse came out of the lake, she would definitely devour Su He and complete herself. Similarly, if Su He could refine the intelligence born from the corpse and obtain a body to live in, her strength would also double. The current Li Mu was much stronger than before. He dove into the water again. The altar at the bottom of the lake appeared before his eyes. After digesting the 1,000 illusions Venerable Master's memories, the mysterious runes on the altar no longer held any secrets. This was an exquisite corpse-nurturing array formation. It used this water vein to seal the corpse in the altar here. The altar had obviously been used once before. After Su He died, his body accidentally fell into it, and the spell formation was activated once more. Over the past 20 years, the corpses in the spell formation had already gained sentience, and possessed the Tao of the 4th stage. As if sensing Li Mu's gaze, the female corpse lying quietly on the altar opened her eyes again. At the same time, Li Mu felt a strong suction force erupting from the altar. It seemed to want to suck his soul over. However, the current Li Mu was no longer the rookie who had only condensed 1 spirit and 2 spirits. His 6 spirits had been completely refined, and his 3 spirits had become primordial spirits. This suction force couldn't shake them in the slightest. The female corpse opened her eyes and met Li Mu's gaze. Both man and corpse were very calm. Li Mu couldn't enter. She couldn't come out either. Unless this water vein was cut off and the bay of clear water dried up, the altar wouldn't have any spiritual power to pour in. That would be the time for the female corpse to come out. With the experience of the 1,000 illusions Venerable Master, Li Mu could easily see that the upper limit of a corpse trapped in this array formation was the 5th realm. When she was nourished by spiritual power and evolved into the 5th realm flying stiff, she would be able to come out of the altar without the bay of clear water drying up. Based on the aura on the female corpse and the speed at which the altar gathered chi, it would take her about 10 years to reach the 5th realm. And within half a year, Su He would be able to reach the 5th realm. At that time, the altar's array formation would no longer be able to trap her, and she would be able to leave at any time. The female corpse underwater was no longer a threat to Su He. After coming out of the water, Li Mu dried his clothes with spiritual power. After giving the 2 female ghosts some pointers on their cultivation, he left the bay of clear water. Although the 1,000 illusions Venerable Master was Li Mu's disaster, he was also his good fortune. He almost caused Li Mu to lose his second life. But it was also because of him that Li Mu had the experience and knowledge of Dongxian cultivators when he was only in the soul refining realm. In his mind, other than the evil arts, he also knew a lot about Buddhism, Taoism, demons, and ghosts. It was easy for him to guide the 2 resentful spirits in their cultivation. After leaving the Bay of Clearwater, Li Mu didn't return to the county. Instead, he went to the Jinshan temple. He sent a little monk to pass the message. After a while, Xuandu walked out and said happily, "Benefactor Li has finally thought it through and wants to convert to Buddhism." Li Mu said, "I'm here to see Miss Xiaoyu." Xuandu said regretfully, "Miss Xiaoyu is doing well in the temple. It's just that the killing intent in her body is too strong. She still needs some time to dispel it." He brought Li Mu to the front of the temple. Li Mu saw a young girl wearing monk robes. She was kneeling on a praying mat with many acolytes. She was chanting Buddhist scriptures. Every time she chanted, the killing intent in her body would decrease by a bit. As she was chanting, she suddenly felt something. She slowly turned her head and saw Li Mu. She quickly ran over and said happily, "Benefactor." Li Mu smiled and asked, "Are you used to this place?" The young girl nodded and said, "I'm used to it." The masters and the little masters are very good to me. Seeing Xiao Yu's current appearance, Li Mu was relieved. Before he came, he was worried that she would not be able to let go of her hatred and that it would affect her temperament. Now it seemed that letting Xuandu bring her to the Jinshan temple was a very correct decision. Before she died, she used her own resentment to perform that Taoist technique for the first time. She benefited greatly from it and directly advanced from the yin spirit to the 5th level. If she lost her temperament and fell into the devil's path, Li Mu would also have to bear a large part of the sin. After seeing Xiao Yu, Li Mu taught her some ghostly techniques. Although her cultivation was high, she did not know how to use it and did not know how to cultivate. In the future, her mana would not increase. Knowing the path of ghostly cultivation, she could continue to cultivate. Xuandu looked at Li Mu and asked, "The imperial court did not make things difficult for benefactorly regarding Miss Xiao Yu's matter, right?" "No." Li Mu shook his head and said, "His Majesty intends to use this matter to intimidate the local officials and make them restrain the power in their hands. They will not dare to bend the law for personal gain and disregard human lives." Xuandu put his palms together and said with relief, "Amitabha. It seems that this matter has finally woken up some people in the imperial court." Li Mu thought of something and asked, "Is Master Puji not in the temple?" Xuandu smiled and said, "Uncle Master went to the ancestral court of the Aksayan clan to comprehend the state of Mahasvara. I don't know when he will be back." "Benefactorly, are you looking for Uncle Master?" Mahasvara was the 6th level of Buddhism, corresponding to the Dongxian of Taoism. There were not many such experts in the ancestral court of the Aksayan clan. No wonder the Jinshan temple had such a high status in the Aksayan clan. Li Mu said, "There is something I would like to ask Master Puji. Since the abbot is not here, I can only trouble Master Xuandu." Xuandu said, "Benefactorly, please speak." The White Demon King had helped Li Mu a lot. Just being sucked by the Bai sisters a few times was not enough to repay the favor. Li Mu's Buddhist cultivation was very low and could not send the Buddhist light into the ice coffin. However, Xuandu was at the peak of the 4th level and was only one step away from the 5th level of Dharma. With his help, there might be a chance. After hearing Li Mu's words, Xuandu nodded and said, "I have heard of the White Demon King's good name. Since it is about the White Demon King, I will accompany you." Li Mu and Xuandu came to Yang County. They first found the rat demon and asked him to pass on the message. An hour later, the White Demon King came over on a cloud. Xuandu put his palms together and said, "Greetings, White Demon King." The White Demon King returned the greeting and said, "Master Xuandu, I have heard a lot about you." Then, he looked at Li Mu and asked, "Little brother, what is it?" Li Mu said, "This time, I came with Master Xuandu for the White Demon King's wife. Master Xuandu's Buddhist teachings are profound. Perhaps he can awaken her soul." The White Demon King was touched but still shook his head and said, "In the past 10 years, I have invited Dharma and Mahasvara monks, but even they could not do anything." Li Mu smiled and said, "Let's try. The situation can't be worse." The White Demon King thought for a while and nodded. "Then I will have to trouble the two of you." Not long after, they came to the ice cave. Xuandu saw the woman in the ice coffin and said in surprise, "I did not expect the White Demon King's wife to be a dragon." Chapter 179. Li Mu had seen the 2 horns on the head of the woman in the coffin last time, but he did not think that she was a dragon. This kind of legendary race was too far away from them. It was not an exaggeration to say that the dragon race of the 4 seas was the strongest race in the 10 continents and 3 islands. When dragons were just born, they had the strength of a human of the 4th level. They could ride the clouds and summon the rain. Although they were not as strong as humans because of their small numbers and difficulty in reproduction, they were still the overlords of the sea. The White Demon King's wife was actually a dragon. Xuandu walked to the bottom of the stone platform and looked at the ice coffin. He said, "This coffin is quite mysterious. It's like there are two worlds inside and outside the coffin. The White Demon King nodded and said, Grandmaster is wise. Inside this coffin is a world created by a supreme cultivator. It is completely isolated from the outside world. If it wasn't for this, my wife's soul would have already dissipated. Xuandu shook his head and said, but this way, the mana of outsiders cannot enter the coffin. He leapt onto the stone platform and said, let me try. He pressed one hand on the coffin and his palm emitted a golden light. However, it was blocked by the coffin and could not enter the coffin at all. After a while, Xuandu retracted his palm and shook his head lightly. Even though the White Demon King was already mentally prepared, he still could not help but reveal a look of disappointment. Li Mu walked onto the stone platform and said to Xuandu, Master Xuandu, please lend me your mana. This was not the first time the two of them worked together like this. Xuandu pressed one hand on Li Mu's shoulder and a steady stream of mana flowed into Li Mu's body. His peak 4th level mana was hundreds and thousands of times stronger than Li Mu's. Li Mu silently chanted the Heart Sutra and pressed his hand on the ice coffin. The Buddhist light triggered by the Heart Sutra was still blocked by the ice coffin. Li Mu focused and began to shrink the range of the golden light. The golden light on his entire palm gradually shrunk to the size of a thumb. Below the stone platform, the green bull demon's eyes suddenly widened. The golden light, which had been completely excluded from the coffin lid, actually went in a little. Although it wasn't even half an inch, it was still a huge breakthrough. The White Demon King's breathing slowed down as a strong sense of hope appeared in his eyes. Even an eminent monk of the 6th realm, the Freedom Realm, would not be able to penetrate the light of Buddha through the coffin lid. Yet, Li Mu, who was at the 3rd realm, did it. Perhaps he could really create a miracle. Li Mu focused his mind and focused all his magic power on a single point. In the end, he could only make the golden light penetrate an inch into the coffin lid, not even half the distance. His forehead was full of sweat, and his clothes had long been soaked. Finally, at a certain point, he reached his limit. His body swayed, and he almost fell. The White Demon King immediately supported him and channeled a strand of magic power into his body. He asked, Little brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Li Mu looked at the ice coffin and said, if I want to penetrate this ice coffin, I'm afraid I'll need the help of at least an eminent monk of the Dharma phase realm. The White Demon King's face was filled with excitement. He said, I'll go to the Heart sect immediately. No matter what price I have to pay, I have to invite an eminent monk here. Amitabha. Xuandu suddenly chanted and said, Demon King and Benefactor Li, please wait for me for a moment. I'll be back soon. With that, he jumped off the platform and walked outside. Li Mu leaned against the cave wall to rest. Suddenly, he felt a strong wave of magic power coming from outside the cave. He and the White Demon King rushed outside the cave and saw Xuandu sitting cross-legged on the empty ground outside the cave. His hand seals kept changing, and a strong power of heaven and earth surrounded him. The White Demon King said in shock, Master Xuandu is about to break through. As soon as he said that, Xuandu's body suddenly shone with golden light. A wheel of light appeared behind him. The light was so blinding that one could not look directly at it. Not long after, a golden shadow suddenly appeared behind the wheel of light. The shadow was dozens of feet tall. It was a monk sitting cross-legged. One could vaguely see Xuandu's appearance. The White Demon King said in shock, Dharma phase. The huge golden shadow quickly solidified. Then, it suddenly shrank and entered Xuandu's body. Xuandu opened his eyes. Two blinding golden lights shot out from his eyes and gradually dissipated. He slowly stood up and said to Li Mu, It's done now. The White Demon King cupped his hands at Xuandu and said, Congratulations to Master Xuandu for reaching the Dharma phase realm. A moment later, on the ice cave's platform, Xuandu placed his right hand on Li Mu's shoulder again. A Buddhist dharmic power that was many times purer than before surged into Li Mu's body from his palm. The golden light in Li Mu's hand began to slowly spread into the ice coffin. 1 inch. 2 inches. 3 inches. At a certain moment, Li Mu felt the pressure on the ice coffin decrease greatly. The golden light finally broke through the ice coffin and shone on the woman in the coffin. After a moment, the woman's eyelashes trembled as if she was about to open her eyes, but in the end, she did not. Li Mu's body was exhausted. He could only stop temporarily and rest against the ice coffin. Xuandu said, "She doesn't have much soul power left." Although Benefactor Li can stabilize her essence soul and prevent it from dissipating, he still needs a huge amount of soul power to wake her up. The White Demon King looked at the woman in the coffin with a thoughtful expression. Amitabha. Xuandu chanted a Buddhist proclamation and said, "I know that the Demon King is kind to save your wife, but you must not fall into the evil path." The White Demon Monarch sighed and said, "Don't worry, Grandmaster. I have never let down the heavens, the earth, and my heart. Even if I were to sacrifice my soul, I would never do anything against the evil path." The simplest and fastest way to obtain a large amount of soul power was to create a zombie disaster in Zhou County like Venerable Thousand Illusions and secretly harvest the soul power of more than 1,000 people. From the White Demon King's education to Bai Yinshin and her sister, he was probably not such a demon. But this way, he would not be able to collect so much soul power unless he sacrificed himself in exchange for his wife's life. Unless there was a way for him to collect enough soul power without committing heinous acts. An idea flashed through Li Mu's mind, and he suddenly said, "I have a way to let the Demon King obtain a large amount of soul power." The White Demon King immediately looked at him and asked, "What way?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has 12 ghost generals under him. They commit all kinds of evil in the North County. Killing them and taking their souls can not only eliminate evil for the people but also obtain soul power." 12 ghost generals? Xuandu said in surprise, "Why did I hear that Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has 18 ghost generals under him?" Li Mu explained, "Because of some reasons, there are only 12 left." Xuandu shook his head and said, "I'm afraid the soul power of the 12 ghost generals is not enough. What if there's Chu Jiang of Gojoseon?" Li Mu continued, "Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is the biggest threat in the North County. The county government has wanted to get rid of him for a long time. If the Demon King wants to get rid of him, the county government will definitely support him. No matter how strong Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is, can he defeat the Demon King and the county government working together?" Xuandu thought about it and said, "This is a perfect plan. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is a big threat in the North County. If the Demon King and the county government plan to work together to kill him, I will not sit by and watch." The White Demon King thought for a moment and cupped his fists at Li Mu. He said, "I'll have to ask you to contact the county government." Li Mu nodded and said, "Of course." The county government wanted to kill Chu Jiang of Gojoseon more than the White Demon King. If there was such a good thing, County Magistrate Shen would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. How could he not agree? No matter how strong Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was, he was only at the 5th realm. The White Demon King, Xuandu, and County Magistrate Chen were all at the 5th realm. When the time came, the county governor would definitely take action. This way, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon would not be able to protect himself. How could he care about Li Mu killing his ghost generals? The White Demon King looked at Li Mu and said gratefully, "Brother Li, you have helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "If the Demon King can help the county government to get rid of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and return peace to the people of the North County, then you should thank me." The White Demon King was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "I have an idea." Li Mu said, "Please speak, Demon King." The White Demon King looked at Li Mu and then at Xuandu and said, "I would like to become brothers with the two of you. What do you think?" Li Mu was shocked when he heard this. He did not expect the White Demon King to make such a request. He was a fifth-realm demon king, one of the strongest in the North County. To be able to sit on the same level as the county governor and become brothers with a mere constable at the third realm, it could be considered condescending. Before Li Mu could react, Xuandu laughed and said, "The demon king is very emotional. I admire you. To be able to be brothers with the demon king is a great joy in life." The white demon king also laughed. Finally, he looked at Li Mu and asked, "Brotherly, what do you mean?" Li Mu cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "Li Mu greets my two brothers." Although the white demon king was a demon, he had a benevolent heart and was very emotional. Li Mu admired him. Although Xuandu was sometimes violent and always wanted Li Mu to become a monk, he was upright and plain-spoken. When it was time to be merciful, he would be merciful. When it was time to be violent, he would be violent. Li Mu admired his character very much. More importantly, both of them were fifth-realm experts. Li Mu had just provoked Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and was now embroiled in the battle of the imperial court. He was just a constable with no strength or background. He could only carefully survive in the cracks. Now, it was different. At least in the North County, he had two reliable backers. The next time he saw Bai Yinxin and her sister, he would be a generation older. Would they dare to be impudent in front of him? Among the two humans and one demon, the white demon king was the oldest, Xuandu was the second, and Li Mu was the youngest. He could enjoy the protection of his two brothers without any qualms. The white demon king suddenly looked behind him and said, "Don't hide. Come out." Two figures walked out of the cave with their heads lowered. They were Bai Yinxin and her sister. Bai Yinxin looked at Li Mu and Xuandu and asked in confusion, "Father, why did you bring him and this monk here? What's here? Don't be rude." The white demon king looked at them and said, "This is your uncle Xuandu and this is your uncle Li Mu. When you see them in the future, be more polite." The two sisters' beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Bai Yinxin looked at Li Mu and said in disbelief, "Uncle." Li Mu patted her head and said with a smile, "Good niece." Chapter 180. The white snake and green snake sisters found it hard to accept the sudden appearance of an uncle, especially Li Mu's increase in seniority. However, the white demon king was usually very strict with them, so they didn't dare to show anything in front of their father. Bai Yinxin looked at the ice coffin on the stone platform and asked doubtfully, "Father, who is she? Why is she here?" The white demon king looked at the woman in the ice coffin with gentle eyes and said, "She is your mother." Mother? The two sisters were shocked at the same time. The white demon king said, "Since you found this place, I won't hide it from you." Li Mu and Xuandu left the ice cave of their own accord, leaving the space for the family. Xuandu walked out of the cave and suddenly said, "Third Brother's Sutra is very mysterious. I have never seen it before. There are many sutras in the heart, nirvana, suffering, and speech Buddhist sections. If you have the heart to create a sect, there will be a fifth Buddhist sect in the ancestral state." Xuandu's high evaluation of the Heart Sutra exceeded Li Mu's expectations. In the ancestral state, there were 4 Buddhist sects: heart, nirvana, suffering, and speech. The teachings of these 4 sects were different and their cultivation methods were also very different. However, the fundamental difference was that the 4 sects followed different scriptures. The Heart sect followed the Meditative Heart Sutra, the Nirvana sect followed the Nirvana Sutra, while the Ku sect and the Yen sect followed the Abstinence Sutra and the Mahavirakana Sutra, respectively. These 4 scriptures were all top-level scriptures. The ancestors of the 4 sects used them as the foundation to create the 4 Buddhist sections. In Xuandu's eyes, the Heart Sutra was so mysterious that it was enough to create a sect. Li Mu smiled embarrassedly and said, "I don't have the heart to create a sect. I just want to be a constable and do my job well." Xiandu had a look of pity on his face. Although Li Mu's cultivation level was not high, he was able to create such a powerful scripture. If he focused on Buddhism, there was a high chance that he would become a patriarch of a sect. Many years later, there would be a fifth Buddhist sect. Not only that, but he was also able to resonate with the heavens and earth with his words before reaching the age of 20. This was unprecedented in the Taoist sections. Xuandu was meditating not far away, stabilizing the realm he had just broken through. Li Mu had just forcefully sent Jin Guang into the ice coffin, so he was somewhat exhausted. He leaned against a tree to rest. After an unknown period of time, he felt an itch on his face. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Tingxin sweeping a green foxtail on his face. Li Mu's face darkened and he said coldly, "Impudent." Bai Ting's heart skipped a beat. He curled his lips and said, "That's just my father's idea. Don't even think about making me call you uncle." Li Mu looked at the green snake who was in the rebellious stage and said, "It seems that I need to tell Brother Bai to discipline his daughter." Green Snake's expression changed. "How dare you?" Li Mu smiled and asked, "Why don't you take a guess?" Bai Tingxin rolled her eyes and smiled again. She hugged his arm and shook it. "I'm just joking with you, Uncle Li Mu. Don't mind me, everything had its vanquisher." It seemed that if he wanted to subdue this green snake, he still had to use the White Demon King. Li Mu glanced at her and said, "Go play somewhere else. I want to rest." Bai Tingxin did not leave. Instead, she extended her hand to him. Li Mu asked, "What are you doing?" Bai Tingxin said matter-of-factly, "It's the first time an elder meets a junior. Don't tell me you didn't prepare a gift." Li Mu shook his head and said, "It's not the first time we met. It's different in the past." Bai Tingxin explained, "I didn't call you uncle before. If you didn't prepare a gift, teach me the spell that uses lightning to strike people." Li Mu refused, "That's a Taoist technique. I only teach it to my own people. I don't teach it to outsiders." Li Mu had taught the confrontation formula to Li Qing, Lu Hanyan, and Wan Wan. He had not even taught it to Xiao Bai yet, let alone this snake. Bai Tingxin was disappointed. "I treat you as an uncle, but you treat me as an outsider." Li Mu thought about it and took out a piece of spiritual jade. He said, "This spiritual jade is for you. Take it as a gift for our first meeting." Bai Tingxin looked at him and asked, "Uncle, can't you be more sincere?" Li Mu thought that after becoming sworn brothers with the White Demon King, this green snake would not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. He did not expect that not only did she not restrain herself, she became even more aggressive. He thought about it and said, "I don't want to. Let's talk on our own terms. I call you Dad Big Brother, and you call me Li Mu. We'll also address each other as equals." "Of course not." Bai Tingxin said firmly, "Won't that mess up the seniority? I'll call you uncle. It's only right for an uncle to help his niece cultivate. I'm about to condense my Yao core. Uncle Li Mu will definitely help me, right?" Li Mu knew what Bai Tingxin wanted. He was severely exhausted and had just recovered a little. If he helped her once, he would be drained dry again. Li Mu stood up with the help of a tree. He said, "I can't help you. Goodbye." Bai Tingxin pressed on Li Mu's shoulder, and Li Mu sat down again. Bai Tingxin was surprised. She said, "So you don't have any strength?" Li Mu leaned on the tree and said, "I'm exhausted because I saved your mother. If you still have a bit of humanity, let me have a good rest." "But I'm not human to begin with, Tingxin." The White Demon King's voice came from behind. Bai Tingxin's expression changed. She immediately helped Li Mu up and said with concern, "Oh, Uncle Li, are you okay? Let me help you up." The White Demon King walked forward and said, "Third brother, I'll leave the county office to you." Li Mu smiled. "Don't worry, Brother Bai. The county office has long wanted to get rid of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. They won't let go of this opportunity." The White Demon King looked at Bai Yinshin and said, Yinshin, you go with Uncle Li to the county capital. If there's any news, you can report back immediately. Bai Tingshin heard and immediately said, I want to go too. The White Demon King looked at her and said, your sister has something important to do. What are you going to do? Bai Tingshin ran over and held Bai Yinshin's arm. She said, I'm about to condense my Yao core. If anything happens, I can help sister. The White Demon King thought for a moment and said, you can come along. But no matter what happens, you have to listen to sister and Uncle Li. You can't be willful. Otherwise, you can only cultivate in the mountains in the future. Bai Tingshin nodded repeatedly. I know. Lu Hanyan was still in Yangqiu County. Li Mu took the flying boat and separated from Xuandu outside the city. Only the Bai sisters were left with him. Then, he realized a problem. Although they had followed him this time because they had something serious to do, how was he going to explain to Lu Hanyan that he had only gone out for a stroll and there were 2 snakes by his side? Thinking about it carefully, the trust between him and Lu Hanyan had reached a point where there was no need to say anything more. When Li Qing was mentioned, she would still be jealous. However, no matter how jealous she would not be jealous of her niece. After figuring this out, Li Mu walked towards the Yunyan pavilion with ease. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai sat in the tea house. The table in front of them was filled with all kinds of pastries. When she looked up and saw Li Mu enter, she immediately stood up and waved her hand. Young master, her gaze swept past the Bai sisters behind Li Mu. When she saw Bai Tingshin, her face turned pale. She immediately hid behind Xiao Bai and said in shock, there's a snake. A huge snake. Bai Tingshin was shocked. How did she see through me? As the time of cultivation grew longer and her transcendence energy became more profound, Wan Wan's spirit eyes could finally unleash the effects of this kind of physique. Bai Yinshin had already condensed her Yao core. Her demonic aura was not obvious, so she could not see through her. Bai Tingshin was only at the 3rd realm, so she could see through her at a glance. Li Mu walked to Wan Wan's side and comforted her. Don't be afraid. She's one of us. After he finished speaking, he asked Xiao Bai, where's Sister Hanyan? Xiao Bai retracted her gaze from the Bai sisters and said, Sister Hanyan is upstairs. Lu Hanyan happened to come down from upstairs. She had seen Bai Tingshin once, but not Bai Yinshin. She asked doubtfully, Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyan and said to the Bai sisters, this is your aunt from now on. Bai Yinshin opened her mouth but did not call out in the end. Bai Tingshin, on the other hand, smiled and said, hello, aunt. Lu Hanyan looked confused. She could only say to Li Mu, come up with me. After a while, Wan Wan and Xiao Bai sat on the first floor and ate pastries. Bai Tingshin picked up a piece of mung bean cake and put it into her mouth. She glanced at Xiao Bai from the corner of her eyes and whispered in Bai Yinshin's ear, that girl is so beautiful. Even I like her. Bai Yinshin looked to the side and said, of course a fox demon is beautiful. She's a demon too. Bai Tingshin looked surprised and said, but she doesn't have any demonic aura. Bai Yinshin said, it's your fault for not cultivating properly in the past. If you've condensed your Yao core now, why can't you tell? Bai Tingshin thought for a while and said with a sudden realization, so he already has a beautiful fox demon at home. No wonder we couldn't charm him in the past. Bai Yinshin looked at her and reminded, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you're still as impudent as before, father won't let you out. Okay, I know. Bai Tingshin sighed helplessly and said, he's not much older than us. Why should I call him uncle? I'm really unwilling. In the room on the 2nd floor, Lu Hanyan looked at Li Mu and asked, where did your 2 nieces come from? Therefore, Li Mu told her about the White Demon King and Xuandu becoming sworn brothers. He asked again, heaven and earth can bear witness to my feelings for you. Don't tell me you're jealous of your nieces. Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him and asked, do you think I'm a jealous woman? In fact, she was really jealous just now. After all, these two women were younger and prettier than the other. Although their figures were not as voluptuous as hers, their slender waists were envied by all women. Jealousy was jealousy, but she was unwilling to admit it when Li Mu said it out loud. Thinking about the White Demon King, she was touched and said, "The White Demon King is really devoted to his wife. You should learn from him." Li Mu said, "I'm also devoted to you." Lu Hanyan snorted and said, "What about Constable Li? You're still carrying the sword she gave you. Are you still thinking about her?" Chapter 181. Li Mu was speechless when Bai Jin was implicated for no reason. Although Lu Hanyan would always ask some strange questions, she was generally reasonable and would not harp on a question. Li Si once said that there might be women who did not eat, but there were definitely no women who did not get jealous. Their jealousy meant that they cared. It was not necessarily a bad thing to be jealous occasionally. They stayed in Yangqiu County for a night. At noon the next day, Li Mu brought them back to the county town. After sending them home, Li Mu immediately went to the yamen. He still had an important task to take care of. Whether or not the county yamen could work with the White Demon King to eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon depended on the attitude of the higher-ups. Arrestor Zhao poked his head out of the duty room and said, "Li Mu is back." Li Mu walked forward and asked, "Is Lord Shin here?" Arrestor Zhao thought for a while and said, "If it is not something important, it is best not to look for Lord Shin." Li Mu was surprised and asked, "Why?" Arrestor Zhao sighed and said, "Today is the death anniversary of Lord Shin's parents, wife, and son. 4 years ago today, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon killed Lord Shin's entire family. Every year on this day, Lord Shin would lock himself in his room and not see anyone." Li Mu thought for a while and said, "If that is the case, then it is even more necessary for me to see him." He came to a room at the back of the yamen and knocked on the door. After a long time, a voice came from the room. "I am on leave today. If there is nothing important, do not disturb me." Li Mu stood at the door and said, "If it is not convenient for you today, Li Mu will come again tomorrow. However, this may be the best chance to eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. If we delay for too long, I do not know if there will be any changes." Crash. As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave when he heard the sound of tables and chairs being overturned and porcelain breaking. The door was suddenly opened. Commandant Shen grabbed his shoulder and said, "Come in and talk." The room was extremely messy and reeked of alcohol. Li Mu found a chair and sat down. He said, "The White Demon King has already agreed to help the county yamen eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Master Xuandu, who has just advanced to the 5th realm, has also agreed to help." "Yes." Li Mu nodded and said, "But the White Demon King has a condition." Commandant Shen asked, "What conditions?" Li Mu said, "He wants the soul energy of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and his ghost generals." Commandant Shen waved his hand and said, "I can agree to this on behalf of the county yamen." The county yamen had wanted to eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon for a long time. However, they could not find where Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was hiding. Among the 18 ghost generals, only the first ghost general had seen Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He was also the only one who could directly come into contact with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Secondly, it was utterly impossible to do anything to King Chu Jiang by relying solely on the strength of the county. However, if the county yamen and the White Demon King worked together, Xuandu's power could eliminate Chu Jiang of Gojoseon without any suspense. The arrival of Bai Yinxin and her sister represented the White Demon King's sincerity. After learning of the White Demon King's intention to cooperate from Li Mu, Commandant Shen did not delay and immediately went to discuss with the county governor and the county minister. Since Li Mu killed the 4 ghost generals of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, incidents occurred frequently in the 13 counties of the North County. However, the incidents did not involve ordinary people, but cultivators. In just a few days, several Jushen cultivators had mysteriously disappeared. An hour later, Commandant Shen returned to the county yamen and said to Li Mu, as long as the White Demon King agrees to help, he can take all the soul energy of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon and his ghost generals. The county yamen and the White Demon King had the same goal in dealing with Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. The White Demon King wanted Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's soul energy. The county yamen wanted the peace of the North County. They both wanted Chu Jiang of Gojoseon to die. Commandant Shen continued, "You'll be in charge of contacting the White Demon King. We'll contact the spies we planted in Chu Jiang of Gojoseon as soon as possible and find a way to find his hiding place." Li Mu nodded and said, "Leave it to me. You have contributed greatly to this matter." Commandant Shen glanced at Bai Yinshin and her sister in the duty room and said to Li Mu, "Well done." There's no need to explain." Commandant Shen smiled and said, "This is your ability. Others can't be envious of you. If you can really get rid of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, you'll have made a great contribution. The imperial court won't be stingy with your reward." Commandant Shen still had to find a way to contact the spies planted in Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He left after giving Li Mu a few instructions. In this matter, Li Mu was the link between the county yamen and the White Demon King. If they really wanted to solve the problem of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, they still had to rely on these experts. Li Mu walked into the room. Bai Tingxin immediately asked, "Uncle, where will my sister and I stay?" Li Mu took out an ingot of silver and was about to speak when Bai Tingxin said, "You don't want us to stay in an inn, do you? It's dirty and messy, and the food isn't good. Do you have the heart to let your poor nieces stay in such a place?" Li Mu thought about it and said, "I can help you find a better inn." Bai Tingxin shook her head and said, "If my father knew that you treated us like this, he would be very sad." To be honest, the White Demon King was really sincere to Li Mu. Thinking about it carefully, even if a distant relative came, according to etiquette, it wouldn't be good to arrange for them to stay in an inn. If the White Demon King knew, even if he didn't say it out loud, he would inevitably have a grudge in his heart. Li Mu said helplessly, "Then come home with me first." Lu Hanyan didn't have any objections to Bai Yinshin and her sister staying at home for a few days. As the hostess, she was very enthusiastic and personally cooked a table of dishes. Bai Tingxin, who had never tasted any delicacies in the world, bit her tongue. Bai Yinshin's performance was completely different from when Li Mu first met her. When she first met Li Mu, her performance was not much better than Bai Tingxin's. However, after condensing the demon core and stepping into the fourth realm, her temperament was much more mature than before. Lu Hanyan prepared 2 rooms for them, and the 2 sisters only wanted one. Late at night, Bai Tingxin stood at the door and saw Lu Hanyan enter Li Mu's room and close the door. She didn't come out even after the lights were turned off. She walked back to the room and shook her head. "It's over, sister. Now you have no chance at all." Bai Yinshin glanced at her indifferently and asked, "Are you itching for a beating again?" Bai Tingxin said with melancholy, "Sigh, I'm just thinking for you. You've never seen a man before, and now that you've finally met one, you think he's the best in the world. But there are many men in the world. There must be better ones in the future. You can't give up an entire forest for a tree." Bai Yinshin glanced at her and asked, "Where did you learn this from?" Bai Tingxin took off her shoes and rolled onto the bed. She said, "I figured it out myself. When I condense the demon core, we'll go out and explore Jianghu. Maybe we'll meet our Su Xian." She rolled on the bed alone and suddenly got up. She asked, "Sister, you don't really like him, do you?" Bai Yinshin shook her head and said, "I don't know." Bai Tingxin said with certainty, "You don't know, but you like him. After all, he's the first human you met." She hugged Bai Yinshin's arm and leaned her head on her shoulder. She said, "You just haven't seen enough men. In a few months, I'll take you to the outside of North County. When you see more men, you'll know that Li Mu is just a so-so." during the few days that Bai Yinshin and her sister were temporarily staying at home, Wan Wan and Little White took them out to shop every day and used their own private savings to buy them a bunch of gifts. The three demons formed a deep sisterly friendship. Li Mu had just arrived at the county office when Constable Zhao informed him, "The county commandant said to find him when you come to the office." He walked into the front hall. County Commandant Shen waved his sleeves and closed the door. Then he said, "The county office has contacted the spy." Li Mu looked at County Commandant Shen and asked, "Can the spy be trusted?" County Commandant Shen nodded and said, "He was planted by the county office. We have a way to check if he's lying. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has been dormant in North County for 5 years. There's indeed a conspiracy." Li Mu raised his eyebrows and asked, "What conspiracy?" County Commandant Shen said in a deep voice, "He nurtured the 18 ghost generals to form a formation. This formation is called the 18 Prison Formation. It's an extremely vicious formation of the demon sect. He wants to use this formation to refine the people of a county and use it to break through to the 6th realm." Li Mu had guessed this since a long time ago. He possessed the memories of Daoist Thousand Illusion, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the 18 Nether Prison Grand Formation. King Chu Jiang had spent so much time and gone to great lengths to nurture 18 Soul Realm Ghost Generals, so his intentions couldn't be any more obvious. He continued to ask, "Which county did Chu Jiang of Gojoseon choose?" County Commandant Shen said, "Yangqiu County." Chapter 182. Yangqiu County was plagued with disasters. First, there was the Thousand Illusions Venerable, and now, there was Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Both of them had targeted Yangqiu County. If Li Mu remembered correctly, there was still some time before Zhang County magistrates could leave his post. He was unsure if he was lucky or unlucky to encounter such a situation before leaving his post. The great formation of the 18 Hells was not to be underestimated. A formation that required Chu Jiang of Gojoseon to spend 5 years to prepare must be extraordinarily powerful. The great formation of the 18 Hells, formed by 18 level 4 evil spirits, was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Even a powerful cultivator from Dongxian would be trapped within. Once the formation was completed, even if a few level 5 cultivators worked together, they would not be able to break it from the outside. Only by stopping the formation from its source and preventing Chu Jiang of Gojoseon from successfully setting up the formation could they destroy his plan. Li Mu continued to ask, "When does Chu Jiang of Gojoseon plan to make his move?" 7 days later. County Magistrate Shen was surprised. "How do you know?" Li Mu explained, 7 days later, it just so happens to be the day of the Yin month. King Chujiang will definitely choose that day's Yin hour to make his move. The power of the 18 Yin prison formation is at its greatest at that time. County Magistrate Shen was surprised. "Our spy only told us the time and location, but not the reason. Do you know a lot about the great formation of the 18 Hells?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I have read about it in an unorthodox Daoist book. This formation is extremely powerful. Once Chu Jiang of Gojoseon succeeds in setting it up, all the people in the county will be sacrificed to him. Don't worry. Since we already know about it, we will not let Chu Jiang of Gojoseon succeed." County Magistrate Shen clenched his fists. His expression was fierce as he gritted his teeth and said, "This time, I will kill him with my own hands." After returning from the county yamen, Li Mu informed Bai Yinshin and her sister to quickly return to the mountain and inform the White Demon King of this matter. The county government could not openly make contact with the White Demon King. This would arouse the vigilance of the Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. The alliance between the two factions had to be carried out in secret. In addition, Li Mu himself had to make a trip back to Yangqiu County. Not only did he have to inform Xuandu, but he also had to inform Zhang County magistrates so that they could cooperate with the county government and make preparations. The county lieutenant and the county deputy prime minister couldn't do it personally. If they left the county town, they would definitely attract attention. Li Mu was just a small constable, so no one would deliberately pay attention to him. Outside the Jinshan temple, Li Mu and Xuandu stood in an open space. Above their heads, dark clouds gathered and flashed with lightning. Suddenly, heavy snow fell from the sky. It was bone-chilling. When the snowflakes fell on his body, Li Mu felt as if his soul was about to be frozen. This was a Taoist technique that came from Li Mu, but he couldn't perform it himself. This Taoist technique didn't require any hand gestures or mantras. It used resentment as a guide to communicate with the heavens and earth. It was different from any Taoist technique that Li Mu knew. Li Mu sighed. Looking at the girl floating in the air, he felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. If he was the one who performed this Taoist technique for the first time, he would probably be at the 5th realm by now. However, he couldn't possibly have Xiao Yu's resentment. Some things were predestined by the heavens. The girl's figure floated down from the sky, and the strange phenomenon in the sky gradually disappeared. She slowly floated over and said, "When the time comes, I will go with you, Master. I should be able to help you with something now." Xuandu nodded and said, "That's good too." After the resentment dissipated, although Xiao Yu's strength had decreased, she was still at the 5th realm. In this way, the county office could gather a total of 5 5th realm masters. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon couldn't escape even if he had wings. After leaving the Jinshan temple, Li Mu went directly to the county office. When he arrived at a room on duty, Li Mu stopped in his tracks and slowly walked in. In the room on duty, there was a figure sitting in the seat that originally belonged to Li Qing. It was a female cultivator with the cultivation of the soul condensing realm. She looked up at Li Mu and asked, "What's the matter?" This time, Li Mu didn't wear his official uniform. He looked at the female cultivator and said with a smile, "I'm looking for Zhang County magistrates." The female cultivator stood up and said, "Lord Zhang is busy with official business. If you have any grievances to complain about, you can tell me first. If necessary, I will tell Lord Zhang." Li Mu. Li Mu didn't answer. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Li Mu turned around. A middle-aged man smiled and said, "It's really you. I heard that you've only been in the county office for 2 months and you've already been promoted to constable. You've really made our county office proud." Li Mu smiled and cupped his fists. "Constable Zhou." The female constable looked at Li Mu and said in surprise, "Is this the Constable Li who scolded the imperial court?" Constable Zhou looked gratified and said, "Yes, Constable Li came from our county office. When he was transferred, you hadn't come yet. When he returned to the county office, everything had changed." Li Mu smiled at Constable Zhou and said, "Is Lord Zhang here? I have something to talk to him about." "Yes," Constable Zhou said hurriedly, "Lord Zhang is in the back office. I'll inform him." A moment later, in the back hall of the county office, Zhang County magistrates made a cup of tea for Li Mu and said with a smile, "It seems that I was right to suggest you go to the county office. You've been promoted to constable so quickly. Come, have some tea." Li Mu sipped the tea. Zhang County magistrates also picked up the teacup and said, "Li Mu, you have a conscience. When you came back to the county to visit your relatives, you didn't forget to visit me. You're not like that ungrateful Zhang Shan. He ran away before I was transferred." Li Mu put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Actually, I came here this time to inform Lord Zhang of something." Zhang County magistrate sipped the tea and said, "Go ahead." Li Mu waited for him to finish drinking the tea and put down the teacup before saying, "Lord Zhang, please sit tight." Zhang County magistrates was stunned at first. Then he immediately stood up and said, "I suddenly remembered that the imperial court ordered me to leave office today. I'll pack my things now. The mountain is high and the road is long. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Li Mu said helplessly, "Lord Zhang, don't be in a hurry to pack your things. It's too late to pack now. Zhang County magistrates held the chair and looked at him with bright eyes. He asked, could it be that Qinhuan Shangren is still alive? Li Mu shook his head and said, how could that be? Zhang County magistrate sat down and sighed with relief. He said, don't scare me. I'm timid and can't stand being scared. Li Mu smiled and said, don't worry. It's not a big deal this time. Zhang County magistrates leaned back in his chair and said, what is it? Li Mu asked, Lord Zhang, have you heard of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? Zhang County magistrate's heart skipped a beat. He asked, what happened to Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? Li Mu said, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is going to sacrifice all the people of Yangqiu County in 7 days. The county magistrate asked me to inform you so that you can make preparations. Zhang County magistrate stood up abruptly and said, the imperial court ordered me to go to Zhong County as soon as possible. The carriage is ready. You can tell the next county magistrate about this matter. Li Mu added, don't worry, Lord Zhang. At least 5 Fifth Realm cultivators will be involved this time. Yangqiu County will be safe. If this matter is handled properly, Lord Zhang will be rewarded again. Zhang County magistrate sat down again and stroked the short beard on his chin. He said, I've thought about it. As long as I'm in Yangqiu County, I'm still the local magistrate of Yangqiu County. If Chu Jiang of Gojoseon wants to harm the people of Yangqiu County, he'll have to step over my dead body first. Li Mu cupped his fists and said, Lord Zhang is righteous. Although the 18 Hell formation was very powerful and could cover the entire county after it was set up, it would take a long time to prepare before the formation was set up. If Chu Jiang of Gojoseon wanted to unleash the greatest power of this formation, he had to choose a time when the 18 Hell formation would be set up. If the plan was known in advance, it would be impossible to set up the 18 Hell formation. From now on, Zhang County magistrates would send people to keep an eye on all the important locations in the county. Even if Chu Jiang of Gojoseon set the time in advance, he would be able to discover it immediately. What happened next had nothing to do with Li Mu. In a battle of that level, cultivators in the condensed spirit and transcendent realm would be injured if they were grazed by it. Li Mu only needed to wait in the county yamen for news. Deep in the mountains in the southeast of Beijing. Welcome, Your Highness. 18 ghostly figures knelt in 3 rows. In front of them stood a stalwart man. The man had a cold expression. He wore a black robe embroidered with a golden dragon and a jade crown. He exuded a powerful aura. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon looked at the 18 ghostly figures and exhaled. He said slowly, after 5 years, I've finally waited for this day. We congratulate Your Highness on your success. All the ghosts said loudly. King Chu Jiang swept all the ghosts with his gaze, and then he suddenly looked at one of them and asked. Soul Reaper Ghost, how long has it been since you became this king's ghost general? Among the ghosts, a ghost general raised his head and looked at Chu Jiang of Gojoseon with a mocking expression.